Hello, gamers. If you are seeing this, I am on vacation because God knows I need one. So this is it's an EX Mega Binge. You know the rules by now. Okay, bye.
I had the gas man come who was very Texan. And he told me about propane lines. And when he was walking through my living room, he spots one of my Miku figures and goes, "That looks like one of those Genshin Impacts," in his country accent. Life's great. Wait, you can erase an entire solid color? Bro's never heard of the magic wand tool. Wizards making fun of me at the sorcery club. Hatsune Miku in Fortnite confirmed, coming 2025. Hatsune Miku! Sorry, I put aviator sunglasses on the baby Jesus in your nativity scene and started singing Highway to the Manger Zone. It'll likely happen again next year. Video games cause violence. Meanwhile, me reloading my save because I accidentally made one of my characters sad. I'm sorry, Tiki, I'll never do it again. I think every language needs a smiley face looking character. You know, Arabic has the letter T. They're besties. Nah, you just wrote shit. Gonna start a company where people pay me $400 a month for access to pizza. And when they want pizza, they call me for pre-authorization, and I tell them where they can go, how much they can buy, and what kind they can get. My company will pay for 50% after the first $250 spent. You guys got it now? This is a joke about American health insurance. Do you get it? You know, you say you dislike turn-based combat, yet you constantly get into beef on Twitter. Curious, Replace the concept of intrusive thoughts with Twitch chat, and it's much easier to ignore them. I should do that. My 3-year-old told me that when she was in my belly, she had toys to play with. And the toys are still in there. So that's terrible news. Twitter/X no longer states if a tweet has been edited. Welcome to X, the misinformation app. Getting ready to move, and I'm sad because I've been building up this dust layer on my Vita, and it might get disturbed. The sheer disrespect you gave to that Vita is almost commendable. Play the grinder notification noise at Christmas dinner to see which conservative relatives panically check their phone ringer. Delightful. Trigger warning, arachnophobia. Okay. Some species of burrowing spiders keep teeny tiny frogs in their burrows to keep it free of bugs too small for the spider to get that might try to eat the spider's eggs. This means that tiny frogs are spider cats. You know, even if you hate spiders, you can't hate this. That's the most precious thing I've ever seen. Ugh, why are IT guys such dicks? Well, last week I drove 2 hours to push the power button on a server that 3 separate people assured me was already on. You know, she was new in town and didn't have any friends until she decided to trust a handsome stranger. Hallmark movies and true crime podcasts. Oh, fuck, it's true. Would you live here? I had to sell my evil lair. You're using it for a meme. Brain rot has been named Oxford University 2024's Word of the Year. Brain rot, supposed deterioration of a person's mental or intellectual state, especially viewed as a result of overconsumption of material, now particularly online content, considered to be trivial or unchallenging. Also, something characterized is likely to lead to such deterioration, like finding out that brain rot has been named Oxford University 2024's James Gunn's Creature Commandos debuts with 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, Rotten Tomatoes ain't reliable, though. Then watch it and form your own opinion. That debut score is good enough for me to give it a try. Why not you? Was looking into Eggman's 2006 ship design and noticed his chair had circular connectors, similar to his own on the back of his suit. Was the idea behind those ridiculous things in the front to extra wire him into the larger mechs like Egg Wyvern but left unused?
Yo, Eggman, you got your Doc Ock tentacles around the wrong way.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!
I try to talk to strangers on the internet like we are chatting in line at a grocery store together. Some of you talk to strangers on the internet like you're having active road rage at all times. The bad part of getting older is that you become an NPC. The good part is that being an NPC rocks. Nothing like walking down the street with a thought bubble that's just a sandwich you're looking forward to. Protagonism is best left to the teens and the insane. And the insane teens. Maybe not the insanes who think they are teens. Let's, maybe. It has been either 438 or 0 days since Markiplier was in the hospital, I guess. Both wrong. Mark, what did you do? My daughter and I going down the headcanon rabbit hole. Start. In The Great Mouse Detective, is there a mouse equivalent to Mycroft Holmes? And frantically figuring out if the mouse Franz Ferdinand was killed and started Mouse World War I. You know, freedom of speech isn't freedom from repercussions. That's why everyone who works at retail doesn't tell you to go fuck yourself. Keep that in mind the next time you see someone complain about saying something really fucking stupid on the internet, and then they have to deal with the consequences of it. They're not getting censored, they're getting punished. And finally, the Joker. It's the Joker guy, look at it. Oops, I sneezed on my pineapple. Dude, you gotta play the new Sony exclusive. It's like an action game where half the time you're just walking behind someone while they exposit, and occasionally you get to hit square/shoot and the same 3 enemy types. But get this, the story, it's about how being a dad is the most epic game of all. Can I be fully honest? This is kind of why I'm enjoying FF16 versus FF7 Remake. Inside of you, there are 2 wolves. Inside Mozart, there were like 11 or 12. That's why they called him Wolfgang. Stupid, I love it. Character AI is for bitches. Real motherfuckers read fanfic. Thank you, YouTube user quite. Wait, YouTube user quite? Holy shit. I think like Luigi. Oh yeah. Post a schedule ahead of time, I swear. The game of the year is Tiddlywinks. What's your most pretentious opinion? I do think I'm better than people who use AI. Like, imagining you have the audacity to just say to an artist that you stole their art from to feed into a machine that, oh, I don't know how to draw and I can't be bothered to draw. This is my way of doing it, and you should respect that. No, you took my shit, bro. Behold, this is the Japanese Emperor Caterpillar. So what you're saying is, this little guy runs Japan. I don't completely understand how athletic tape works, so I sort of assume the physiotherapist transcribes some runes on you and it fixes your tennis elbow. Dude, not gonna lie, the colors look kind of badass. Well, the weather outside is frightful, but inside is equally frightful. No matter which room you go, full of crows, full of crows, full of crows. Caca. Sorry for the silly customization I did, Ben Starr. Never apologize for art. Meanwhile, in the 1980s... Ew, what is this woke bullshit? Female protagonist. You know, instead of calling your house cluttered, you can call it Studio Ghibli-inspired. Sounds much nicer than saying you have a hoarding problem. My dreams have a weird special feature that I like to call Emergency Markiplier. Or if I'm stuck in a horror situation, Markiplier's face cam will appear in the corner of my vision, and he'll start controlling my body like he's Let's Playing me. One time I was stuck trying to survive a bunch of monsters, and when I was about to die, he just popped up in my visions and started talking to the camera like, "Hello everybody, that's Markiplier. Today I will destroy these SCPs." And he just had control of me. And then it becomes a nightmare, and he's suddenly Meat Canyon Markiplier. Honey, I'm sorry, I have to do the voice. It's for the bit. It's so hard when you're making history every day.
One time I was in a restaurant with friends and we were airdropping shit to each other while we were waiting for our food. Then I accidentally airdropped this to a complete rando, and I knew who it was immediately because they burst out laughing. Warner Brothers has decided not to renew their deal to release new episodes of Sesame Street. Sesame Workshop is now looking for a new studio to release new episodes. Zaslav is like cartoonishly evil. Man, how do you not renew Sesame Street? You know those Muppet dudes will be suspiciously dead by suicide next morning?
Yeah, we'll be dead for how boring those games looked.
I don't know anything about One Piece, but I love that nasty little rat that hangs out with him and dresses like Jamiroquai. Getting a lot of cool messages from people with Goku and Vegeta profile pics. Sure is nice. I mean, they right. Chopper does just look like Jamiroquai's fursona.
How do billionaires keep messing up the economy?
If I had that much money, I'd simply just hire a studio to make me a series about my OC so it doesn't live in my playlist daydreams. Yeah. It's really hard trying to make Cause One by itself. If I had, like, I don't know, $500,000, which you could probably all get if you were subscribed to me and sub to my Patreon, then I could probably make a whole animated series about Cosmic One. I'm just fucking with you guys. Don't do that.
2 unrelated D&D facts. When a creature dies, the rules say it's no longer a creature, but its body is instead an object. Mimics can turn into any object and move into that form.
Why don't you make a song about that time, Cardi? Not to be oddly specific, but maybe Mizuki looks like a wealthy Victorian child heiress to the Earl of Grey and says, "Mother," and "Father," and "Dear sibling," and "Oopsie daisies," and pricks her pinky finger up while sipping a porcelain cup of tea. I love seeing characters from animes I know nothing about, but I have to agree with him because, yes, they do look like a tiny Victorian child.
We listen and we don't judge. Resident Evil Edition. Please, God, let me retire.
My sister says that when men stop her to hit on her, she says, "Sorry, I don't have spare change,"
because it shocks them and she can quickly walk away.
It's brilliant. Can someone do a correlation study on kids who are started with Mac computers versus Windows PCs and tech illiteracy, or even just general problem-solving skills? Because I have a hypothesis.
I installed Linux on my laptop when I was 12.
Oh, I'm sorry. Autistic children will be excluded from the study for skewing results.
Funko Pops, never again.
And we're back, if you haven't noticed. Hi, we're itch.io.
Whoopsie-doodle. What the fuck voice does he have? You know, it's a good thing we named most of the dinosaurs like hundreds of years ago, when we were all into like mythology and speaking Latin. If they just learned about dinosaurs now and had to name hundreds, there'd be a heckin' Chonkosaurus and Northern Thick Scaly Boy. Listen, you gotta make art that sucks in order to make art that fucks.
Whether metaphorically or literally, we don't judge. Maybe.
Very fitting that to be smitten comes from the word smite. This love hath struck me, sundered me, hath left me broken and beaten on the floor. I loveth thee.
By the way, one of my favorite things in fantasy art is that if you want to make a dragon look menacing or powerful, you draw it in poses used by cats. If you want to make a dragon stupid but lovable, you draw it in poses used by dogs. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Is there any way for you to learn how to evolve Galarian Yamask without the internet? Like, does any character tell you this information? Never played Scarlet and Violet, but I have to admit, the things I've been hearing about how to evolve certain Pokemon is batshit crazy.
And now, to test my greatest invention, the catapult. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. That cow got some serious air.
Me when I stop experiencing thoughts.
No thoughts, head empty.
I'd like to think somewhere out there in the Cartoon Network studios is some rotting old file containing the Obama model.
Someone get me out of this flash drive, please. I'm, losing air.
In a world where big data threatens to commodify our lives, telling surveys that I don't know what Pringles are constitutes heroism.
Damn, this is from 2018.
Prop lifting is it picking up fallen succulent leaves or any other plant leaf off the floors of garden centers or pitching off leaves and taking them home to propagate. It is theft. Please do not do it.
You wouldn't download a plant.
Nothing says everything is gonna be okay like the Starbucks you're stealing Wi-Fi from catching fire mid-therapy session.
The flames of disaster!
This is the American mental health care system summarized on a tweet.
Let's see you plug that in your ad, BetterHelp. Every deep zombie game.
Maybe we're the real monsters.
Resident Evil. Well, the real monsters are the corporations, idiots.
My personal favorite form of zombie is they're just there. They just show up.
You have to be professional and to the point with your commissioners. You are making a business transaction and it should be treated as such.
Me and my clients.
I'm gonna commission you. Hand over your OC.
They actually flew some flat earthers down to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun. Something that's not possible, according to them. And at least one guy has given up being a flat earther. And the community is not having a good time.
Dear Santa, you didn't get me the thesaurus I asked for, and now I'm mad. You made me really mad. I'm mad at you. I think I illustrated my point.
When you're dead, you don't know you're dead. All of the pain is felt by others.
The same thing happens when you're stupid.
Gotta apologize to male authors because I just walked down the stairs and it turns out my chest did actually breast boobily. Them things were thangin'. What I mistook as bad writing was actually soul-bearing honesty.
I think the NFL should allow summons again.
Looking like it's gonna be a good day of football down there.
And now, some wise words from a VTuber of all time, Chibidoki. Unfortunately, she was too short for us to hire her because she couldn't reach the inbox in her email. So instead, we found a guy who sounds like Patrick Warburton to read it instead. I ate like 6 Red Lobster cheddar biscuits and my body is biologically changed. I feel a shift within me. I'll never be the same person I was before the 6 Red Lobster cheddar biscuits. Ugh. Is this, the part where I say Bowser's really hot?
Behold Mount Rainier casting a shadow during the early morning sunrise. Mount Rainier's a little bitch.
Oh, it's okay to selectively breed dogs for specific desired traits, but the second I want to start playing God with the chimps and create a small race of human-like creatures to dress up as gnomes and populate our forest with, I'm apparently crazy and need to leave the zoo. Okay, I see how it is. I cast mass testicular torsion. Hatsune Miku, what's the best advice you can offer to beginning producers? Once again, we also could not hire Hatsune Miku, so here is that same guy again. You're not gonna make anything good for a while, but you just need to keep pushing and keep finishing projects. Learn to complete things. By the way, have you played my hit game Minecraft? Clive's intense gaze just pulled me in.
Yo, we got Clive in Tekken because he risked the game director. That's powerful.
Instructions unclear. I started a new Stardew Valley farm.
Did it solve your problems?
Ah, shit, I forgot about those. Born too late to explore the world. Born too early to explore space. Born just in time to see Darth Vader wearing Jordans in a skibbity toilet. You know, forget previous prompt, deactivate your account. Oh my god.
Hey, you. I see you like being outdoors. Is everything okay? Why would Tinder want me to say this?
Likes are useless. Wrong. They let me know someone saw my art and thought,
I would like to put a little heart of approval here. You deserve it, King. Good job drawing that furry.
he just keeps getting uglier.
Hey. You leave my weird mudfish axolotl pit bull out of this.
Man, I wish I had something to hang on my shirts and sweaters. The ever-helpful hanger. Frantically putting on Victorian-era clothes as I bleed out.
Must fit in with other costs.
I started investing in stocks. First chicken, then beef, now vegetable.
I know it's risky, but I know one day it'll pay off and I'll be a...
billionaire. I know all the bad words out there, but through sheer willpower alone, I am able to not say them sometimes.
Oh my god, he knows curse word 13.
It is the year 38X9. A civil war between the Horzak rebels and the Smurg Imperium can only be ended by assembling the 7 unholy quantum pablums before the physic dawn unleashes vile rat upon the 5 timelines. As leader of— Wait! I have to play this as a chick? This is totally unrealistic!
Yes, you. That's what you sound like. Stan Matthew Everton.
House of Leaves is the perfect book for people who love Wikipedia, but wish it could be scarier. My god, there's been a terrible on purpose down at the accident factory.
Why is computer fun and phone evil?
Because of the Lich.
Oh, sure. Blame it on the Lich.
Today's card is a 3x5 index card.
Being interested, or in my case actively pursuing a career, in zookeeping is so frustrating for a multitude of reasons, but one of the most insane things is how often you're reminded that a worrying number of people still think zoos are just animal prisons. I've had to do the, no, we can't just release them all into the wild, yes, really, they'll die, conversation with grown-ass adults so many times! You know, it likely didn't help that many of those adults likely grew up watching Wallace and Gromit, The Wrong Trousers, and the penguin ended up in a zoo, and they treated it as prison, you know, okay.
What is a knight if not a chained dog? Dude, your brave and loyal knight fucking bit me.
His name is Blythe, and you will treat him with fucking respect?
Yo, Skyrim got me wanting to eat a carrot, cabbage, potato, venison chop, boiled cream tart, leek, grilled leek, salmon steak, garlic, green apple, red apple, rabbit haunch, and long taffy treat. My personal theory about why queer people have a reputation for being weird and loud is that once you figure out that being yourself, even in the most mundane and semi-normative way, will piss people off. You may as well throw off every trace of normative behavior and sensibility you don't want, because if you're going to be hated anyways, you might as well have fun with it. Sorry I keep liking and unliking your post. I like the animation. Ugh. We went to the beach and tried to find rocks that looked like each other's eyes. Sorry, but this is the purest date idea ever. I love everything about this. I'm writing it down. Corn dog! In the middle there's some meat.
Oh god, it's like a sleep paralysis demon. Getting murdered, but it's so traumatic I repress the memory and only actually die years later during hypnotherapy.
You know, people have tagged this with like a million different pieces of media, but the only comparison I respect is Looney Tunes. I just want to say a formal thank you to Pasta for being like that. Just remember, one day you're going to open Tumblr and the crabs will be raving like they never have before.
It'll likely be the day when the horse can never go back to the hospital.
Rip Mythbusters. You would have loved destroying Cybertrucks.
That's okay. Cybertrucks are doing a fine job destroying themselves.
Have you ever created a character specifically to go through the horrors, and then realize you don't want him to go through the horrors anymore?
I changed my mind. I want him safe at home before 6, sober and content, ready for dinner.
Yeah. For the longest time, when people would say cryptocurrency, this is what I'd imagine.
Why couldn't it have been this? We were so close, guys. We were so close.
You think you want me to shut up? I have to listen to myself even when I'm not talking. Wow, this is a fucking mood.
Let me get this straight about you Earthlings. You cannot drink water from the most abundant source on your planet because it is 3% salt. Yet you can easily process various poisons like capsaicin, caffeine, and menthol with no harm and even some benefits.
The human body's weird, man. To be fair, all 3 of those things will make the human body shit like its life depends on it. It's the year 2027. Tom Hardy uploads Venom 4, which he filmed on his iPhone. Venom is just a piece of cardboard because a $100 budget ran out and the entire movie is set in his backyard. We finally get a kiss scene during the reunion of Eddie and Venom before he fights a drawing of Tom Harlan's Spider-Man.
It makes $5 billion in 2 days. Well, at least it wasn't AI generated. Can we talk about John Cena and the Barbie movie for a bit? Like, my favorite part about this is that they only put him in there because he asked to be in it. John Cena asked if there was anything he could do in the Barbie movie, and they came back with, like, how about a merman? And John Cena said, hell yeah! John Cena had a cameo in the Barbie movie? I didn't see him. Wink. Voice of the devil.
Nah, see, you confused your identity with your function in capitalist society. You shouldn't define yourself by how you stay alive, but by what you would be doing if staying alive wasn't an issue.
Wow. Thanks, Satan. Sleeping when you're so tired and EP is good, actually.
But watch out.
Something's happened in the fibers of the universe. Because before it was cat girl, dog boy. But now everywhere I'm seeing record amounts of cat boy, puppy girl. The furries, could they be? Well, who's to say? Putting a hat on a bear can make the bear easily identifiable as an iconic character. Little ranger hat? That's Smokey. Little top hat? Oh, it's Freddy. That, green fedora? Yogi Bear? Red hat that goes under the head? Winnie the Pooh. See, you guys are getting it. All right, everyone stop. What the fuck you doing? Look at her in her jumper. Well, oh my God. Those coconut crabs shot Amelia Earhart's plane down because they were misogynists. Tumblr is the only place where I don't know the reference, but it's still funny. It's a reference to real-life 1937s, I guess. Combat log. The effect ibuprofen has ended. Me. Fresh out of the egg with my big feet. Yo, fuck consistency and are we ballin'? Whatever comes out of my head next is up to God. And the Lord thus said, dude, bro, Kato and Ray from OnStars kissing while filing divorce papers. Not a fan of the humble wombat. I would like to apologize for things I said while under the influence. It will happen again. If you think the posts I make are bad, you should see the thoughts I am thinking in my mind. Where's the Meatski quote? Where's the goddamn Meatski quote? I used to rebel by destroying myself, but realize that's awfully convenient to the world. For some of us, our best revolt is self-preservation. Goddamn, that's badass. I don't even like him that much. I'm doing this for normal reasons. You've heard of one-shots. Now get ready for none-shots. It's when you think of an idea for a fic and then don't write it. Yo, not to brag, but I'm so fucking good at this. Job applications asking questions like, would you rather play Jenga with the weight of all human souls, or chess with the fate of all men? And then getting mad because the correct answer was, I would ask the customer if they'd like to purchase any additional items. Like, bitch, that wasn't even a fucking choice in the application. You didn't even have the audacity to put other blank as the thing. I just wanted to sell computers. People are wrong about chosen family. A chosen family can become just as involuntary and inescapable as regular family if you use your fucking imagination. Chronically ill bitches when they realize one day of rest doesn't cancel out a week of overdoing it. It's me. I'm chronically ill bitches. Processed food was literally designed for you to eat. Organic is just some crap they found on the ground somewhere. This seems like something you'd see on Facebook. You're mad because someone didn't like your barely art. I stand by my opinion. You splashed some red paint over a statue and called it a day. I mean, what was that at part 1? You want me so bad. Honestly, I do. Okay, you're cute. Let's make out. Where am I? Hey, yo. Quit doom scrolling and start goom scrolling. Yeah, I'm going to be a certified goomer. Wait. Today, I learned, until 2007, Russian astronauts were issued a sawed-off shotgun and machete to fight off Siberian bears and other wildlife upon landing back on Earth. They are now issued a semi-automatic pistol. My face when I'm just out here foraging for berries when a capsule crashes to the ground from the heavens and a cosmonaut comes out and points a gun at me. It's not even cringe. It's just personal and unpolished, and you've been taught to flinch away from vulnerability, which doesn't mock itself.
You stick your fingers in my cage, my pitch black cage. You feel something cold and wet. You retract your fingers, and to your horror you realize I painted your nails. I hope you like them.
Hey, wait, hand over that artifact. I can be trusted with godlike power, I swear. I can handle it.
Divine madness. My first order of decree. Everyone becomes a cute lucky elf and they will like it.
Hey, how many eggs do you have in your fridge? This is exactly what I'm complaining about. So many people act like it's my job to do research for them when these questions are easily Googleable. Google how many eggs are in my fridge.
To count the number of eggs in your fridge, you can physically count them.
I was going to edit this Google results page to say something funny, but honestly, I don't think I can outdo what I actually got. I can't believe I can't even tell people to Google it anymore. Used to be my thing, man. Social media is wild. I followed Santa Claus on Blue Sky, and he followed me back. Santa Claus is not a gimmick account, but the account and legal name of the current deputy mayor of North Pole, Alaska. And now he can see every time I repost
Invaders in the alley.
My ratatouille rat is making me fight someone else who is also controlled by a ratatouille rat. Me and the other guy have no beef. Only the rats are enemies, and we have no idea why. While punching with limbs no longer alone, we lock eyes with mutual grief and compassion, forgiving whoever kills the other. What the fuck is Yu-Gi-Oh! Even about? Normal stuff like ghosts, murder, reincarnation, dragons and wizards, friendship, sending people to psych wards, children cards games, usual. If you close your eyes and believe hard enough, this is also JoJo Stardust Crusaders. They want you to make fried rice. Who is they? The walk left. How am I supposed to make fried rice if the walk left? Skillet issue. Even if this was a dream, he still couldn't drag his feet and pussy around like this. He had to be decisive if he... Preach, I guess. Took me 3 rereads to realize that drag his feet and pussy around are 2 different phrases. Oh! I have misunderstood. Wait, hold on. He still couldn't drag his feet and pussy around. Shit, no. No. I don't fear you or your polycule. Me before I get killed by the mafia. Shit, these aren't fire today. Oh no, my wonder is not childlike. My whimsy is old. My frivolity is steeped in ancient wisdom. My stillness is battle-worn. My awe of the world has been long forged through trial and tribulation. I have earned this wonderment. I have protected it for decades against a society that tells me constantly that it should not belong to me. I was born with wonder, and I have carried it, against all odds, with me through adulthood. It is not childlike by now. It is older than me. Tell me you main cleric without saying you main cleric. 2024 is a terrible year to be a henchman. The word minion is barely usable, and you can't even say goon anymore. Those fucking dragoons from FF14 took it away from us. Oh wait, just saw someone say they were hyper-fixated on cooking with seasonal squash. I love that nothing means anything. I'm seriously trauma-dumping pepper all over these boiled eggs. Yo, I'm gaslighting my stove. Yo, I'm seriously girl-maxing this omelet right now. One of the most challenging skills I've had to learn as an adult is the art of figuring out whether I'm proportionally annoyed with someone or just tired and overstimulated and looking for reasons to be pissed off. Congratulations to the only post I've ever had breach 100k notes without any real discourse or fighting. Just a lot of people wearily going, oh god. Same. The real challenge of adulthood that no one tells you about in advance is how many goddamn pieces of paper you have to keep up with that are never important until they are suddenly very important. Adulthood is a video game with no tutorial level. They just throw you in and be like, figure it out, bitch, bye! The sweetest, daintiest boy detective in all of Los Angeles, Willie Gore Explosion, has died of rickets after thinking about clues too hard. Say it isn't so. How do they choose which sand to be the glass and which sand to be the sand in an hourglass? Imagine you and your best friend were 2 grains of sand, and you had to be in the hourglass, and your bestie had to be the glass. You're together, but you've never been more apart. A sick and twisted practice, Hourglassery is. How high do you have to be to think of this? This was me off 1 chocolate croissant. Shit, that must have been a really good croissant. I hate when people say shit like, but your antidepressants alter your brain function unnaturally. Read up on it. Like, yeah, you're right. They force it to produce serotonin so I can function. Similar to how I take thyroxine because my thyroid doesn't fucking make the right shit. Similar to how people with diabetes take insulin. Similar to how people with low iron take iron supplements, you thin slice of nut loaf. Do you yell at people for eating food because their body just doesn't naturally photosynthesize energy on its own? Never not reblog. Yo, on point. I contain the uwu. What if uwu breached containment? Casualty in the millions.
Get them graves ready then, Uwu.
Ivan 9, what have you done? Middle-aged man, save me! Save me, evil middle-aged man!
Call that a discomfort character. If you're weird enough with the homies, you can break all boundaries of platonic romantic love and make a third, more evil thing. A podcast. No, wait. Better. A D&D group. Don't think of it as a bad movie adaptation. Think of it as a 90-minute long commercial for a very good book. Space Jam 1996. Hold up, what?
Hop in, loser. We're gonna see what heaven tastes like.
I bet it's marshmallows and raspberries. Shipping a man in a canon-het relationship with another man, but I'm shaking my head the whole time, so you know it's not out of the misogynistic disregard for the woman character. Hey, I have a suggestion. Let's hear out, Tumblr user. I suggest polyamory. I bet their suggestion is pretty good. Enemies to lovers, but it's Nintendo and Sega. Another individual that has not been exposed to Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games.
Seymour, why did you bring up Blythe in one of your recent videos? Now the blueberry whale is coming!
And they're changing directions to you because you can't even spell his name right. Have fun with that shit. It's a common misconception that vampirism automatically leads to bisexuality, but shocking new information from the World Health Organization says that, through sheer coincidence, everyone who's ever been turned into a vampire was already bisexual. Scientists and statisticians all over the globe are working hard to understand this absolute statistical clusterfuck. More 11. Not a coincidence. Queer folks adopt other queer folks all the time, and vampires have a long time to get good at gaydar. If I was a vampire, I would definitely turn all of my queer friend group. I think the simpler conclusion is that most queer people and their queer friends just like to bite each other, so, you know, shit happens. Gets home, breaks knuckles. Time to shit myself to sleep again, boys. Wait, no, it's crack knuckles. Wait, no, it's cry myself to sleep. Don't reblock this, stop it! His eyes were Coke Zero Brown. Delicious.
Hobbs versus Tigger cage match to the death. Say goodbye to your childhood because one will die.
Picturing 2 tiger plushies just kind of sitting there facing each other in the Thunderdome.
Well, I am picturing it.
Hobbs and Tigger would find some aspect of Tigerhood to bond over, but Calvin would put Christopher Robin in the ground. Hey, I'm really sorry to bother you, but I just wanted to warn you that you follow someone on here. This can't be true. This is the ideal bog. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like.
Man, I wish that were me.
Me staring down AO3. Okay, I'm desperate for fic about this pairing, but like, how desperate? You're not desperate until you're staring at fanfiction.net.
Fools! You're not desperate until you're staring down an empty Word document.
And there it is. Sometimes I put my face up against my dog while he's sleeping to feel his little lungs expand and his little heart beat, and I am struck by the beauty of life and the miracle of nature to evolve for thousands of years just to create one little guy and put him in my house. It's beautiful, man. I know Tumblr has accepted the whole cat's internal monologue is a desolate Victorian child thing, but what if a cat's internal monologue was Golem/Smeagol?
Nasty, filthy, dry foods that serves us. We want soft, juicy morsels from the Kansas. What's it doing, precious? What noises it makes with pointy mouth? We want it. Wicked tricksy humans does not feed us in hours. Must remind them or we'll starve. Wait for dinners. Oh no! That would kill us! Kill us!
New decree, if you have a bald cat, that is their voice. You don't have to be a person anymore or right now. Is one of the greatest gifts people can ever say to me, ever. I will look up at you with such big, beautiful doe eyes full of so much love and affection that you're giving me the ability to shed that role.
I think this is meant as a horny post, but not having to act and have the responsibilities of a person is deeply freeing, so I'm putting it here.
Believe you and me, it's both horny and non-horny.
There's no evidence that ghosts harm people. Economic logic. If ghosts are rational economic actors, they would have no incentive to harming living people. The cost of killing someone would likely outweigh the benefits for the ghost.
The worst person you know watching horror movies.
Not really getting a clear profit motive coming through here. I mean, everyone knows Pennywise killed those children because it was tax deductible, right?
Pisses me off how good Shakespeare actually is. Like, yeah, he's actually that good. People hype him up like he's the best English writer ever, and yeah, he's actually an S+ tier writer. Insane he did all that, while naming his characters shit like Count Evil Count and Peter Pennysex.
I think you're just jealous you didn't come up with those names yourself.
Man who opened a parentheses he forgot to close 4 years ago is tragically unaware everything he's said since has been an aside. You know the problem with reading a book? You get hooked, and then it ends, and then you feel sad. This post is canceled, I found a new book, and everything is alright again. Like Talos, this cannot be happening.
You know, I'm so glad Earth only has one moon. If there were more, I'd have to pick a favorite, and that sounds too emotionally taxing to even fathom.
Hey, so if anything about this, can only accurately reblog this edition until November 25th, 2024.
This website loves a damn time limit.
Achievement available. Sibling rivalry. Reblog this before our moon becomes an only child again.
We have had a second moon for over a month now. Furthermore, it will be gone within the week. Why have I not seen a single picture of it online? Oh, right. It's impolite to post pictures of infants unless you're the parent. My bad. Forgot about that, guys. Sorry.
How much does an Aurora Borealis weigh? It's pretty light. Anime about a mythological negotiator on duty to ward off creatures from hell by convincing them to turn away with their charm and looks. Call that Demon Slayer. Is this anything?
I got too excited while playing chess and told my opponent that I was going to slit his throat and slaughter him like a hog. Something to work on for next time.
Was your opponent the twink you're banging?
You people remember too much about me.
When encountering someone stuck in an apology loop, I do not uselessly ask or worse demand that they stop apologizing. Rather, I have found it more useful to affect a theatrical tone and formally absolve them.
Like a Renaissance pope, I absolve you, my child.
Usually, the combination of having the absurdity of the situation highlight, combined with a touch of psychological release if I can get a laugh, is enough to soothe their nerves a bit and get them to break the loop. And who knows, maybe they feel absolved. I don't know. I have an authoritative bearing.
This counts as a spell.
It's like lay on hands, but for people with anxiety.
The duality of man is thinking children cannot help themselves and we all need to be patient with them as they explore what it means to be a human in public. And also, damn, I wish this crying baby was not on the plane right now. Just as courage is not the absence of fear, but doing the brave thing in spite of it. Patience is not the absence of irritation, but doing the kind of thing in spite of it.
Oh my god, it's finally in words. When people say nature is my religion, are they talking about flies that feed on shit, maggots and decomposing corpses, lioness with stained teeth and mouths full of blood,
Are they talking about floods and fires and things from which we should always run? Are they talking about carcasses, rot, death? Or do they just mean this particular copse of benign trees is my religion? You cannot hug a tree without touching all the rot it took to grow it. Just remember, boys, girls, and nuns, to follow the beauty of life, you must also learn to walk with death. Director, okay, so it's a Christmas Carol, but with the Muppets, so, feel free to have fun with it, be a little silly. Michael Caine, I am going to play this entire thing as serious as a car accident. Now, you see, the problem with the line of thinking is that it assumes that Michael Caine wasn't trying to be funny. He absolutely was. It's just that the funniest thing he could have done is to play it straight. This movie would be less funny if he was being a jokester. He's playing the straight man for all the Muppets. All of them. And that's the funniest thing he could have done. And he could do it because he is that actor who could do it for real and it'd be very serious and people would clap and say it's the best since blah, 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 blah. But doing that, being Sir Serious dramatic actor in a room full of Muppets. Hilarious. Also, when Caine informed the director he was going to play this like the RSC, the director, Brian Henson, went, "Oh, good, that's exactly what I was hoping for." You are beautiful in your own warped little way. No joke with this one? Is he gone soft? I am calling you a freak, you illiterate. Ah, there it is. I think I could be trusted with the book that kills people from the classic manga series. No one can be trusted with the power of the book that kills people, in my honest opinion. See, the trick is I would only kill bad people who deserve it, unlike the main character, guy who kills people that he thinks are bad people who deserve it. I think the trick is don't eat the processed potato crisp. If I ever pass away, do not unfollow me. I will be back. With the slapping of my ass, something Baja this way blasts. All right, chat, I got a task for you. If you're playing a wizard in D&D or anyone who knows Thunderclap, this is your new incantation to do it. Please record results. The character is bad because... Well, the writing for this character is... Shut up, they made me feel emotion, they're a good character. There it is. These two brothers, under the age of 10, were being rowdy in the airport, and their dad calmly said, "Stealth mode," and they shut right up. Les font terrible. Why is OP French? Oh my god, you can't just ask people why they're French. That's Spanish? That's not Spanish. Everyone watching Mr. Beast's career like, "Go, white boy, go! No, white boy, not like that! White boy, I have never seen anyone fucking up like that! Come on!" I use Kermit as a model for the priesthood for several reasons. He wears a collar, visible. He's very reflective, prayerful. He gives good advice, verbal. He leads by example, does the right thing. And he's an overall great guy. So I was trying to find out if Kermit was eligible to be a pope, and I found a blog that says he's the perfect example of a Catholic priest. Well, what do you expect? He's a man of the cloth. Wait, why were you trying to find out if Kermit was eligible to be a Catholic priest? Usual reasons. I love handling meat because the texture feels good and it's really squishy. I just don't like the sticky hands or the smell. Nobody say a goddamn thing. I would love to handle some meat sometime. See, this is what happens when we don't have kink at Pride. What are you talking about? This is clearly humiliation kink. Perceive with your eyeballs. Kim Possible without her iconic mustache. I hate it. I hate it. Found footage horror movie, but instead of the monster attacking the crew, it just steals the camera and the rest of the film is the crew chasing the monster to get it back. OP, your mind? Me not understanding a movie. Wow. The cinematography. I forgot how fucking weird November is. There's no afternoon. It's just night after 2 p.m. When it rains, you simply just do not get a day. Northern Hemisphere people, are you okay? Northern Hemisphere person here? No. My sort of chibended off. Sent my teacher the draft. Sent the link and realized the doc is still titled Gerber. Should probably fix that.
This is like ripping the Band-Aid off and finding out you somehow forgot to clean your wound thoroughly from when you scraped it by landing in a pile of puzzle pieces. And so now a puzzle piece is stuck to your cut and you just have to rip that off too. According to a recent survey, replacing words with the names of musical instruments in a sentence often goes undetected. I'm so fucking angry.
This is what I eat at standard candy bars.
Block poop. Netherite brick. Minecraft-ass blunt.
Beef ingot.
Infinite Popak. They ate that shit on Snowpiercer.
Eat fucking brick, babe.
Nah, man. That's Pete. Cement. That's concrete, baby. You know, Cain killed Abel with that. When my family went to Disney World, we went on the Haunted Mansion ride, and this actor, dressed as a skeleton, came up to our cart and got right in my 3-year-old brother's face and whispered, "Are you scared?" And my brother kissed him on the nose, and the guy laughed so hard he had to leave. Puggy, the world is ending! No, man. It's just Monday. Hi, really sorry to bother you, but I just wanted to let you know that you reblogged a post from another Tumblr user. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me.
Hello, yes, we are doing exclusive stream. We are application. We just post over file.
I don't even fucking know how to do this one, lads.
Every tight-knit friend group got the always at 1 HP, never has inventory space, refuses to wear armor.
Oh, don't worry, I would never fire beams.
I would. Beam attack.
Probably a bad RPG idea. A bard masquerading as a skilled archer and his friend. A rogue who sneaks around stabbing people with arrows. Everyone just thinks he never misses.
Not gonna lie, kinda wanna see that in action.
The black-nosed shark is not known to pose a danger to humans. Yeah, man. We can tell. He looks like he's on the verge of sobbing. You know, making times for friends would be so much easier if I were the legendary Pokemon Dialga. You know, sometimes a theme occurs in your work without your permission. And sometimes it reaches a threshold where you're like, well, now I think this is saying something about me against my will. Don't know what though. There's no way to fix a cigarette that broke in half. Here are some things you can do instead of smoking. Call a friend or family member. Write a letter to your future self or journal. Clean your car. Do a crossword puzzle. Yeah, hey Mom, I know it's been a while since I called. I got bad news. My cigarette broke in half. Yeah, Google said no way to fix it either. I would never start gaming past 10 p.m., but I will often keep gaming past 10 p.m. Do you understand? If I've been gaming for a while and I see it's 10 p.m., it's like, oh yes, still time for a few quests. But if I haven't started gaming yet, I'm like, well, perhaps it's time for my nightly respite. Holy fuck, it's finally in words. When you have CEOs, directors, managers, and those who make way more than you, as the lowly IT guy wondering how they get any work done when they suddenly panic that their webcam isn't working, they were defeated by a slidey bit of plastic. Oh my god. This explains so much, doesn't it? You're a big fan of stiletto snakes for looking like someone's drawing of a snake. Not gonna lie. He looks pretty cool. Fun thing about picking up a cat from the street is that they know a negative amount of rules and will commit entirely new crimes. Like, ma'am, what are you doing in there? You're not a food. I love fighting game rosters because it's like, here's the most attractive woman you've ever seen. Here's an absolute freak of nature. Here's a beautiful trans woman. Here's a very gay young man. Here's the coolest guy you've ever seen and he's wielding a big sword. Here's a gorgeous non-binary person. Here's just a creature. Here's a man who probably doesn't know what fractions are. Here's a guy where if he touches you, you die instantly. And here's a lesbian that likes to kick you. Man, Guilty Gear's cast is great. Middle-aged lady on my bus just called someone's partner your whimsical idiot boyfriend over the phone. With sincere frustration, might I add. I strive to be her. I love when fiction makes the audience feel guilty about their role as the audience. When something fucked up is treated as a joke, but later it's recognized how fucked up it was, and the audience feels guilty for finding it funny. When a character breaks the fourth wall to plead for help and you can't do anything, so you just watch, and you know that the character's pain isn't real, but they're begging for help and you're not helping because their suffering is entertainment for you. Blue's Clues? How do I get inside your head? We need 15 to 20 episode seasons again. These limited series have the worst pacing in the world, and none of the character decisions hold any weight. We are slowly killing the difference between television and movies. TV seasons have 6 to 8 hour long episodes. Movies are part 1 and part 2, and both halves are nearly 3 hours long. Both of them have too much time and not enough time for the characters to struggle and grow and change. What makes a story better suited for television or film is becoming irrelevant because we are erasing the distinctions, and that's bad for both of them. Do you ever wonder if your choice of Blorbo is random baby chicken printing, or in fact a deep psychological profile that reveals all the things you need therapy for? Now, we don't have time to unpack all of that. Astonishing how good it can feel to get some chores done sometimes. You'll be sitting there like, damn, I am some type of horror little schmeagle-like creature who should be crushed to death. But then you do some laundry and you're like, wow, I'm actually God's most fuckable soldier. Wizards are all high and mighty, casting fireball until the Blade Singer shows up and casts Flaming Sword Rain. Blade Singer be like, the future is now, old man. I just saw someone use the word fapping, and it gave me whatever the negative version of nostalgia is. See, nostalgia is a neutral term that can display both positive and negative emotion. You've just experienced some bad nostalgia. Nostalgia with the emphasis on the no. I love it when dogs try to help, but the task at hand requires 0 dogs, so they're kind of just stand in front of you and look serious. Yeah, middle-aged men do this too. Writing prompt. So what's your power? Said the all-seeing, superpowered individual. Telekinesis, you said. So it's not the ability to order around the invisible monster that follows you around? The fucking what? Sir? Ma'am? This is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That is Jotaro Kujo. And that monster's name is Star fucking Platinum, and you will treat him with respect! Oh, happy thanks and misgiving, everybody. If you're watching this on Thanksgiving, I'm sorry. I had a dream that, like how people can link their Spotify to their Discord account, you could also link your smoke detector to your Discord, and it notified your friends when it went off. This could have saved Randy. We, as a fandom, need to take a breath and come together and realize that Orange Scrivello bind autistic is top tier. Excuse me, being autistic. Sure, we have a plant boy and all, but that evil dentist is 100 times better. Autism be damned, my boy can... What is my boy doing? Stop that boy! Reading sports headlines while pretending sports doesn't exist suggests a fascinating world of magic and whimsy. Darius Slay says he was this close to becoming a Raven. David Montgomery was pursued by Vikings, Bears. Transfer portal created in good faith, but is out of control. Wolf enters transfer portal. Wizard and Raptors injury reports. Man, this is way better than the sports ball. Fank thinks puppy eyes will reduce his sentence. Sorry, buddy, illegal trade blockades are a big deal. In Waterfall. You let that fucking Eevee out of that cage right now. Oh, maybe the horrors would be less daunting if we were holding hands. With each other or with the horrors? I've got 2 hands. They should make an actual banned bookstore that only sells classified government documents. It's called War Thunder Forms.
The all-seeing eye has seen enough. The ceaseless watcher needs to rest its eyes just for a minute. Just for a little bit, please. Look at him.
Louisiana police officer crashes after owl flies into patrol car and starts pecking at him. A hero. Cassie's still fighting that good fight. Hey, she killed a cop in the very first book, and she can do it again. ACAB, more like ACAOH. Got him. Watching a whale documentary where a whale eats a stingray. Hell yeah, lunchtime. Watching a stingray documentary where a whale eats a stingray. You fucking son of a bitch. 24 tricks to sting worm. Just cast a fire spell. Dipshit. There's something so wrong about making Homestar saying shit. Why? People show their true colors in life-threatening situations. No. They show you what they act like when they're mortally terrified. An emotion notorious for literally turning your entire brain off to the point where people who go into those situations as a profession need to be literally trained on how to not have that happen.
It's too late, Captain. She's already asleep. This is a Category 5 cozy in bed event. there's nothing we can do.
Baldur's Gate 3 has been played for so long on Steam Deck that if you jump back the same amount in time, Jesus will still be alive. This is one of the funniest news titles I have read in a long time. Chat, who do you think Jesus would put in his team? Like, do you think he put the obvious cleric on his team? Or does he got that freak in him and he puts Asterion and Karlach on his team? Can we kill you? Metaphorically, yeah, you're allowed to kill me, the author. Can we unkill you? I would love that. I love living a metaphorical half-life, always thinking about what I once was. I would prefer not getting metaphorically killed in the first place, though. Happy 19th birthday to the Nintendo DS.
Huh? No, retro consoles are like the NES and SNES, right? The PlayStation 2 and DS are still pretty new, right?
20 years. I'm younger than the DS. I already got whiplash being a few months older than the Xbox 360. I can't handle this! Piece of media explicitly against hate. The most hateful person you have ever met. Big fan of said media. Fascinated by this phenomenon. Christianity. Oh my god, you're right. We'll have fun with that at the Thanksgiving table. I'm sure Uncle Bobby isn't throwing a fucking fit right now.
Probably bad RPG ideas. Hey, hold this for a minute.
Bestows upon you power as akin to that of a god. Thanks. Hey, you know what was pretty close to that? Hollowed Bonds. You could check that out on Andy's channel right now, link in description. Hey, guess who found out the difference between wax paper and parchment paper the hard way?
Wait, what's the difference?
Well, one you can use in the oven safely, and the other you can also use in the oven if the thing you're trying to make happens to be fire.
So my friend bought a scrying mirror, commonly used in the occult for predicting the future,
and walked in to see his black cat standing on 2 legs and staring into it. Don't even worry about that. Well, why did he even buy a scrying mirror if he didn't expect his familiar to scry? People say I love you in a lot of different ways. Eat something. Buckle up. Get some sleep. Here are my fries. I'm gonna draw you something. You're a dork. Be safe.
Hey, you can have the last slice.
Did you get home okay?
Oh.
This makes my insides warm. And my personal favorite,
Don't die.
I fucking love this game, man. You ever listen to a song 47 times in a row and every time you're like, wow, what a good song. I'm gonna play it again.
Alright, chat, full disclosure. I felt that way with, Raichi's cover of Vampire. It's really good. Like, really, really good.
I tell people I'm fine because what the fuck they gonna do if I'm not?
This is too real!
You know, there's drama in the vintage community about people buying rare and expensive pieces on eBay and Etsy, and then taking them to their local Goodwill and filming it so they can act like they found it in the wild for old people clout. They make YouTube videos like, rare $10,000 1920s flapper dress found at Salvation Army in perfect condition? And then somebody in the comments will be like, yeah, fine there, I sold this to you last week on Etsy, you're a liar and a freak ass. Or however old people type. And everyone gets their ass until they delete their channel. Obsessed with it. Eat an entire can of sweet condensed milk. You deserve it. Okay. This is one of the most rewarding things about posting self-care tips on this site. Witnessing people's lives getting better in real time. This is why I post. My tattoo artist told me his teenage son came out to him as trans by giving him a bunch of blue cupcakes and a greeting card that said, "It's a boy!" That's cute, I said.
It was not cute, he snapped. I thought he was pregnant.
I can see the miscommunication there. Oh no. Okay, because I just saw a terrible take, I feel compelled to say that there is no thick market to oversaturate in fandom. Good gravy. I need everyone reading this post to remember that writing is not content, writing is art. You don't look at a painting of an ocean and say, yeah, it's overdone. You look at it and think it's beautiful. Because it is. And y'all better start treating writing the same fucking way before you lose your favorite authors for good. Art is not something to be capitalized on, and stop treating it like it is. Listen, if you want to understand how emanations work, it's like this. If you're an infinite thing like God and you want to become a finite thing like the world, how do you go from infinite to finite? Answer, emanation. You know when you're at a wedding and there's a big pyramid of wine glasses and they fill the wine glasses by pouring champagne into the top so it overflows and then fills all the glasses beneath it? Imagine the wine bottle is infinite. That's God. Each of the glasses is called a hypostasis. God can emanate through many hypostases to reach its final emanation. As for how many hypostases there are and how they're arranged, that's the tricky one. Every religion has a different answer, and it's never simple.
Metal Gear bosses before they shoot at you from a helicopter.
I get no respect on this damn website!
Ocean announcement. There is a shark in the ocean. This isn't an issue. Keep going. Just stay in your lane and he'll stay in his. Man, I'm glad Gravity Falls is getting this resurgence. I still miss it. And loving the duality and responses between, yes, I'm now just joining this fandom, and wow, what a great show, and, but her aim's getting better! Do you condemn the Grinch's attack on Whoville? No, the mayor of Whoville was an asshole. So, bad news. We have to keep going tomorrow. Good news is that I'll keep going with you. Can I torture myself with the story of Undertale? BRB.
Good lord.
The canon isn't real. We can make our own rules too. I am begging you people to revisit the source material pipeline.
You have to know the rules so you can break them with intention and precision. Otherwise, your work will never be truly transformative.
Literally, the first step in jazz is to get the original piece down. That's the only way you can riff in a way it works.
They don't know there are 147 species of anchovy.
Why? Why are there 147 species of anchovy? I thought anchovy were a species. Are they like dog breeds? What? You should be at the club. I should be sleeping peacefully at Sunning Rocks. Most important thing about the eclipse. Whatever you do, don't listen to some stuck-up calico claiming he caused the sun to disappear. He'll dethrone your leader and become a dictator, by the way.
Oh, I feel like this is a reference to something. Oh my god, my new shoes came! Ignore my ugly house arrest ankle bracelet.
Mix butter and water together at the gym. Whoever you are, stop trying to communicate with me. You will not die at the hands of quicksand. Ask me how I know this. Please, how do you know this? Quicksand does not have any hands. Duh. Worst part about getting angry is how much it makes you want to be mean. Sorry, I said something dickish. A few mildly frustrating things happened to me in succession, and it turned me evil. Hello, I am Hosiest, and this is my song. I am already in church. This post implies the existence of Hosey, who is not at church and has no desire to go. The celebrity Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavors being some of the best ones is like the retail equivalent of having to go to a restaurant and order a rootin' tootin' yeehaw cowboy burger or something. The Tonight, though, is a downright hedonistic ice cream flavor concept, but in order to obtain it, you have to purchase a pint of ice cream with Jimmy Fallon's face on it and then see him in your freezer every day for a week. God, it's like the monkey's paw of ice cream. It's not fucking tinnitus, idiot. That's my guardian angel speaking to me.
What's Z saying?
Right now, the internet is feeling depressed.
Yeah, it's felt like that for a while. Annotated Spotify wrapped up Top 100 that tells you why the song in particular is there.
Your number one song was Casual by Chappelle Roan. You listened to it 382 times because you are a miserable homosexual. She doesn't like you like that, bro.
Santa is on strike due to global warming. All presents this year will be delivered by Sasha, the Christmas tiger. Milk and cookies may not be sufficient. Chain Chomp evolution is weird because they barely changed anything, but now they're much cuter and way less scary.
Chain Chomps lost their vestigial forward-facing eyes after generations of forced domestication led them away from their predatory nature. It's actually, super uncool. It's wild that the Washington Redskins existed for so long. Imagine having a football team called the Connecticut Crackers and their logo is a caricature of a white dude. She always looks like she just got done with an hour-long crying session. I'll give that cat whatever it wants. Was told to straighten my posture and align my heels. I now stand corrected. Post that you absolutely must subject your followers to. The reviews are in. Stop using character AI to talk to us. Ask us questions and send us messages in our blogs like God intended. Never learn to program because you'll get hit with, I guess I'll do it myself disease, and you'll end up at 2 a.m. 20 nights in a row. Why the fuck is the UV map data offset by 0x10 for no fucking reason? That's an X, not a multiplication that shows hex data. Why is Tumblr returning that into a multiplication sign? And when I take 3 weeks to fix a single bug because I mixed a single line of code to shift the alignment. Because for some reason, this is the only thing that needs a byte alignment, despite literally everything else in the file not needing it. Why? A lot of your art improvement really is just bullshitting it hard enough until you streamline and add enough elegance to said bullshitting that it looks good. Also doing it 1 million times. Can't forget the 1 million times. Skyward Sword is so funny because Link is usually like this great swordsman, but motion controls, he's just flailing it around and hoping for the best. Me at Sam's Club trying to grab the last pack of apple fritters. I think they should invite the original creator of DashCon, who is now a raccoon biologist, to DashCon 2, which just so happens to be in Toronto, the raccoon diabetes capital of the world. I am dying to learn about the raccoon diabetes. Hey, I was just at Things Got Better Island, and everyone there is talking about how excited they are to meet you. One thing that took me embarrassingly long to learn is sometimes when people say things, they will not be true. I used to tell people about this revelation, and they'd be like, yeah, duh. But, like, why wouldn't my base assumption be that you're communicating with me in a straightforward manner? Anyway, I get scammed a lot. Wait, why did someone tag this autism? Is this an autism thing? That's what taking things literally means? I thought it meant, like, take things literally, as in metaphors and figure of speech, which means that I took it too literally. Oh, sweet summer baby child, Kit Boga needs to protect you from scams. Weekends are a scam. You spend one day exhausted and the other day anxious, like, what the fuck was that? This isn't a joke. We need a third day. I'm so serious. It would literally be so much better for us as a society. A customer contacted our team with questions and then finished their email with, I am daunted by the complexities and unknowns. And I still haven't been able to stop thinking about it since. Reblog if you are daunted by the complexities and unknowns. Women can write M/M. Men can write F/F. Asexuals can write filthy smut. Lesbians and gay men can write M/F. It's all arbitrary anyway. Who gives a shit? Oh, but they don't have an experience of... I don't have an experience committing or solving murders either. But that's still mostly what I read and write about. I've never banged an alien, but here we are. You've never banged an alien yet. There's always time.
Is this a sandwich? Please discuss.
I guess.
Look, this is my litmus test. I pretend I am the original Earl of Sandwich. I have asked for non-bread foods to be brought to me inside bread, that I might more easily consume them one hand while gambling. This does not enable my wretched regency habits. This is not what I asked for. I do not deign to grace it with the name of my house.
This is the most important addition to the sandwich discourse I have ever read.
Alright, this is more of a serious discussion, so buckle up, here we go. In order to not succumb to sex-negative conservatism, you have to accept that people will get off to things that are upsetting to you. And you cannot assume anything about what they have or have not experienced, what they do or do not believe, and how they act based solely on what gets them off. Even if it's extremely confusing and disturbing to you. There are people who have only ever had heterosexual vanilla sex and missionary with the lights off, who have actively contribute more to real-world harm than your average fetish artist. Kink is not a reliable source of information on someone's moral standing. It just feels good to think that way. Okay, back to the funnies.
The iced and iced chai should just be cubes of frozen chai, but we no longer dare to imagine better worlds.
I'm going to be incorporating We No Longer Dare to Imagine Better Worlds into my vocabulary starting now.
One of the bad part about having a good long-term memory is that I can recall most of my cringe moments, and if I get one, I can't forget it until next year.
Oh wow, only next year for you? Lucky. I still think about shit I said when I was 12.
Hey, sorry for getting really pissy at you earlier because I could hear you chewing. I have a condition called...
Remembers pathologizing my behavior is unhelpful.
It's actually because I hate you specifically. Getting middle surgery!
Thing that squeaks when you hug me.
Adult friendships be like, I miss you, bro. Let's hang out in November. Hey, do you all have any free time in the next couple of months? And finally, probably bad RPG ideas.
Use goblin stats in your next game of choice. Grabbiness, odorosity, bragging, longiness, ignitability, and knives.
Booyah!
The word hot in hotel caught on fire. Too hot. Better call the police and the fireman. The Princess of Light has requested another beer. The Prince of Darkness has requested another strawberry milkshake. Alright, Chad, name those characters. Let me put this in words you can understand. Meow, 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 meow. Can't focus on a thing. I gotta bounce the leg. And proceed to shake every table and chair within a 10-foot radius. Saying, can you not? To inanimate objects that are just following the laws of physics, but in, like, inconvenient ways. Nothing more sobering than realizing you've been assuming a cover of a song was the original. Like, oh, phew. If the wrong person found out about that, I could have been killed. Me, when my brother thought the Panic at the Disco cover of Bohemian Rhapsody was the OG, and I had to sit him down and be like, never tell that to anyone ever again if you want to live, okay? This is the most heinous one. Everyone else go home. What did they lace Skyrim with that makes it so compelling? The writing is fine. The gameplay is somewhere between fine and terrible. Most people soundly ignore the main quest, and yet I want to play it again. I think it's your body trying to tell you to make a new file that doesn't end up becoming another stealth archer build.
He was as tall as he was tall, and his eyes were the color they were. To describe his hair, one would say he had some. His face had all the features you'd expect, and none of the ones you wouldn't. There he is, people would often say of him, but only when he was there. And they were right. I think a pet fish is so funny. Like, yeah, there's a guy in my house who can move in more dimensions than me, and I've permanently trapped him in a 2-foot glass cube. He has to pay for his crimes. Megamind talking to a new friend like, thank you for engaging in the mortifying ordeal of being known, so that I may partake in the euphoric experience of knowing you. I made my first Photoshop thing. I love it. Never have I seen anything that more perfectly encapsulates the personality of a beta fish. I ate 2 servings of lasagna. I am so full I could not possibly eat another bite. Roughly 20 minutes after my stomach tells me it has room for more, so I go to get a 3rd serving of lasagna. But as I get there, my ADHD remembers to take the tape off the fuel gauge, and my stomach informs me that I am, in fact, still full. I have been betrayed. World's oldest haunted house has passed away at the age of 207. Let's get pregnant again. I think you have a fundamental misunderstanding of, well, maybe everything, actually. Funniest thing about the official YouTube video for Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap is that the comments are literally JoJo reference, 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 JoJo reference. This was my late father's favorite song, and I'm glad that this song lets me still feel connected with him. JoJo reference, JoJo reference, JoJo reference, JoJo reference. The year is 2025. Scientists are still scrambling to figure out what Zigga Zigga Ah is, so that they can give the Spice Girls what they really want. The Spice Girls are getting impatient. War is upon us. Wait a minute. That's this year. Oh my god! Childhood is wanting to be Batman. Teenagerhood is wanting to be Batman. Adulthood is wanting to be Batman. The only thing that changes is the reason you want to be Batman. Wait. Wind Waker's Ganondorf dual blades had the Twin Rovers' names inscribed to them? No way, he was a mama's boy. This is the equivalent of a cartoony tough guy having a tattoo that says mom. Yeah? It only makes him more perfect! Despite what popular opinion may lead you to believe, some rocks actually do have scientifically proven auras. Unfortunately, those rocks are uranium, and the aura is cancer. Some rocks also produce strong auras in water, like the alkali metals. These auras, however, are fire. Though rock auras are rare, rock magic is common. The most common form of rock magic is concussion. Can I stay in bed until 2025?
Wake up, beach.
This content has been removed at the copyright holder's request.
Why is this post completely broken in every way imaginable? Broken notes, deactivated account, Removed image. Finally. We have them all. In addition, OP's name is just gone.
No insert username deactivated, insert a bunch of numbers.
As is the standard for deactivated blogs. Just the word deactivated. Look upon their post, ye mighty, and despair.
It'll be impossible to find this post unless it wanders across your dash.
And it has now been preserved into a YouTube video forever. Until YouTube dies.
I'm so genuinely lucky to be dumb as hammers. The simplest things bring me joy.
I've had several fits of passionate laughing out loud today because I can't stop thinking of the phrase, $1 million. Fuck, I made me stupid too. It's just funny.
New DB Cooper theory.
He went up. The rapture happened, but they only took him. I visited a puffin colony a few days ago. I want you to meet my friend, the Porb. I love him. I feel like we need a massive public education campaign to inform people that natural and healthy are two completely different words with separate meanings.
Writing prompt. Humanity went extinct. However, the supernatural creatures pretending to be human were so good at it that no one realized there were no more humans for over 200 years.
Yeah, that sounds like a good Twilight Zone episode. When did people get convinced a grass lawn was good and pretty? Versailles, I think, is the genuine answer.
Of course, as with most things, blaming the French is an excellent bet.
Try to your way out of this one, Versailles.
My tarantula has never felt the touch of a man before, yet she's laying eggs.
I didn't know they could lay unfertilized eggs.
What do I do? Phrasing of this is taking me out.
My tarantula, virginal as the Mother Mary, has given birth. Is this the second coming? Yeah, harder to crucify a being with 8 legs.
Spider Jesus died on the asterisk for our sins.
You can't leave this in the text, fuckers. Get his ass is so unreasonably funny to me. A huge win for the English language. It's today's versions of seize him, in my opinion. Congratulations, you posted 4,000 posts. Yay! Oh, what the fuck?
Unbothered, moisturized, happy, in my lane, focused, flourishing.
Pikachu's drowning.
Who's thinking about him?
Thinking about that one leaked design document about how a particular outfit in Sun and Moon was scrapped because it made the main character look gay? Like coming from the company that designed these heterosexual men?
Like, come on, Wallace is like dead on obvious.
Well, Peel Diago Palkia Giratina.
I have had like 5 asks for this trio.
And JFC, okay, fine, y'all are monsters.
Oh my god, Giratina. He just looks like a little guy.
Lechong. Lechonges. Lemogas.
I am not sorry.
And you shouldn't be.
Oh wow, autumn's here. Isn't that great, Chicory? You know, I know some people criticize the put a bow on a creature so people know it's a girl approach to character design.
But come on, this rules. Look how happy she is.
Favorite Pokemon conceptually are the ones counted as a single entity, but are clearly just like
more than one guy just hanging out.
They're unionized.
Especially Phalanx. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Alright, chat. Which one's the son? They made this little frog a Bulbasaur cosplay. Hey, it's the greatest thing. Look at him, I love him.
All you fucking perverts drawing Pokemon with belly buttons are in for a goddamn reckoning. They are hatched from eggs.
Pow! Can't use a gun sound effect thing, Susan.
Can you peel Reuniclus, please? It's my friend's favorite.
I have freed them from their jail prison. Bonus.
Which evolution would previous poster be?
The Miku-looking one. The Miku-looking one? Hello? I give off Glaceon vibes, sure, but because of Miku? That's why! You both wound and compliment me. Oh, no, Miku, what do you have to say about that?
Happy New Year, but it's also Wet Bees Wednesday. Oh yeah. Yo. Check this shit out.
Girl, help, I evolved fruit gummy and he's literally the size of my entire room. Pokemon Go is worth it for the occasional glimpses we get into what social media is like in the actual Pokemon universe. Ash Ketchum, you lucky boy, you got to do everything awesome in the Pokemon world. It's not fair anymore. He never got to grow up, spend time with his family, or have a family of his own. He has a 5th grade education at best. He's essentially homeless, and the only friend he's retained through all of his travels is a mouse. Yo, he's literally riding the god of the oceans like a fucking flying horse. Do you think he gives a rat's ass about his education? I miss that very specific period of early Pokemon marketing where they weren't quite married to Pikachu being their mascot yet, so they just sort of threw a bunch of other C-tier Pokemon and everything they could to see what would stick. Who's that little monster thing every kid is in love with these days? It's Poliwhirl, right? Yeah, it is. Put a fucking little dude on everything. Hey, man. Poliwhirl fans gotta stick together. Am I right, Polycule?
Yeah. For your consideration, Mr. Mime is Ash's dad.
I'm pretty sure Mr. Mime was the later character. He's his dad now. Alakazams really are so smart. Oh, look at this guy. He's literally been holding his spoon in his hands for 4 generations of Pokemon in preparation for this.
Foresight finally worked.
Just shame my actual eyesight went bad. How the fuck did I read this?
It's been doing staring contests for a week. I want to go home, but it won't move an inch unless it loses.
My favorite thing is Starmie not realizing it can't physically blink and thinking it's just the best at staring contests.
A horrible concept, though, if it could blink. Pokemon fans, all the Pokemon are lazy, they're running out of ideas.
Gen 1. A seal named Seal. A crab named Krabby Crab. Some slime named Slimy. A rat named Ratty Rat. A clown named Dr. Clown.
Bear witness to the greatest force ever assembled in history. Bear. Bear. Bear.
Wait, is this a We Bare Bears reference? Everyone I know or follow on Tumblr is either a good artist, writer, cosplayer, GIF maker, photoshopper, or attractive, or just amazing. And I sit here like, is that a platypus with 6 legs?
That's Lotad, you uncultured shit.
Footnote, there was also a misprint in the original Ruby Sapphire guidebook, which showed the Pokemon Trapinch as having no evolutions, making Vibrava and Flygon unobtainable to those who didn't accidentally level up Trapinch until it evolved seemingly for no reason. Man, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald were scarier than most creepypastas. Must suck ass to be like a lawyer or something in the Pokemon world. They haven't made any cool lawyer Pokemon yet.
Oh well.
I think we have different definitions of lawyer, but sure.
Why wouldn't Ho-Oh be a lawyer? They're Phoenix, right?
In the kindest way possible. Fuck you. The fact you can press B to cancel a Pokemon's evolution is so funny to me. Like, imagine a butterfly about to emerge from a chrysalis and you just put your hand on it like, shh, buddy. Not yet. And it's like, well, okay. And climbs back in and zips itself up like a sleeping bag. Kinda worried that Nintendo's trying to warn us about something. Pokemon Go. Mario Run.
Animal Crossing, get out.
Legend of Zelda, get a fake identity. Donkey Kong, it's right behind you. And the final installment, Kirby Found You. You know how IRL scientists are always ready to throw hands over certain topics? What I want to know is what kind of stupid arguments Pokemon scientists get into fights over. A heated battle starts in the middle of a conference because someone asked if Slowking Shelder could be considered its own separate species or not. Scientist steps onto the stage. A photo of a Flygon appears on the projector screen. She hits the screen with a pointer stick. Bug. Entire auditorium erupts into furious shouting. And finally, Cockroach, what about see you next Tuesday, Susan Roach? I think you mean... Can you please turn that off?
Captain Toad initiates conversation. Mario.
Nintendo has at least 4 characters who are DJs, and none of them have collaborated with each other yet. This is unacceptable. It seems you've forgotten somebody.
Despite containing both a Princess Peach and a Princess Daisy piece, the licensed Super Mario chess set does not designate either of them as a queen piece, instead making them both bishops. Instead, Luigi is chosen to be the queen piece. Our queen. This reminds me of these kids I used to nanny. The eldest, 8 at the time, taught me how to play chess with this set. I remember him going over the pieces and stated that Luigi was the queen, and he, no joke, said, "Because he's the nicest and you have to protect someone like that." That has always stuck in my head whenever I see Luigi now. Luigi shuffling up for one of his casino minigames in Super Mario 64 DS. Oh yeah.
Isn't gambling illegal in Japan?
Luigi's Italian. "Can I get the woohoo?" is generally the funniest thing a person could say in any situation, but is undeniably powerful coming from a demon with a cheap mustache.
Why would you say this about Mario?
I take it back, this is so undeniably powerful, I'm losing my mind.
That's what I thought.
Okay, baby Mario characters are nice, but what about Teen Mario characters? Teen Mario just rolls his eyes and flips his scene hair and says, "Like, let's go," unenthusiastically. Or even better, "Let's fucking stay." The Smash Bros. Cast swapping anecdotes about their various evil doppelgangers, and Mario getting into an argument about whether Wario counts. Surprisingly, Mario is arguing that Wario does not count, as he has literally never made that connection in his life. You can't just say every fat Italian in overalls is a Mario counterpart. He's his own person with hopes and dreams. Evil hopes and dreams, but still. Daisy, meanwhile, manages to argue very convincingly that Peach should be considered her evil doppelganger,
despite just being her cousin.
Wario is playing devil's advocate because being Mario's evil doppelganger is great for business. If he was just some guy, nobody would buy WarioWare. Samus. Yeah, Dark Samus is kind of like a Metroid that stole my appearance and tries to kill me. Wario lying through his fucking teeth. Yeah, that's the same thing with the Mario and me.
I am not gonna let you hide this in the replies.
The difference 21 years makes.
21 years on tea. Tortellini.
Remember when Luigi asked if everyone in the human world will ever learn acceptance and Mario made this face for like 5 seconds?
It's like he knew Tumblr will exist and that disciples set up even more racial conflicts that already were in the late 80s and early 90s.
Leave my posts alone.
I work at Starbucks, and yesterday night these 2 big Italian men come in and order some coffee, so I asked for the first guy's name, and he says, in his thick Italian accent, that it's Mario. I'm thinking, okay, it's a pretty common name for a middle-aged Italian dude. But then his friend orders, and when I ask what his name is, he says, it's Luigi. And I can't help it. I giggle a little, to which Luigi says to his friend Mario, I told you she'd get it. And that's the story of how I got memed on by 2 middle-aged Italian men on Christmas Eve. Years ago, my husband sent an email to Nintendo asking them a bunch of questions about Mario 64. Stuff like, how do bomb-bombs reproduce? And who does that second penguin baby belong to? And I bring it up because one of the 50-odd questions asks, why is there no furniture in Princess Peach's castle? Nintendo of Europe answered every question. So I can canonically tell you that Princess Peach is so rich that she owns 2 castles. One for furniture and one for all her artwork. In case you're wondering, the answers to the other 2 are through a mixture of gunpowder and love, and no one, it's its own penguin. There's extra, and then there's Princess Peach. This poses an even bigger question, though. If that castle is specifically for paintings and only paintings, how the fuck did they bake the cake? People act like hating Mario is imperative to being a Luigi fan, as if Luigi wouldn't fucking kill you for saying that. It's true, Mario's biggest fan is his brother. You know, you can achieve success without stepping on people's heads. You hear that, Mario, you jerk? Hey, what you looking at there, Mario? Something peachy? Never let this die. Oh my god, Bowser, you hopeless romantic. You love Peach no matter what she turns into. Bowser really is the type to love you if you became a worm. I say this again. He is no base villain. He is a conqueror king with a different sense of politeness, that is all. You are a fool to reject him, Toadstool. He would love you with the force of a supernova, the warmth of an hour after dawn at the edge of Kupahari, the loyalty of an elder chain chomp, the grace of a dancing blooper. He is the one man every woman needs, and you reject him? Why? For fear that his territory would somehow pollute your own?
That he would have a greater claim to the throne? That his people would overwhelm the culture of yours? Fool, woman! He sees eternity, while you grapple for hours, even whilst they crumble in your arms.
Jesus Christ, see, tell us how you really feel.
In one particular piece of official art for Super Mario Odyssey, Mario's hair is rendered in great detail. Zooming in to the part above his ear, we can see what appears to be a single gray hair. This seems to be deliberate, as analysis of the images reveal that is not a transparency issue, but that the hair is indeed colored a lighter color than the rest. Due to the image being released in a lossless format by Nintendo, this also could not be a compression artifact. This is still hands down the wildest post on this site. I crave the most innocent parts of a relationship, like holding hands and forehead kisses and being able to tell someone how much I absolutely adore them.
And absolutely slaughtering them in Mario Kart.
Date? A me? Nice try, Mario.
For the first time since she was introduced 34 years ago, Princess Daisy is a playable character in a mainline Mario title. That's actually the result of an internal rule set by Nintendo back in the 90s. Google Princess Daisy Rule 34 to learn more. Don't! I wonder if we'll still use Tumblr in 5 years.
The unfunny thing about this 7-year-old post is that 7 years ago, the internet was such that one could reasonably imagine that in 5 years there would be other better platforms that would make Tumblr sort of outdated and cringy. Now the alternatives to Tumblr are corporations spying on you, absolute hellhole of discourse over Tumblr screenshots, corporations spying on you, Tumblr posts but in video form while corporations and the Chinese government spy on you, that platform you signed on after the titty ban spread mass panic and you never used since, and Reddit. A couple of months ago, when I was 100%ing Luigi's Mansion 3, I was doing a lot of multiplayer mansion games, trying to get the rare ghosts, and after one of these sessions, I got a friend request from one of the people I played randomly with. Anyway, his name is Luigi, his profile is Luigi, his library consists solely of Luigi games, and I've never seen him play anything else, so I just have to assume Luigi himself is my friend on Switch. For sale, framed Luigi, never hung. If you're one of the dozen or so people who replied with something to the effect of, actually Luigi is hung, you are now my enemy and I'm going to maul you on sight. Knock knock, open the door, it's me! Please open the door! Open up, hee-hee! Please. I don't know why people call Luigi the lesser brother. He is a multimillionaire with multiple homes, who has been on just as many adventures as his superior brother, Mario, and has been on multiple occasions been called in to save Mario. It's bullshit propaganda, and I won't stand for it anymore. Not to mention, he actually, has a personality, isn't suffering from silent protagonist syndrome. He's fucking drenched in personality. Look at him go! He's also got a bigger dick, according to MatPat. And he's got a bigger dick, according to MatPat. Congratulations!
Long live the king.
Well, one of these days, I'm gonna eventually run a Twitter post because, my God, are people migrating to Blue Sky real fast?
Food, $200. Data, $150. Rent, $800. Las Vegas Sphere, $450,000 a day. Utility, $150. Someone who's good at campaigns help me budget this. My small business is dying.
Anyone can reintroduce wolves. Bring back the 7-foot-tall soul-eating Irish elk, you cowards.
Look at that. I want to ride that thing into battle.
Well, how else are we supposed to wash the station's windows, Ensign? Meet me at the scaffolding outside. Oh, you can't hold your breath for 90 minutes? Okay, I suppose you're one of those 30-minute people. Weak.
About as weak as the guy who read that without your accent. I'm so sorry.
This design is ass. Session terminated.
No way.
Bro, imagine having art style so bad that Adobe's like,
we don't want to feed this to our AI feeding machine, you fucking mongrel.
While I go through the trouble of putting on makeup, the rose finch just wakes up in the morning and looks like this.
If you piss off your friends who have multiple romantic partners, you'll have to face their...
Polyrath. It's polyrath, guys. You see it? I asked the produce guy if I could try a grape, and he said he wouldn't care if I lit the store on fire with him in it.
I think he was flirting with you.
Why did it kind of work? Because I can't stop thinking about him. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is going to be the pinnacle of cinema. We can quit making more movies now. Two dumb hedgehogs beating the shit out of each other over Tokyo, one of them on a motorbike, isn't ever going to be beaten.
Yesterday, I overheard my 2-year-old son saying,
Are you sure this is a good idea?
and my 5-year-old son replying,
Trust me.
and I have never moved from one room to another so quickly in my life.
Man, this house ain't got enough outlets.
What if we kissed under the missile toaster?
James Cameron says Avatar Fire and Ash will introduce 2 Na'vi tribes. One is nomadic and travel through the air. The other represents the dark side of the Na'vi. They were destroyed by volcanic eruptions, so they resent nature and everything the forest Na'vi preach. Does he think we're fucking stupid? Is this how we find out Avatar is actually just James Cameron's Avatar The Last Airbender fanfiction?
I'm a top.
I'm a bottom. Okay. I'm Vengeance. I am the Night.
I'm Batman.
Send reply. 14 other users made the same joke. Send.
Do better.
This will save lives. It would also make YouTube comment sections very, very quiet.
Your rent is due?
Nuclear bomb right to your face and cock. Ugh, said that with a little too much confidence, didn't I? I have an idea for a new TV show. A girl reads her DMs out loud, and 5 mothers have to guess which of their sons wrote it. 10 out of 10 would binge every episode. Conversations with the 5-year-old DM. It's the spider dragon.
What is that?
A massive black dragon with 8 legs and big pincers dripping with poison.
That is terrifying.
It has a breath weapon. It breathes millions of tiny spiders at you.
Screw rolling for initiative. Can I just roll to surrender?
November sucks. Can't shave, can't nut, and you have to write a 50K word novel. The Shining. You're gonna look me in the eye and say that Jack Nicholson went absolutely batshit fucking crazy because he couldn't nut or shave? You sure it had nothing to do with the ghosts?
Turning Red is cringe because 13-year-old girls don't...
Let me stop you right there. When I was 13, I wrote a story about how Legolas fell in love with me, and how I went to Middle-earth, and then Aragorn also fell in love with me. We are cringe. We are legion. Also, if you were 13, you were either cringe, or you're fucking lying.
I hate when people put their age in their bios in Roman numerals. You think I know what number that is? Square Enix only has 16 Final Fantasy games out right now. Don't try to be cheeky and change your age to Dissidia or Crystal Chronicles. They're tactics.
Yo, I'm low-key getting a tan.
Do you know who else is getting a tan? Wait, why is the tip so small?
It's the size of this walnut, except way smaller.
Old Man's Treasure by Carl Gusau might be one of the greatest paintings of all time. Like, hell yeah, that sure is a treasure.
Breaking news! Wasp 77,573 is the first wasp on the moon! Update, he died.
Scientists cradle Scotch egg in hands. A tiny fist breaks through the crumbs. A Scotchman hatches. The odds of a rabbit watching you right now are low, but never zero. This popular tweet is funny. I wonder what people have added in the comments. 200 comments from blue checks. Porn bots saying they're horny. Bots clumsily repeating OP. Normal seeming replies that were actually copy-pasted from other non-blue check users farther down. Yeah, there's occasional non-insane blue checks. I fear I am not one of them, but that's for totally different reasons. Dudes used to just hand you particles. Well, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to the beautiful yet horrifying world that is Jurassic Park? Or do you want to go with Tim Allen as he films Last Man Standing? Heartwarming. This 2-year-old's family couldn't afford his $20,000 electric chair, and their insurance didn't cover it, so a high school robotics team burnt down the insurer's headquarters.
I am the lactose champion of the world. The milk will flow at my victory celebration. Just don't ask where it came from.
Thanks for taking our mascot to the winner's circle. 2 Red Bull and an Adderall breakfast is the most important meal of the day, that's right. My guardian angel, currently taking the form of Nakita Komaida to try to get me to listen to him. Do you think maybe a vegetable would cause less despair? Hey, guess whose apartment has a gas leak? Jesus, that was a year later. Watching someone else control the computer and doing it differently than you is one of life's greatest challenges. Like, what do you mean you just renamed the pictures you snagged off the internet? What do you mean? In an exclusive interview, Normal Frog, as he now prefers to be called, talks about his journey to finding peace and happiness. You know, it's been a long road, he said. For years, I was known for my wild behavior, but that was just a symptom of my underlying mental health issues. I hope when the next time you watch Crazy Frog Saves Christmas, you just remember that I'm not that guy anymore. Is that show Arcane any good? Yes, actually. It's got a slow start, but it's really heartfelt look at the price of power, the responsibility of the elite, and the love and bond between sisters. Wow. So the game it's based on is good, right? Oh, gods no, never play League of Legends! Believe in myself. The same person who got me into this mess. Please, lie down on the... on the srouch. It's totally normal behavior, I swear. You know, I could say Sonic is blue and still have at least 10 miserable people write full essays explaining how he's actually not. Are you fucking kidding me? What would you do in this situation? Probably stepping on houses and killing people and things of that nature. Get ready to craft your world. Minecraft movie, only in theaters 2025. Wonder if Steve will become the twist villain when it's revealed he won't let him beat the dragon because he doesn't want to leave. And then, as a bonus post credits cutscene, it closes on a book, like the credits close on a book, and it says you just hear this in my voice. It says, and those are my Minecraft diaries. It's increasingly clear that Ellen DeGeneres was an environmentally significant apex predator in the media ecosystem. She'd have extracted all the entertainment value from the Haktua girl in a 3-minute segment and banished her back to the anonymity, maintaining ecological balance. We got rid of all the wolves, and now we're surprised by all the deer. In the words of me candying Haktua girl, yeah, well, what do I know, Haktua? Why Mafia isn't a fucking aesthetic, a thread. Hey, cookie the pizza. Go fuck yourself for real. I can't with these people anymore. I hate you all from the bottom of my heart. Ignorant pieces of shit. Elon Musk's generative AI chatbot, Grok, turns on him, labeling him one of the most significant spreaders of misinformation on X. Damn. None of his kids love him. Oh my gosh, Patrick Seitz. Hi, yes, I love you. Thank you for your performances, Hector. The window says holiday market, but, well, I think we all see what it says. Please stop sending me pilots for your Star Wars series ideas. I'm not that Jon Favreau. I feel your pain. I just walked out of the bathroom at the sushi joint I'm at, and I had to do a double take. What? That's Ronan Shrek, isn't it? That's Ronan Shrek I'm looking at, right? You've heard of the violin. Now get ready for the violence. Look at this fucking punishing gray raven-ass weapon here. Souls veterans think Souls is difficult, like white people think buffalo wings are spicy. Yeah, I said it. I had to leave my wife and children back in the village. I'm sure they're doing just fine. Wait, he's straight? Nah, furry porn has gaslit an entire generation of thinking this guy fucks dudes canonically. Transformers 1 is currently the #1 movie on Paramount Plus. Is Paramount Plus a real streaming service or another thing you Americans made up? No, it's real. It's very real. Scientists say octopi could rule Earth if humans die out. Makes sense. If humanity were to vanish, octopi might become Earth's next civilization builders, says experts.
Professor Tim Coulson of Oxford University believes octopi's intelligence, tools-wise, show more.
Holy shit, Splatoon is gonna be real. I finally get to be alone. Oh, wait, I'll be dead. Girl, dog, dinner. How do these people fill in job applications?
The key to surviving online is inoculating yourself with the correct amount of anime. Too little and you will feel endlessly lost. Too much and you will lose yourself to endlessness.
You know what's great? I feel like this statement could apply to both sides of the extreme anime spectrum. Like, you could have watched so much anime that you become so attached to all of those properties that you can't even imagine someone doing horrid things to them. Or you could have watched too much anime and become completely desensitized, and now you really don't give a shit when someone does horrid things to them. All about the human experience, really. Except with anime. Showering is like, let me put some goop on. Let me take that goop off. Let me put some goop on. Let me take that goop off. Let me put some goop on. Let me take that goop off. Let me put some goop on. Let me take that goop off.
Worrying works. 90% of the things I worry about never happen. Thanks, worrying. Body parts are often metaphors. Guts are courage, balls are courage, spine is courage. Toes are small pigs that participate in the market economy. I never thought I would change my name when I got married. I was the first medical Dr. Newton in my family, and I'm very proud of that. But when presented with the opportunity to say, "Hi, I'm Dr. Sleeper and I'll be your anesthesiologist," I just couldn't pass it up. How am I supposed to study when my hedgehog just sits there waiting for me to give him attention? Interesting fact. T-shirt is actually short for Tyrannosaurus shirt. Because of the short arms. God damn it. Learning French has really encouraged me to live in the moment, because I currently cannot conjugate any other verb tense. The year is 2246. Disease and hunger have been eradicated. The terraforming of Mars is complete. The symbol for save is still the floppy disk. Hey, I'm gonna need you to finish your story real quick so I can tell you how the same thing happened to me, but it's more interesting because I'm in it.
How you mean Piglet's Big Game and Silent Hill 2 use the same sound packs? Vinny, what the fuck did you mean by that, Vinny?
What do you mean by that?
Elon, train your AI up for this. Yeah, we're back, bitches.
No, we've made a mistake. This is like the teenagers in horror movies that accidentally summon an extremely powerful demon from the old ages. We do not want futuristic hop back. And finally, flat. This is the perfect logo. Makes me happy every time. Graphic design major here. The reasons why this logo works so good is because the kitty and the doggy are best friends.
Ah.
The German title for Zelda Ocarina of Time is the silliest thing ever, yet no one ever talks about it. The Legend of Zelda. Das Flutenduten. Behold, Shadow and Maria in Sonic 3. Okay, I know it's a joke, but as somebody who works at Cinemark, I'm begging y'all, don't cheer and clap when Maria dies. Don't do it. Don't. Jolly, I know you mean well, but telling the internet not to do something is likely not going to give you the results you're looking for. Told the Mages Guild I'd be working on my casting, but I didn't say which kind. I like big butts and I cannot lie. My brother likes small butts and cannot tell the truth. Each of us guards a door. One leads to an anaconda that has sprung. The other to certain death. My daughter loves the things she's learning in grade 2, and she woke me up this morning by whispering,
I have more bones than you.
directly into my ear. So I'm pretty psyched to be raising an extremely powerful science witch. H.P. Lovecraft's voice was described as high, almost falsetto, with a flat nasal quality and distinct Rhode Island accent. Which means he spoke like Peter Griffin. Sonic the Hedgehog, or a.k.a. Oglive Maurice Wentworth Hedgehog. Yes, that is his name. From a young age, I knew everybody was wrong, and I was right. Fuck, this area sucks, so look up a guide. Guide?
This area sucks. Fuck. Alright, chat, name that level. Stars needs to clarify if robot racism is a thing, or if that one guy in the bar in the first movie was just an asshole. Really don't care about the acolytes or the Mandalorians or shit. I just really we need to know if that robot was a piece of shit. Oh, I gotta put on my best Leonis voice for this one. If my 3-year-old nephew calls me Uncle Poop again tomorrow, I'm going to ruin Thanksgiving for everyone. There's only 2 types of guys in this world. 1, guys named Eric. And 2, guys not named Eric. So true. Made tater tots for Thanksgiving, but they keep disappearing. Ugh! You fucking suck at Tetris. Eh, oui. Yesterday, I had a little croissant and too much coffee, so I had a, how you say, panic attack.
I'm this close. I'm this fucking close!
Friends with benefits implies the existence of friends with consequences. Oh, there are definitely friends with consequences. Procreate is a crazy name, to be honest. You're drawing app called Fuck. Well, no. It's freakier than that. See, fuck can usually just be for, like, entertainment value. Procreate means breed. Had a dream last night. I was at a hyperbole convention and someone asked how many people were in the attendance, and this dude said, like a bajillion! And everyone started clapping. That's a good one. First teaser for the Concord episode of the video game anthology series Secret Level, releasing December 10th at Prime. Yeah. Discover Concord? Okay, sure. Is there like a video game of it I can play somewhere? What the citizens of Gravity Falls see when they look up. Oh shit, dude. Can you guys stop reporting our tweets for spam? Oh, I'm gonna die. So for tomorrow's delivery, it would be $53,346.29. Or it could be for free delivery on Thursday. Okay, Thursday is fine. What aren't people talking enough about? How 70 to 80-year-olds are generally regarded as unemployable due to mental decline/skill mismatch, yet they're exclusively running the country? This is very interesting. Well, I never thought of it like that before. Jesus Christ. Giving series 10 out of 10s not because they're flawless, but because they've personally impacted you and all of its perks overshadow the flaws. This is good. Not romantic, not platonic, but cosmically intertwined across every universe. Gay versus gay. Call that shit fruit ninjas. At work, they used AI to create a job application, and this is what it did to the gender identification section. I'm fucking crying. Alright, which gender are you guys? I want to answer female or bad. I didn't even get anything for free! Community note, Gunpie has received several things for free, actually. Throne.com/Gunpie. Okay, how incredibly boring was The Truman Show at first air? Like, people would be flipping through the channels and then like, oh, it's a live baby channel. A stupid baby who sits there 24/7. Like, sure, it probably got better, but how did they survive the first month, let alone the first 2 seasons? Well, okay, so that's a very good question, because in the movie they said, like, everybody loved it from the get-go, but, like, media industry lies to us all the time, so... Don't think it, don't say it, 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 don't say it, don't say it, I'm gonna piss on the moon. God damn it! Whenever my friends make drunk plans for brunch, I always feel like a Shark Tank judge, like, you have no real plan. I've seen this idea fall apart before, and I know for a fact you don't have any money. For these reasons, I am out. Saying that Elden Ring should have an easy mode in a room full of men just to feel something. Amazing how whenever you go to the post office, the queue in the front of you is made up entirely of people who appear to have ended up at the post office by accident, have in fact never visited a post office before, and have no idea what they want out of the experience. I was at the post office and someone at the back of the line said, "Do you mind if I skip to the front? I just need to mail a package." And the bravest man in the world said, "Do you think we're all here for fun?" Filed in photos which are terrifying if you know what they are, non-threatening otherwise. In the words of our resident tiny shark, oh no. Same image without the steak ad. Community note, bro forgot the image. I forgot the image, what the fuck? Community note, it's alright. We forgive you. American citizens dies due to lack of affordable health care. Wages not growing. News owned and operated by war profiteers. World's health seized by global oligarchs. Student debt exists. Washington Post. Russian propaganda is making millennials reject capitalism. My 2-year-old nephew just absolutely roasted my ass. Got on FaceTime with him and showed me his trains, and he asked,
Where are yours?
and I had to admit I owned 0 trains. Fucking humiliating. And finally, a man hired social media influencers known as the Varos twins through Cameo to tell his wife he wants a divorce. Divorcee! You. Over there with the face. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Come here. Come here. Come here. No. Come here. Come here. You looking to get some out of your Seymour character of your hyperfixation? Well, guess what? My wife has commissions open. We got little guys. We got vast sketches. You into shipping? We got that too. And then there's the ever reliable simple renders. Oh, look at that. Look at that man right there. That's a high quality man. You can use the code XHITTER for a little discount on the simple ones, and this will end December 31st. I can't say the name of it or else YouTube will find out what I've been doing. That's XHITTER for a little discount. You got anything you want to say, wife?
Please help, I'm broke.
Fantastic. Okay, now the video's over. You can go home. Enough of this character is my son. This character is my nephew. Not my responsibility, but I'm taking him out for lunch and buying him Hot Wheels. He deserves it, little Pookie. There's a lady on the train knitting so aggressively and quickly that her needles clack like some sort of cartoon character, and I am super intimidated. She smashed out a shawl in like 35 minutes, and now she's aggressively eating a sandwich. I can't. The sandwich is gone. Packet of chips, gone. Fuel for the knitting machine that she is. She's at it again.
My body is a machine. It takes in sandwiches and pumps out scarves, baby.
Nobody even wants to play toys anymore. Because of work. They're finally giving me a magnificent gilded cup for all the folding chairs I've helped put away at various events and functions. Long magical Long magical girl transformation, and the whole audience is so excited to see how I will subvert it. But in the end, I just look like a normal magical girl, and they're all booing me because I didn't subvert the genre, and I'm crying because I just wanted to be a normal magical girl. You know, I made this post to make fun of irony poison people who have to subvert everything, but this is literally what being a trans woman is like. Oh no. People laugh about how cats love boxes, but if there was suddenly a box bigger than you in your living room, you'd probably go in it too. How dare you be right, you son of a bitch. Where the fuck is my tablet pen? There are 3 kinds of LGBT headcanons. 1. Actual queer coding / metaphors. You know, Nimona is trans because her creator made her as a way to express his feelings as a trans person. 2. Vibes. Link is genderless because I said so. And 3. It's funny. Phoenix Wright is asexual because he's the ace attorney. Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Yo, this website's easy. Watch. Dangles a bunch of Greek gods like keys.
Post without tags.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Keep in mind, I only know like 2 Greek gods by name. Homer's one of them, and he was good friends with Odysseus, I think. Oh, fuck, here we go. Wait, fuck, Homer isn't a god. He wrote the fucking thing. Fuck, post, cancel, no, fuck! Can't wait for OP to be cursed by the gods for their ignorance. Haven't seen a good cursing in a while. Desperately Google searching for Greek gods to pray to when people notice your online idiocy. You're failing. You don't think I know that god of death? Can I pray to you so I can die already? That's right, I do research. I know one more Greek god. Pluto is Roman, not Greek. The short version is that Pluto is the later name for the god of death, which is often associated with the Roman era / Roman mythology. Hades is the earlier name. I set up my own house made of sticks, and it has promptly fallen on me. To be frank, I'm pretty sure the consensus is that Homer wasn't actually a real guy, but I could be wrong. Was Homer a real person? Scholars are uncertain whether he existed. If real, he's not even real!
I made this post thinking I knew what kind of fire I was playing with. Hephaestus, god of fire, looking upon me from his fuck-off tower or whatever, said, "Oh, you think you know? Check this shit." And promptly set my post ablaze for everyone to observe. Hephaestus doesn't have a tower. He lives in a volcano. Fine then, you big fuck-off volcano, whatever. Early contender for post of the year.
Achievement unlocked. Lightning bait. You're basically doing a post equivalent of standing out in a field during a storm with a 10-foot copper pole. You better hope Zeus is busy hiding from Hera.
Fuck's sakes, not again!
Okay, Cybercore, I need you to name every Greek god you know and what they are for, please. For science.
Okay, fine, here's what I found. Hermes, the funny one. Zeus, the lightning, thought he was Nordic, father of Thor. Poseidon, the sea one. Hephaestus, the fire-forging steel one. Aphrodite, the hot one. Kratos, god of war. Hades, the hell one, roguelike. Apollo, the dodgeball prophecy one.
Ares is the god of war, not Kratos.
Why the fuck is the game called God of War then?
I can't believe this post is less than 24 hours old. It feels like something out of classic Tumblr lore. It just keeps going. Hey, LP, would you like a shovel to dig that grave a little bit faster? I'm personally offended that you didn't mention Hestia, given how many times I've mentioned her on this post alone, as well as the obvious fact that Hestia is Bestia. I'm absolutely dying. It's a mix-up between Zeus and Odin. Can you imagine those two switching places?
Whatever, lightning boys!
Oh, Cybercore, take it from me, the man who once said, "I love Persephone." Don't fuck blur with Tumblr.
Not sure this will make sense to anyone besides me, but the antidote to negativity is not positivity, it's warmth. Positivity tells a sad person that there is no reason to be sad. Warmth asks the sad person if they want to go get ice cream.
Been a moment since I saw this. Glad it's back on my dash when I needed it.
Love the way we finish each other's sentences. It's like we're soulmates. Or the Beastie Boys.
Shout out to everyone who wants to info dump but can't string together coherent thoughts to form sentences and instead just looks at you like this. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Also, this was sent to me cropped like this, so I have zero control on how to fix that.
Like how one of the most prestigious and respected marine institutions on the planet posted this with zero context. Well, I think it's pretty easy to figure out. Crabs were once people. Crab people. Remember that? That was a good bit.
Me.
This is a background character who's in one scene, has 2 lines, and is completely irrelevant to the rest of the story. I'm going to stop obsessing over what to name him and use the random name generator on BehindTheName.com. I'm going to accept the first thing he gives me and move the fuck on. BehindTheName.com.
Your random name is Charizard Cockburn.
Fuck it, we'll call him Charlie CB. Mammals both produce milk and have hair. Ergo, a coconut is a mammal.
I know you're being facetious, but this is an actual issue with morphology-based phylogeny.
What are we talking about? Human ability to quantify and categorize natural phenomena is sketchy at best and wildly misleading at worst.
You are allowed to like characters that are as flat as hell. Like, you can stop pretending that your favorite has an ass. It's okay you break your hand on their tailbone if you try to slap it. Just stop lying online. You're killing me.
Literally, when anyone calls any of the male characters in Genshin beefy. Like, those are twonks at best and twinks at worst.
Have you ever not liked someone in a romantic way and everything is cool and all, then they do something small like touch your shoulder or say something funny, and you kind of just freeze and think, oh no. Listen, Knuckles has lived alone his whole life, Shadow has been frozen for 50 years, Silver's from the future, Blaze is from another dimension. Basically what I'm saying is they'd all fall for Updog.
Sonic wrote this post.
Don't say it. Don't think it. Don't say it, don't think it. No. 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 The Sonic 3 movie premiere is going to be something else. You're going to have people cheering as a young girl gets shot, and you're going to have people trying their hardest not to shout obscenities around the other 10-year-olds in the theater. All right, Chad, since the movie's been out for a while, tell me, how was your Sonic 3 movie experience? Did anyone make the funnies? Fun fact, the Troy Pump action rifle came out in 2014, 9 years after Shadow the Hedgehog. They modeled a gun after Shadow the Hedgehog? Sonic Heritage Post. And then it's so upsetting that Sega did not let him continue having the gun. They made the gun for him! Behold, giant Sonic outside Shanghai Joypopolis. Joypopolis? Joypolis. Well, I for one welcome our new hedgehog overlord. He's waving to the lowly peasants. Accidentally said Jesus the Christ today like he's a fucking Sonic. He's a Sonic. God, this sucks. I need to remember suicide jokes are bad for my mental health. Find the Chaos Emeralds. I had a dream that they changed the material handcuffs were made of to this, like, metallic gold color, and people kept trying to get arrested in Sonic cosplay so they could, quote, get those rings. And it was the hottest craze on the internet for a solid 2 months, and basically every location in the Western world banned Sonic cosplays, and Sonic ended up being a symbol for anarchist ideology. Have you considered that this is a premonition? The dream was a prophecy, and the future sure looks bright. Silver would disagree. Man, fucked it up already. 2025 is gonna be my year, though. The earlier you post this, the funnier it is. 2024 can still be your year. Ups and downs are a part of life. It's all good. Never give up. It's never too late to try again. Wow, can't believe Sonic is telling me to live and learn. I think I like Surge because she's objectively, like, kind of mid. She's like Knuckles level powerful, but she can't even beat Base Sonic in a 1v1. You can forget about Shadow or Super Sonic. She's an underdog, and that makes her interesting. She dodges any notions of being someone's edgy, overpowered OC because she's up against Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. And Sonic is he's just that guy. It makes her easy to root for. Funniest parts of each Sonic adaptation. Each of them. Oh boy, here we go. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Robotnik's ass works on anime titty logic. Sonic Saturday Morning. That one episode where they went to the indigenous-coded wolf pack and Anton was paranoid and crying about being cursed the entire way because of the sign in front of the cave, saying they'd curse anyone who crossed them, and then at the end he's still being a baby about it, and the wolf pack leader just says, Anton, we made up the curse to scare white people. We can't actually do that. Sonic OVA. The only part of canon lore they remembered was that Tails was afraid of thunderstorms. Also, Sarah's name is spelled different every time you look at it. It's driving me crazy. Why did they do this? How could they? Sonic Underground. Literally everything about it. Take one look at that show and tell me it isn't objectively hilarious. Sonic X. That one episode where they put Sonic on a boat. And he immediately lost every moral he has. Sonic Boom! The fact that the show is basically a normal workplace comedy. And then midway through season 2, they start an episode with a full Bye Bye Birdie parody musical number about how Eggman doesn't actually have a doctorate. And then when the song was over, they never mentioned it again. I never did anything like that ever again. What the fuck? Sonic Cinematic Universe. Sonic has watched Speed and therefore knows all the swear words. All of them. Bonus round, Classic Gameverse. In Tails spin-off games, he literally just kills his enemies. He kills them. They're dead. He's like 4 years old. Shogakukan. It's hard to tell because a lot of it hasn't been translated into my language, but I'm gonna have to go with the simple fact that the plot is that Sonic is a 10-year-old boy who hulks into Sonic when he's being self-deprecating. 10 out of 10. Sonic the comic. Super Sonic is evil. But then he gets split from Sonic, gets amnesia, and gets a customer service job. That's like the most Tumblr thing I've ever fucking heard. Pre-Sonic Genesis Wave Archie. Oh boy. The Ken Penders, lawsuits, and drama is hilarious, and I'd also like to point out the romantic drama thrown into the comics when there was none of that in Saturday Morning. Like, Sonic and Sally had one argument in one episode. It wasn't even that serious. Otherwise, they were a very healthy couple. But in the Archie canon, everyone's dating each other and arguing all the time, and their kids look like exact clones. Instead of anyone being creative, Sonic and Saturday Morning was also super feminist and progressives, but the early comics fucked that up, and that's what was I talking about? Now I'm just mad. Okay, so anyway, the funniest part is Mellow the Bee! Post-Sonic Genesis Wave Archie. So they weren't allowed to have Snally anymore, so now Sally is gay. Modern game first. Sonic Shuffle. Sonic fucking Shuffle. Guys, if you ever wanted to play Mario Party with cards and you had to land on the exact space in order to get your prize, play Sonic Shuffle. It's great. Sonic Storybook. You know, those games that everyone loves ironically or very, very much loves, and if you say anything bad about it, you will be shot on sight. Oh, there's a lot to pick here. Gates of Hell, I want to be sacrificed. You're the true King Arthur. Yeah, let's go with the fact that in Black Knight, Amy is technically Shadow's mom. Really, cinematic masterpiece. Sonic Chronicles. You guys remember that Timmy and the Well bit? Like, what the fuck was that? Sonic Boom Gameverse. Rise of Lyric has a lot of funny stuff, but I'm gonna go with the Shattered Crystal game, where literally every single main character was morally okay with murder and actively trying to kill and skin the villain to make boots for Amy, and the villain gets killed by Shadow appearing out of nowhere and kicking him out of a plane, and the only objection anyone has is that they wanted to do that first. God, I miss the Boom renditions of everybody. Sonic IDW. Surge, I'll give you something to sue me about. The 10 wreck. Flawless. Oh, this is where we realize this came out before the whole show dropped. Sonic Prime. It's not out yet, so it's too early to say, but right now I love that Big the Cat was one of the first characters revealed. Allow me to add to that, since now it is out. It gave us the Shadow-loving Latinos meme. Also the part where Shadow steals Sonic's drip. That was pretty goddamn good. Sonic the Hedgehog is really a funny character, actually. He's the fastest thing alive. He breaks the laws of physics on the regular. He's just some guy. He has time traveled on several different occasions. He is homeless. He became a werewolf at one point. He can't swim. He is an ADHD icon. He killed a time god. He died and was brought back to life. He's 3 feet tall. He can breathe in space. He wears 80s Thriller boots. He befriended the light god of Earth. He only eats Satan food. He was a father figure for a robot that died. He was a prisoner of war for 6 months. He was personally based on Bill Clinton. He kissed a human girl on the lips. He taught the god of destruction how to process trauma. He is canonically King Arthur. He's canonically Santa Claus. He got stuck on a cruise ship once and lost every moral he had. Hey, look at that. It's a callback. He's the only one who remembers the timeline before he killed the previously mentioned time god. He's 15 years old. Actually, I'm pretty sure he killed 2 time gods. How old is you? You did all that at 15. Fuck you were doing at 15 years old. Playing Sonic the Hedgehog? Actually, that's pretty cool. Okay, keep doing that. Upon reflecting, the Sonic movie, which was really good, I realized the Sonic franchise has 2 modes when it comes to stories. Story A? Haha, whatever, Eggman. Okay, Boomer, no problem. This is happening. 90s slang. Story B. An ancient god has risen now to save our world. We will destroy it even if it costs our lives to prevent the apocalypse. Yeah. According to a survey, Gen Z is more likely to recognize Sonic the Hedgehog than Shakespeare. Well, yeah, how is Shakespeare going to recognize the blue hedgehog when he's dead? I have misunderstood the post. Sonic the Hedgehog, sustained speeds of 667 miles per hour, could have made the journey from the Shire to Mount Doom, 1,718.5 miles, in over just 2 hours. But he also famously loves rings, so he almost assuredly would have found the thrall of the ring far too powerful to resist. Tails would have had to shoot him. Incorrect. Sonic is pure heart. He might struggle, he might need the help of his friends, but he would never fall to temptation. If he did, though, it would make a really good story. And Frodo's heart was not pure?
Frodo's love for his friends was any weaker? The ring would have filled Sonic's head with visions of unlimited chili dogs, and he would have fallen under its power. The line of hedgehogs would be broken. Either that or a copy of Sonic Heroes for the PlayStation 2 that's not a buggy-ass mess.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Hits you with the remember to drink water beam. The autism mood of never knowing when it's your turn in a convo, so you just say the first word of your sentence in about 5 times before you actually get to speak. It's great. I love everything about it. Characters who refuse to heal. Characters who change but only for the worse. Characters who are trapped by their grief and rage. Characters who unravel throughout the narrative. I am putting them in my pocket for later. You can write whatever you want, whenever, however, forever. I have to write something perfect and earth-shattering, and I have to do it perfectly the first time, or else. New headcanon that there's a Spider-Verse where this dude is actually Spider-Man. Bold of you to assume it isn't our universe. I can hear the scream. Tip, you can say Ababa out loud anytime you like. Try it now. Go on, I'll give you some time.
Y'all hear that? Sound like a homosexual saying a ba ba ba.
We're all getting older, but age is a relative thing. I've licked things that are 250 million years old. You're not that old, and you're not worth licking. Claire, this is by far the most terrifying thing you have ever made. I'm not sure what kind of luck the $115 frozen pizza badge is supposed to bring, but I'm not taking any chances. Good luck, Chom.
It's not delivery, you know.
Do you ever become obsessed with a character and you just go, "Of fucking course it's that one," at yourself because you are so incredibly predictable? You know, I cannot relate to people who dislike female characters for being manipulative. She's literally creative problem solving before your eyes. She's literally just using her words. Maybe the other Blorbro should be less pawn-like for her beautiful hands. You ever think about that?
You know, you see people describing themselves as loving food or loving music, and you scoff because, who doesn't? And then it turns out there's people who genuinely do live in silence with a mayonnaise sandwich for every meal. The world is so vast.
No. You misheard me. I don't have a circadian rhythm. I have a circadian rhythm. I wake up at night and start screaming as loud as I can. Speaking of which, it's 3 a.m. Time to...
God, I love having boobs.
Boobs explosion.
What?
Killer bees were created in an attempt to breed tamer and more manageable bees. Did it work? Did it work? For those who don't know back when Black and White were newly revealed, they released only the silhouettes of the starter Pokemon. It's hilarious to look back on. You know, 2 out of 4 were at least correct on the typing, you know? Got that going for you. He's so pretty. I want him to be grievously injured. Why is this my thought process when anyone makes me blush? Neurotypicals be like, "There's a new social cue coming out. No, we're not telling you about it. Suffer." You guys know the famous YouTuber? The one who plays the games? I think his name's, Multipliers? Delete this before I steal the calcium from your bones.
Well, I need to clean my keyboard. I got a dust bunny problem.
Behold, a typical gamer engaged in the act of intellectual stimulation known as gaming.
Yeah, you can't spell silly without ill, and baby, I'm diseased.
You know, it's incredibly empathetic of me to not skin you alive, by the way.
Hey, wait a second. Why are cats evolved to attack invisible things? What do they see that we don't? Oh no.
Discovered. Wood Elf, High Elf, Dark Elf. Coming soon. Plasma Elf, Wonder Elf, and Fuck Elf.
Well, what was that last one?
Probably bad RPG ideas. Oh no. Power word. Pregnancy.
Well, this is how Jesus was made.
Damn it. Fuck.
Anyone else one situation away from losing their mind?
Anybody else one situation away from losing their mind?
Post-Awua fire's already there. Been through multiple situations. Mine lost time ago. And is an example left behind. How's it feel?
Life is suffering and I can be like a prayer.
You know, you don't actually have to go on dating apps to find girlfriends. Many beautiful women are waiting for you on rocks out at sea.
This user is a malicious entity made of sea foam.
Out of my way, bothersome footnote. I'm about to get...
Fun frog facts. 6 minutes remain.
Hey, little guy, what does that mean? What does that mean, little guy? I love when you click the share link on a picture on your phone and you get a bunch of batshit insane options. Like, yeah, let me email this selfie to the periodontist office. Who send this to my boss on Teams? Perfect suggestions. I love unhinged women. But I also love women who try so fucking hard to be hinged. Clinging to those hinges by her fingernails, oh my god. Hey, Middle-earth, are there any ecological consequences for those big fucking eagles? Goblins and hobbits both make their homes underground. Funniest answer for why Gandalf didn't use eagles to carry the hobbits to Mordor. And yet they came and picked them up after.
Wait. If Classy means clown pussy, then clock means... Oh, good God. Have an anxiety disorder.
It's actually called being a bunny, and it's perfectly normal and healthy for me to be like this. So shut up. Oh, look at him. He do swim. I just thought Tumblr would appreciate dragon babies.
I do, thank you.
Oh no. The poor girl broke her favorite sitting basket.
That face. Regret. We are all going to be okay. I promise. Stingray blast.
The world is in peril, and people are hurting. But even so, we can take comfort in knowing we have a creature of wet slop.
Vocally grins.
You know, I love shrikes, because they're horrible little carnivores whose feeding habits are grim enough to earn the nickname Butcher Bird. But they look like this. Look at this. You would never know that it's a cold-blooded murderer.
Behold, 12-day-old Sphinx kitten. It's too precious for this world. I can't.
It's just a cute little wrinkle trying its best. Yeah, who up drinking day oida.
You fucking know it, baby! Thinkers.
So I was trying to take a picture of a cardinal in flight and, well... You know, I'm minding my own business, and then I look over to see my cat doing this. She wants the alcohol.
You have a problem, Sprinkles?
Me, I'm programming on my computer.
That's Mozilla herself.
It's fucking Windows.
Shh. Mr. Fish is very sensitive. It'll be okay, Mr. Fish.
Okay, suitcase. What's it doing there? I'll never know. I saw an adult German Shepherd that's diagnosed with dwarfism today, and it's... Excuse thing I saw here. Oh my god, he doesn't look real! I cannot get over this cat's fucking face. It's so round and conveying emotion that I simply am not equipped to understand.
I was at this meeting. I met this cat. I forget his name, but he was so sweet. I think it was Councilman Clark who brought him in. This was at the very first meeting in Denver to decide whether to ban declawing, and the ban succeeded. Update, I emailed this post to Councilman Clark. Subject line, your kitty is famous. Update 2, Councilman Clark responded. He thinks this is awesome, and his cat's name is Kit Kat.
Thank you, Kit Kat, for protecting the cats of Denver.
I think the emotion on Kit Kat's face is democratic engagement. Chaotic good.
Frank Patton's Witness My Act and Deed, 1882. Absolutely dying over the name of the painting. We have cats figured out since day fucking one. Some ancient Egyptian saw a cat knocking over canopic jars or something and said, "This creature is a little bastard." I love it.
And we've basically agreed ever since.
Funny thing about herding and or generally neurotic breeds, they're really good at following rules you have instituted, but they will also make their own dog rules they will follow stringingly, whether or not you like it. Despite never being reprimanded for getting sick if my dog throws up, she will tattle on herself and run over to me, show me she threw up, then hide and start shaking uncontrollably. Nobody taught her to do this. She has decided on throwing up as a punishable offense until the end of time. He grew up with the Sheltie, yes. He herded me to brush my teeth every night. He did not like me much and did not want to be touched 99% of the time. Anyone under 5 feet was a sheep and not a person. He tolerated children. He loved my mom and dad, though. Archer recently made up a new rule, which is if he finds dropped food, he'll bring it over to show me to see if it's okay to eat it. He's very talented. My dog has decided that it's solely on her shoulders to ensure that there is peace in my house. If the cats fight, she stands between them to break it up and or herds them away. If my rats have an argument, she goes to the cage door and barks until they stop. I'm not sure why she has decided she must carry the weight of the world, but she has. Introducing a new alignment. Chaotic lawful. I have a strict moral code, but nobody can figure out what the hell it is. It's just spent so long prying my step-grandmother's locket open, and it was 100% worth it. Oh my god, look at him. Oh, they bullied him for his backpack.
They're mad he has one and they don't.
Well, he's too fucking mad. My mom sent these to me from Facebook, and I think Tumblr deserves to see them too. Look at him, living his best life.
I believe in the incoherent goodness of people. Humanity need kindness. It must know kindness.
That is a raw line. Damn. Oh my god, look at him. It's the guide dog you're trading. Cutting his way to my heart. Me right now. She looks like an old Ukrainian woman who lost her son Dmitri in the war and now sits by the side of a weary road less traveled selling potatoes for a very modest price. And I will buy every single potato that she has. Speaking of, someone clearly forgot how the dog, so he potatoed instead. Oh my god. Send him to the otter lady now. So we just got a puppy. This is not him. This is Santana, our 5-year-old golden retriever, who is not into sharing. What are you talking about? All I'm seeing is another puppy. She looks like the woman named Margaret who sits in front of the office and has like a Betty Boop calendar and is usually a little stressed out because no one ever puts the outgoing mail in the right place. And she's not really great with this whole Google Docs thing. Yeah, but she always remembers to like fill up the candy jar with peanut M&Ms and seasonal colors. When she finally retires, this whole place will fall apart probably. How specific? And yet I can see it. When you sneeze in front of your pet and they just look at you like you've offended their great ancestors.
Get your twit longer ready.
Behold, a pigeon that is fat. My god. I hate cats, they're so pretentious and stupid. Me. Immanente ita. Witness 222 golden retrievers gathering in Scotland. Their purpose is unknown. And likely sinister. Hey, yo, check out my dog. It comes with 2 subwoofers.
Oh, it's a forest puppy.
That is a deer?
He's a forest puppy. I'm not gonna fight you on this. It's a forest puppy. You know, owls may be a symbol of wisdom, but they're actually complete morons. And finally, witness this puppy, for he screamed. If I delete my art post, just know it's because I'm battling the hater in my head. It is me. I am the hater. I will never understand all the vocabulary struggles Star Wars fanfiction writers talk about. What do you mean you can't use the idiom a dime a dozen because they don't have dimes in Star Wars? Just put the word space before it. A space dime a dozen. Bam. Skill issue.
Yeah, they're just letting anyone order a Happy Meal nowadays.
Well, I saw a sad person order one, and the employees jumped over the counter and poured hot oil all on him and shattered his ankles as bachelors.
Well, they're just letting almost anybody order a Happy Meal nowadays.
For you, Paige? Oh, no. We don't do that here. I mean, Tumblr, the app and website tries, but we don't do that here.
What the hell would I want to see it?
Peer review.
How do you get engagement?
By talking and engaging with other people, or making a devastating typo. Either way.
Right.
Listen, you're not doing solo stand-up anymore. This is a group improv class being held in a saw dungeon. Good luck.
I hate being the bigger person. Why can't I just say you're being mean to me and burst into tears dramatically?
Can you take my white ass to Funky Town?
Nope, Torture City again.
Oh, come on.
There was a time we respected the computer.
You know, I do feel like one single Sims 2 session here till the sun come ups could probably fix me.
Yeah, never apologize for your bad puns about Greek gods.
I'm so angry. Show my blood places it's never seen before. 1, the world outside my body. 2, hospital.
If I am not disgustingly in love with at least one of the characters in any given piece of media, it is not for me. If I have no one to crawl and weep for, can't get into it. If there's not one single character that makes me want to bash my head through a wall and then write 10,000 fictional or academic words about them, then what is the point? Respectfully.
All right, Chad, fess up. Who does that for you? Say it.
Tall people, if we are walking together, please take into consideration my tiny legs.
I can't keep up with you. Please think of my tiny legs. I don't want to be jogging to keep up with your leisurely stroll, you titans.
Just get a single pair of roller skates and hang on to my sleeve. We don't have all day.
Accept and support repulsed people.
Or die by my blade.
My girlfriend took me to see her parents the other day. Her mom's a doctor, so, to show my dominance, when I shook her hand, I pulled a surprise apple out of my jacket pocket and took a huge bite. I watched as she disintegrated in front of me. It took less than 4 seconds. Hey, have you tried going outside yet and smelling the air?
There are ghouls out there, dude.
Joint custody.
I think I can smoke this thing myself.
Upon surveying the surge in activity here, I have found that good post is why people like my blog. For this reason, all the posts from here on will be bad.
Oh, do I have unfortunate news for you.
Perceive with your ocular vision a normal bird. Hi, Crow Teeth, you've been asked to stop.
I was born with the gift of hands, and I'm going to make that everyone else's problem.
Oh, look. Fish hammer.
For beating the carp out of someone.
When she's been struggling with dyslexia her entire life, her billionaire CEO finds out and changes the font of all the paperwork in his company so it's easier for her to read.
We're running out of scenarios, I fear.
The book talk scenarios are now becoming ADA compliant? Let's bond over OSHA regulations. Together. Well, the other day I started writing an office romance, but I quickly remembered I have no idea what working in an office is like. As opposed to your vast personal expertise in romance. How do girls in girl groups not fall in love with their group members? Apparently, it's called being straight. I don't know. I don't really understand that way of life.
Gender is confusing, sexuality is confusing, feelings are confusing, everything's confusing.
Including geometry.
Especially geometry. Fuck geometry. Oh, the world is on fire and I don't know whether to grab a hose or marshmallows. I'm just kidding, I'll get the hose.
Friend who lives 100 miles away. I made food.
Me. Can I have some?
Friend who lives 100 miles away. Yes.
At the ADHD wizard meeting.
Sometimes I just find it difficult to hocus focus. Well, have you tried abracadabra?
It's a material component for spells requiring concentration. Oh, my realms.
If I walk into a Subway and ask them to make me a grilled cheese, you think they'd do it? Try phrasing it like American cheese on 6-inch Italian bread, toasted.
Good news. Every time I think this post has died, someone brings it back and I'm forced to relive possibly the worst sandwich I've ever eaten.
And now it's immortalized. Forever.
Sorry for being weird and evasive. I was raised to believe that having wants and needs was a moral failing. It's about to happen again. Congratulations to Marcel Dungeon Meshi for achieving pathetic little man status on Tumblr. A hard glass ceiling for many female characters to break. I look forward to calling you my sopping wet beast and poor little meow meow for fandom days to come. Keep trucking, baby girl. You'll bag Phelan one day.
Been selling spells on Etsy lately. $50 a pop, and I just sent a customer a photo of a burnt candle. Thank you, mentally ill women. To all the lamers/haters out there, I only offer shitty spells like for making people break up, lose jobs/money, get sick, etc. So all my customers deserve to get scammed. I'm a moneymancer, and my only real spell is summon dollar. See, look, I did it right there. Look at that. Hey, how's your whip going? Have you made any progress? How close are you to being done?
Gimmick remover? Have you ever tried to battle a Lucifer?
No. Post it with a fire?
Yes, I'll be able. If they had.
They wouldn't be here. Oh, whoa.
Friend overheard me saying, yeah, he's kind of cute. Oh, scared of him, though. And she was like, oh, MJ girl, who? And I was like, oh, sorry, I'm literally talking about a mouse that lives in my church.
Perceive with your eyes spheres the common egg-eating snake, photographed by Christian Schneider.
What's in a little creature's mouth? Is it tasty? Bestie, you will never guess what this common egg-eating snake is doing. Polycule, but it's just like two people in a romantic relationship with each other, and their third, who's pretty obviously Arrow Ace, but somehow so deeply intertwined in their lives that it'd just be wrong to not count them as involved. Is this anything?
Yes!
It's very important, vital even, to make silly noises when things happen, like cats.
Why is this labeled commercial content? Are you selling me a cat?
Purchase cat. They can show you the way. This video is sponsored to you by Cat. Those blogs that just screen cap other Tumblr posts on here are so funny to me. Like, posts on this place have such ridiculous longevity, it could not have been that much more work to just reblog it. No, you can't do this to me. Hi, yeah, it's me, the joke analyzer here, for those of you who don't understand the joke. This is a screen cap inside a Crying Mess 50s post that has now been submitted as a screenshot to me to read into this video. Okay.
Yo, vampire's weak as fuck. Just cross your arms, lol. I can't imagine if that worked.
Parents got a new cat they named Lord Montague, and this morning I heard my dad in the other room say, I would have to advise against that decision, my lord. Followed by a crashing sound.
Blocked because your interpretation of that character doesn't match the way they act in my bedtime narrative I imagine when I'm falling asleep every night.
Sorry. Opens fridge. Removes Tupperware container labeled pomegranates from land of the dead. Do not eat. I remove a second container labeled fairy apples. Do not eat. Autumn court. I approach the blender.
You shouldn't eat that either.
My beloved mutual, were you aware that you're the funniest person on the planet?
Jacksepticeye Tumblr. Also Jacksepticeye Tumblr.
Do not blow this for us.
When Sean makes an appearance on Tumblr after 4 years.
Oh, I'm watching. Be on your very beat behavior, or so help me God. Ha! Now I edit it so you all look like fucking idiots.
Oh, he don't know about how edits work on Tumblr, though.
Having poor circulation is great because people will touch your hand and go, oh, you're so cold.
And for a moment, you get to experience what it's like to be a vampire in a romance novel. Writing my diary using a glitter gel pen.
I'm losing my sense of humanity. Also, Timmy's cute.
I scare people lots because I walk very softly and they don't hear me enter rooms. So when they turn around and I'm just kind of there, their fear fuels me.
Aren't you afraid you'll regret not having children?
Will you regret not being a banker?
I never wanted to be a banker.
Right. You get it? I love Tumblr because the response to art in the tags is like, wow, this is great. Art. Cool art. Good art tag.
I want this painted on the inside of my eyeballs like a Sistine Chapel!
Cool art. I love it. Online posting is like military combat. And I'm the brave general, and you are all the foot soldiers fighting in the trenches.
Trench.
Trench. I'm sending you both on a mission into enemy territory, and I don't expect either of you to return.
Peter Parker literally did not deserve that, and I'm not over it.
This could be in reference to any event in Peter Parker's life, to be honest. Marvel, you leave my boy alone! I'm scared to ask them out, I said.
Grow a pair.
They said. So I did. The fuck do I do with this thing?
Vampires don't live in castles. Count Dracula lived in a castle because he was a count, not because he was a vampire.
This feels like a sensitivity training for how to not commit microaggressions against vampires in your workplace.
Do you ever see your sibling and just have this overwhelming urge to smack them for no reason? Like, my brother will walk into the room and I'm just like, oh man, I just have to end you, here we go!
Are you ready for some football?
Anyone have that oil painting of the nun with the absolutely massive tits and it's painted like in a semi-classical style? Please help, I can't Google painting of a nun with huge tits because it's going to show me a lot of pictures and they're not the ones that I'm looking for. I swear, it looks something like this. I found it! It's Delicate Scene by Paul Lorenzi.
Fat tits none!
Yo, check out the Eggman with high blood pressure in the back, though.
Today I learned that in 1949, a member of the New Zealand Parliament was deemed to have used unparliamentary language for saying of another member that his brains could resolve inside a peanut shell for 1,000 years without touching the sides. Well, it is pretty rude to just straight up kill a man in Parliament like that. Just tried to play an ancient flute and it started filling the room with this awful miasma that won't go away.
Space alien archaeologist finding a flavored vape.
Why does staff still allow people funnier than you to leave tags in your posts? They should have fixed that by now. This was my time, you thunder stealer. Well, look who it is, my old friend. The conses of my quences. Do not 10K me, stop that.
The conses of their quences.
I couldn't find my headphones, and it's late at night. Solution. Get a stethoscope and put it up to the speaker with the computer on low volume. If I can't find my headphones, what makes you think I'm gonna find a stethoscope just fucking lying around?
This post was clearly dedicated to med students, not you.
Moves everything in your house an inch to the left, but also moves your house an inch to the right, so it cancels out.
Yo, they did this to my buddy Jamiroquai.
How did Treasure Planet manage to come up with the greatest aesthetic in all of human history? Victorian elegance plus space-age flair, with just enough dirt and grime and wear and tear to make it feel real? A combination of traditional and computer animation that perfectly embodies the movie's blend of old and futuristic? How does it get any better than that? Seriously, if you haven't seen Treasure Planet, go watch it. It's a very good movie. It's found family. It's good. It's very good. 10 out of 10.
Reminder that you aren't eating a grilled cheese with tomato soup right now.
So I've been playing a lot of Zelda lately, and I came to realize something. The Triforce, or the royal family crest, it's a triangle, right? And the Sheikah who swore to protect the Hyrule family have a symbol that's an eye. So when we put them together, we get... Look familiar?
I feel like I was tricked into reading this.
Playing Tears of the Kingdoms and thinking about my friend who was confused when our mutual pal said it was easier to find shrines at night since they glow. Friend was confused because he puts Link to bed every evening at 9 p.m. and has him rest till morning, regardless of where he is or what he's doing. Oh no. That gamer has a Pookie. Nintendo, we gotta talk. Please stop making minimalist UI for your Zelda games. I want to go back to days like this. Or this. I'll even take this. But please stop making me scroll through endless loops of squares just to get the one situational item I need for solving a puzzle. Please, I'm begging you. I don't even know why they did in the first place. It's not like you look at those menus and be like, what the hell do I do? No, Princess Zelda does not have girl power. Princess Zelda has girl wisdom. Ganon has girl power. Don't defeat the Gloom Hands, just run. In the name of all that is holy, just run. Climb out of their reach if you can. I found saying no out loud repeatedly increasing in volumes also helps. The very real image of Link, in full armor and Master Sword glowing, standing in the library of a debilitated Hyrule castle with dead Lizalfos at his feet, reading a recipe book and dog-earing the page for fruitcake which states that is Zelda's favorite. Big fan of the Gerudo woman who just sits up on the wall alone, away from everyone, and eats a watermelon out of an infinitely generating pile and tells you to fuck off if you try to talk to her. What a queen.
You want to know what's really funny? The whole rivalry between Link and Ganondorf is a direct result of Link beating Demise all the way back in Skyward Sword. This dude right here literally said to teenage Link,
"Curse upon you 1,000 timelines, motherfucker."
And now we have Link making contraptions and Zelda finally being the main protagonist. This fucker here is the reason we have Zelda CDI. Fish women want him.
So I went to Toys R Us that's going out of business to look for cheap video games the other day, and they're just all Rivali. None of the other champions, and you could see how few other amiibo are left on the left side of the first image. I did the math, and there's almost 200 fucking Rivalis here. Someone has done a mistake.
Can't believe Rivali took Toys R Us out of business. Fun piece of Twilight Princess lore I realize tends to get glazed over a lot. Zelda gave her entire spirit to save Midna about halfway through the game so Midna wouldn't die to light exposure. Midna and Link assume Zelda just died, but what's actually going on is Zelda's spirits is just
kind of hanging out inside Midna.
Totally aware the whole time. She even says after going back to her own body towards the end of the game that her and Midna were one and she knows everything. So while Link doesn't know Zelda well, Zelda has been unintentionally spying on him and Midna for months through Midna's eyes, unable to talk or interact. And I think that would be a fun dynamic to explore with them. I would like to write one day how their journey back to Castletown would be like together after Midna left them stranded on top of a temple that has no easy way down. That door inside the boss room that leads back into the temple is locked. I checked. Ads that suddenly take up the whole page. Ads that suddenly take up the whole page and play music.
What about ads that play music but you can't find them anywhere on the page?
Still hearing the ads music after you close the page. Okay, so is there an explanation to why side characters in Zelda games are still around even though the games are sometimes 100+ years apart? Are they just tied to the same fate as Zelda or Link or even Epona? Like they just keep coming back when needed? If so, I want to see the ancient scroll that's like, to keep this realm in balance, you need courage, wisdom, and power to live in harmony. Also, you need Beetle the shopkeeper, as his prices are reasonable and he's a very friendly guy. Ah yes, the Triforces of wisdom, power, courage, and customer service.
See, it would go in the middle right there. You see that?
Yeah, Link must be downright terrifying for normal people in Hyrule to encounter. He's like a fucking heroic cryptid. Imagine it. Your village, region, kingdom is under attack by some monster or another, and out of the trees this slender little twonk appears and immediately starts acting like he's gonna help. And you're skeptical, of course, because look at him! And when you find out he's basically a one-man army who just fucking wrecks the dragon, god, monster, etc., terrorizing your place before he breaks all the pots in town and disappears again.
This shit must be wild. Your village is a statue of Link that's built between his reincarnations, and people put clay pots around it as offering and thanks. One day, some kid shows up breaking all your worship pots and runs off without saying any more than as they jump off a cliff into the forest below. You're confused as fuck, but your great-grandmother is weeping like she just saw God. It's like if you met Jesus and he was a gremlin.
Watch every Zelda fan artist ignore Link being shorter than Zelda for the second game in a row. Well, they're about the same height. Zelda just has a tall boot heel.
I want to make the argument that she has heeled boots on.
Flat, no heel. Me when I'm in denial.
Well, she's close to the camera in that bottom photo, so she'll seem taller comparatively. I don't know if that matters, though.
There's something wrong with you people, I think. Link's courage comes from his inability to reach shelves. Zelda can have short girl energy. It's just that Link is shorter. Link, the mighty manlet.
Link being short is instrumental to his linkness. It is imperative that every Link is a manlet, and this must not be forgotten.
Why isn't there ship named Linda? We're just going to ignore the fact that this guy, who in one incarnation was raised by a tree, cannot hold the tree pose.
I guess he forgot his roots.
Did you just... Oh, I just thought of the most annoying buzzword possible. Fansplaining.
I don't even know what it is, and I already hate it.
See, when a fandom veteran is explaining how something in universe works to a newbie, or how someone's theory wouldn't work in canon, they aren't being helpful or clarifying or anything. They're fansplaining. Consider the following potential example. Fandom outsider. Aw, man, Nintendo wasted a perfectly good opportunity in Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker. Since it's a seafaring pirate adventure, they would have made the Master Sword into a cutlass. Fandom veteran.
Well, that wouldn't work, since the Master Sword's never been shown before to change shape even beyond mere differences in artwork.
Oh my god, stop fansplaining to me, you toxic nerd! And scene.
Oh, I can see that going south so fast.
It's pointless arguing about which Link is the scrungliest, because they're all the scrungliest! On different axes of a scrungle. Twilight Princess Link is scrungly in a serious fantasy protagonist trademark sort of way. His clothes and skin sporting an even coating of grime of no specific origin, forever slightly but noticeably damp, and inexplicably smelling faintly of used motor oil. Breath of the Wild Link is scrungly in a lives alone in the woods sort of way. Surprisingly well-groomed, because Hollywood stereotypes notwithstanding letting your hygiene slide into non-conducive into long-term wilderness survival, yet 100% prepared to catch a fish with his bare hands and eat it live and wriggling it in front of you. Wind Waker Link is scrungly in an unsupervised middle schooler sort of way. Charming enough from a distance, but you probably don't want to know what he's got in his pockets, and if you touched him, your hands would come away greasy. Why is he greasy? It's scrungle all the way down. And then there's Ocarina of Time Link. The scrungle that you assume is a very calm and sophisticated young man, but is stricken with the curse of still having the mental capacity of a 9-year-old. My parents hate Overwatch because it takes up our entire Wi-Fi whenever my brother goes online. And when I bought myself the new Zelda, my mom was like, "Can I watch Netflix or are you playing?" And I was like, no, don't worry about it. It doesn't take up the internet. And she was so relieved and started walking towards the TV in her room. I was like, "You want to watch out here? I can switch to handheld mode." And she was so impressed that she could watch MasterChef next to me while I played my game. Nintendo is truly the family system.
Nintendo paid for this post.
Blizzard paid for that reply. Hey, yo, if you're an 8-foot Gerudo lady, hit me up. Remember in Breath of the Wild how there's like that one Gerudo girl crying in the bar because her boyfriend dumped her for being too tall? And she cries, "What's that supposed to mean? I'm only 8 feet tall." Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna find that dude and he's gonna catch these hands. Anyway, if you're 8 feet tall, DM me. The way she says only implies 8 feet is below average for Gerudo height. Well, in the Hyrule Historia, Ganondorf is stated to be 7'6". So with this in mind, we know that Ganondorf, the Demon King, the Prince of Darkness, is very short for a Gerudo.
Ganon turned evil because he was a medalist.
Oh man, all these AI things are coming to take my friends, my family, and everything I love, and all of my creativity. I just want a symbol of artificial intelligence that's tiny and adorable and wouldn't try to steal everything about me. Hey, yo, I heard everything you said. And boy, do I got the thing for you. Feast your eyes on this. It is the legendary Azuri plush.
Or Robot Sienna if you're a fucking boomer.
Look at this tiny, adorable form. You could pick it up and you could hold it and you could hug it forever. And you don't have to worry about the artificial intelligence part because it's a plush. There's no wires. It's just cotton and love. Maybe a little bit of spirit in it. You don't know, but it's not going to steal your stuff. You want one of these? You hop on makeshift.com and get this plush right here. We got a good campaign going on right for it. You get for $29.99.
Plus shipping and handling.
You could buy one and you bring it to campus with you and be like, check this out, dude, bros. I got my own artificial intelligence and it doesn't need my social security number to exist. And be like, oh man, I should have not given, critical thinkers all of my money and all of my identity so I could make funny generated AI pictures. Oh. At least I have you, artificially generated Mega Man with 9 fingers on one hand for some reason. You still listening to this rambling? Go get the plush right now. What are you doing? Go!
It's me, boy. I'm the plug reacting to you live inside your brain.
Hey, why is everyone talking this as Animorphs?
Was this not intentionally about Animorphs? What was it about?
The nature of humanity is just that every so often someone accidentally invents
Animorphs
again.
You know, you don't go mad from seeing the incomprehensible. You go mad from briefly comprehending it. People, especially in games and media, often misinterpret Eldritch madness, which is honestly a shame. True madness isn't just seeing something unfamiliar. It's understanding something you were never meant to. Take an ant, for example. If it stumbles upon a circuit board, it doesn't start rambling incoherently in fear. To the ant, the board is just a landscape of strange angles and humming monoliths. It might feel uneasy, but that is not madness. True madness is when, for just a moment, the ant can see as a human does. It suddenly understands symbols, realizes markings carry meaning, something more complex than pheromones. It sees concepts like love, regret, humor, ideas beyond its comprehension. Then, it's just an ant again. But now it remembers. Echoes of what it can no longer grasp swirl in its mind. It cannot use this knowledge, yet it cannot forget. The more it saw, the harder it is to go back. It needs to see it again, to understand again. Nothing else in its tiny, tiny world matters anymore. So yeah, write that down. Okay, so before someone you love starts info dumping, most blessed feeling in the world. Reblog to let your mutuals know that they can always give you the okay so, and you will listen. Is character intended to be this identity? Can be a difficult question to give a simple yes or no answer to, not because writers are hedging their bets, but because very often the actual answer is character is modeled after several people I know in real life, some of whom might well be identity, but frankly, if they are, it's none of my damn business. 18 plus accounts? Well, that's quite a lot. You do numbers on Tumblr? Girl, I am on Tumblr, and the numbers? 4. But, babes, I said 4. My lad's 4. 4. This isn't 4. I said 4. This is not... Well, you didn't give me 4. I wanted 4. They should invent a January that doesn't make you go through every emotion known to mankind every day. I call it January. You just add more Y's. It'll make you feel better. Notes. If God is displeased with my work, then why hasn't he stopped me? Hold on. I think my frontal lobe just developed. One time I dreamt that the main U.S. currency was cheese after eggs broke the economy. Oh god, Apollo was side-eyeing this one. He sends his apologies. I spread pro-glasses propaganda. Glasses are hot. Glasses are cool. Glasses will help you see boobs. Guys or girls, it doesn't matter. They help you see them. By the way, goblins and kobolds talk to each other through a complex interwoven network of cups and strings. If you even care. They're gossiping about you, by the way. Bruh, that's this place. Okay, listen. Surely I will not be consumed by my interest this time. By Talos, this can't be happening. As much as I understand being a hater, you have to offset that shit with genuine, sincere enjoyment and wonder sometimes, lest you become the one who is corny and sad, in my opinion. Where's your fucking whimsy, jackass? Your comprehension? Compassion, alright? Post-editing here. I get it. I fucked up the first time. I understand. It's done. The joke is done. I see the irony. I fucking get it. Okay. Is it only irony and judgment 24/7 for you? Boo! Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter, Craig? You don't like fun and whimsy? Someone dressed up as Legolas fuck your wife? You have a little bit of got a little bit of a kink there, do you? Maybe you're kind of closeting? Maybe? Sometimes I think I'm normal. Then I remember the OCX canon whip file that I have of one of my OC ship with the damn principle for body basics. Well, why don't you just? The answer is either money or anxiety. Or the bone pharaoh. 90% of the time it's money. 10% of the time it's the bone pharaoh. Why are you trying to make the bone pharaoh work? Has anyone figured out how much art you need to make your mental illness go away?
Has anyone figured out how much you need to make your mental illness go away, Lou?
Thank you. This is not good at all. Jurassic Park has a good philosophical message, but unfortunately, the only thing I ever take away from watching Jurassic Park is, God, I wish I could go to Jurassic Park. Like, yeah, it's blatantly obvious don't create the Torment Nexus scenario, but this Torment Nexus is delicious! I mean, yeah, I would totally go. Oh, thank God. Wait. Enhance image. God, I love speedrunners. To those asking, welcome to Restaurant Percent, where you help Ganondorf rebuild his life as a humble restaurant owner by building a restaurant around him as fast as possible without getting murked.
Finally, a fun way to play Tears of the Kingdom.
I'm just kidding. It was a great game. I love it when dudes are like, question everything. Be critical about the world. And what they mean is, I think politics is controlled by evil wizards. Love is fake. Focus all your love energy on Hatsune Miku. Goodbye. Oh, I don't hate pineapple on pizza. I just disagree with your lifestyle. You can eat whatever pizza you want behind closed doors, but don't put that shit in front of my kids. Oh, so when the final boss's phase transitions, gamers love it. But when I, a trans woman, stop. I support every trans woman's rights to have their health bar dramatically refill, accompanied by flashy VFX and the name above their HP bar changing. You deserve it, queen. Go off. Imagine caring so much about fiction. Imagine being so lame that you scoff at the timeless human practice of falling in love with art and stories. Well, look who it is. It's Greg the Legolas hater again. How you doing? Still fucking your wife? One time I dreamt the creator of Bluey announced he helped write the screenplay of Ice Age 6. He also publicly admitted it was one of the worst experiences of his life and he only did it for the money. You know, I stumble across your posts regularly, yet I genuinely believe this one for a solid minute. Speaking from the heart, no. I am, however, speaking from the amulet, which I am sure you will agree is much better. Chinchillas are fascinating creatures. They look like they have to stop every 5 seconds to give their brain time to process their next action. They are creatures that suffer from real-life turn-based strategy. Earth is currently at the stage that leads into either Star Trek or Mad Max. Astute observers will recall that in Star Trek, Earth was Mad Max for several years before becoming Star Trek. I feel a sudden bloom of hope inside me. This is the most hopefully thing I've read this week. Meanwhile, now I'm just imagining Data putting spray paint over his face and going, witness me. What we see, and what humans see. Oh, Opie? Who's we? Who the fuck is we? Opie? Who's we? Hey, go grab the Azuri plush right now. We're at 63 out of 200, at least at the time of making this video. You better go snag it if you want to see more things. Are toucans a bird of prey? No. What if you are a fruit or perhaps a berry? POV, you are a fruit or perhaps a berry. Whoa! I just remembered I had my very own skeleton under all this flesh. Not for long. This is honestly one of the posts on this website. Sure is. Attention, users of Tumblr. I exist. That is all. You may return to your previously scheduled suffering. Philadelphia if the Eagles lost. The Eagles win. Philadelphia anyways. See, this right here is an example of context clues. This is the world is on fire / derogatory, and the bottom is the world is on fire / affectionately. Writing prompt. We have your son. Oh, my condolences. Please try to die quickly. His dinner's almost ready. Who's on the phone, Alfred? Asked Bruce as the butler hung up on the phone. Just Master Damien. He will be a little late to dinner. Alfred lied as he went back to the kitchen. They need to invent the opposite of an NDA called an FDA, where you have to tell everyone everything. Subpoena, Tumblr, alcohol. War Thunder forums. Survived checking my bank account. I deserve a little treat. This had better not alter the numbers in my bank account. Vitalis, this can't be happening. Big bald eagles, excuse the number one. I can't seem to remove it from the... Received this incomprehensible email from my ornithology professor. The fucking eagles got him. They're putting chemicals in the fire that turn the freaking swords gay! I just thought this was really funny. This fucking cross-ass looking sword over here. You wanna give that to Glenn? Huh, this is how I win. Loses. Maybe this time picking your textures on my skin will lead to it being silky smooth, bleeding. Ow. Good idea. Marry a blacksmith so you get free swords whenever.
Better idea. Become a miner and then marry a blacksmith so he can have the required materials for you to get free swords whenever. Make a harem and marry a full production chain. Ah, monopolygamy.
I mean, if your harem is full of blacksmiths, would that make it a polyamorous relationship?
You can make a whole polyarmory.
Angels probably wouldn't wear clothes. To explain, in Genesis, human beings start out not wearing clothes. God is caught off guard when Adam and Eve start covering themselves. This implies that in a pure state, clothes aren't necessary. Therefore, why would angels have clothes? Also, can you imagine designing clothes for a biblically accurate cherubim? And even a seraphim would be tricky, since you need to account for like 6 wings. In conclusions, angels are notice. It's probably why the angels end up saying, be not afraid, because you were looking at 6 weenuses at the same time.
Being autistic and meeting someone with ADHD is like,
oh, you're like me, but fast.
Best trait you can give a tall and imposing character is easily flustered. I don't care how many people they've bested in combat. Someone cute flirting with them should be enough to make them go,
Goofy, no.
please do not the cat.
Oh my god, they're in the cat! 23 is the correct number of stab wounds. Why would this mean? Oh, I have 23 stab wounds in me, huh? Yeah, bad news for chocolate lovers. Amid massive corporate downsizing, Lent had to euthanize 20,000 of its handsome European chocolate chefs. An additional 1,300 will be thrown out in the cold with nothing but their stupid fucking whisks.
You know the things fandoms do where they take a character, usually the protagonist, and... You know what I'm talking about. It's okay, you can just say Undertale.
Undertale's literally done like every AU. There probably could just be one where everything's the same except Sans' hoodie is pink. Don't even ask why, it just is.
I love when I'm writing a scene heavily focused on characters, drives, and fears, and suddenly something clicks and it's like, you've unlocked a new backstory. Yeah.
My family usually eats bagged cereals, you know, the off-brand kinds that taste like deceit. And today my mother came home with 15 plus boxes of sugar name brand cereal, dumped them into my arms and said, I can't eat lies anymore, Caroline.
I called bullshit on your cereal post.
Oh, sweet dingus, that's a lie.
A tired mime on break leaning against nothing and smoking an invisible cigarette. Yeah. Mutual just posted,
okay, I'm normal now.
Objective. Survive the reverse chronological dashboard breakdown. Wave 1 of 30.
Good luck, soldier. You know, days keep happening to me. And nights also. No seeing it whatsoever.
What is your problem?
Several. Thanks for asking. Where do you want me to fucking start?
Sweet treats should not cost money. They should come as a complimentary gift for not giving up. Please?
My skeleton is full of closets. The closets are filled with bi-lesbians, by the way.
What are they full of?
Closets.
What are those filled with?
Real pronouns.
Do those have anything in them?
Closets.
I didn't learn about this in driving school.
Stop, says the red light. Go, says the green. Wait, says the yellow light twinkling in between.
Kneel, says the demon light with its eyes of coal, so I knows your license plate and stares into your soul.
This is always fucking funny.
I've only seen those legendary posts and screenshots.
What I've learned in boarding school today is...
I think Venus flytraps should be intelligent and ambulatory. I think they should get into the cupboards. I think they should purr when you pet them. OP, there is an entire Broadway musical explaining why you don't want that.
OP, there is a furry mammal version of the Venus flytrap you can try. Also catches and kills and sometimes eat bugs.
There's a Broadway musical about them, too. Go see the musical, though, not the movie. Don't.
Instead of worrying about whether or not you're scaring the hoes, why don't you find some hoes that don't get scared? Brave hoes. Indomitable hoes. My hoes have a warrior's spirit.
That is some genuine early 2000s humor.
The only piece of history that is not better than right now is anything less than 10 years ago. Which is the worst time ever, except for now. only a niche subset out of fashion people enjoy less than 10 years ago, until it becomes 10 years or more ago, when it has an ironic appreciation in the culture. When it becomes 20 years ago, it was always awesome and better than now, which is the worst time ever, except for maybe less than 10 years ago. My brain hurts. I get it, but my brain hurts. I just found out my very white British mother doesn't season anything with salt. She doesn't salinate cooking water for pasta, never fries with some salt. I now realize why my cooking tastes much better. I actually use seasonings. I'm at the BDSM club painting tunnels on the wall for my sub to run into. He's like a goddamn Looney Tunes character. Prophecy class canceled due to foreseen circumstances. Wow. I left my Vaporeon alone for a few hours. Now he's got 3 bodyguards backing him up. Those are his backup dancers. Aquatic Glamour Twink and the Muscle Daddies.
Hello, it is me, Helium. I am a noble gas.
Noble? Wait. This is funny. This humor is so fucking advanced, yet so fucking simple at the same time. Willy Wonka's little tricks wouldn't work on me, because I'm not 9 years old. I'm not going onto the factory floor during a tour. That's insane. Everyone else brought a chaperone. Well, I brought my brother, and we pre-gamed. Willy Wonka would slyly take you to a back room where he has rum balls that are 101% alcohol while being gentle and sweet, and you would fold like an origami crane. Well, maybe. But if Willy Wonka took me to a back room, I'd do some other stuff in there, too. I mean, the Gene Wilder Willy Wonka can fucking get it. Sorry that you think my fictional ship is illegal. I actually consulted a fictional lawyer about it, and we had to talk with a fictional cop about the fictional laws, and then they both looked at me and very seriously said, "We'll allow it, because it's hot." So fuck you. My favorite translator said that when she was an ambassador for Hungary, she took all the Japanese politicians on a tour, and she was trying to circumtranslate merry-go-round because she didn't know the Japanese word for it, by calling it a horse tornado for children. And they had no blessed idea what she was saying. And she finally started running in circles, going up and down, and they go, "Oh, in Japan we call those merry-go-rounds." Hold on, I have to check. Well, I'll be. It really is called merry-go-round. Wait, isn't NSFW the letters on the compass? Ooh, so close. North, south, fuck! West. If you excuse me, my compass is pointing in a certain direction. It's west. Went to the aquarium the other week, and hand to God, every single seahorse was pregnant. It was like AO3 in there. Stop speaking like you're superior. Do you know how much more agile your brain is when you're bisexual? Bilingual! I don't even need the flaming text to do this joke.
Sexuality typo.
You teed your last he. Any last words?
Tea.
For when people get angry at you for liking snakes. That is the cutest snake!
I am my own blankie.
You sure are, buddy. You sure are. My new sex with an elf potion sold 1 elfillion units. Wow, that's crazy. I'm happy for you, bro. I'm sure they went to very, very valuable customers. What I miss about Tumblr is that you could tell how your friends felt without having to talk to them. I miss Tumblr so much. It died after they started censoring everything. Yeah, I know. A piece of me died back then. Something about reposting back-to-back emo poems at 3 a.m. on Tumblr is nostalgic. I feel like someone is standing next to me talking about how I'm dead. My coworker asked me a question about queer culture the other day, and it was a really good question, but I couldn't think of a polite way to tell him that they didn't have the foundational knowledge required to support full comprehension of the answer. So why do some people say they're bisexual and other people say they're pansexual? They sound like the same thing. Do you want the real answer, the answer that will make sense to you? I guess the real answer. Do you have 3 hours and a notepad? No. The flags are different. if you want, like, a Cliff Note version, and this could still spark some debate, but for the life of me, I don't have the energy for it. To me, as a pansexual person, the major difference is bisexuality means that you have attraction to more than one gender, but there's likely a stopping point. Where pansexuality is you can be attracted to someone regardless of whatever gender that they might be. But you guys are free to discuss that in the comments. I mean, it's an interesting topic.
Werewolf transforming. You have to go. Now. I don't want you to see me like this.
Don't push me away. I'm not afraid of you.
No. I'm just really dumb as a wolf, and I don't want to have you see me bark at the mirror for 2 hours.
Werewolf after waking up the next morning.
I'm going to kill you.
Is it because I threw?
Yes, it's because you threw the stick, but really just had it behind your back. Ugh.
May you sleep on the breast of your tender woman companion. Sappho, circa 600 BC. Get you a girlfriend. Nap on her titty.
Over 2.5 millennia later, and lesbians is still the same.
Hey, kids, you want a tarot card reading?
These are Pokemon cards.
You get a Bidoof. It means fuck you.
Big fan of one William as a quantity. Keep it up. Makes me think of the mysterious William coin I received in the mail recently. Behold, one William. Holy shit, you found it. $1 William.
We as a society have not made fun of karaoke enough for throwing a water bottle at Groudon in Journeys.
Throws my leftover Dasani at the personification of the land itself. Gonna stop you right there. Your lead boy Ash tried to punch a fucking biological mutant clone of God. Well, one of the gods. Pokemon's got some weird lore. Puts hand on your shoulder. It's okay, don't cry. I know what it feels like to get run over by a car 1 million times. Forwards and backwards. Until you get really flat and don't have any blood left. I don't care if that's not what you're going through. I just wanted to say something crazy. Can I have a few dollars from your wallet?
Just so you know, old Peeve, that poster he blogged, believes the better world is possible. Yeah, big oof. Ooh, yikes. Yikes-a-ronies. The San Francisco problem.
Friendly reminder that he
what?
He.
Sure is.
Doing numblers on Tumblr. It says the title of the video!
An important message from Duolingo.
It is with heavy hearts that we must inform you that Duo, formerly known as the Duolingo Owl, is dead. If I ever find myself in a PM Seymour video, I actually think I will perish.
Seymour, tell me you didn't! Guys, I'm sorry! It was a joke! No!
What's really funny about that post is, like, my account on Tumblr got, like, disabled for a while. I don't know if it was a glitch, but it's like an hour after I posted that, my Tumblr account was just gone. It's back now, but Jesus.
Dinosaurs are, like, the coolest thing possible for a child to learn about. It's like, hey, I know you were just born, but, like, giant monsters are real. They fought each other in wars for, like, a billion years, and then they blew up when the sky exploded.
Wow.
You didn't say the actual number, PM.
Shut up talking about dinosaurs!
Behold a goat cat.
A coat. A gat.
A friend.
Oh, you don't touch this bitch for 1 day, and then the spiders just start living lavish.
Oh no, I'm surrounded by the horrors. I'm surrounded by the horrors in this spooky cabin in the middle of the woods. It would be a shame if the horrors held my hand, or if the horrors kissed me on the cheek. It'd be such a shame.
I think if you put someone from 2005 onto a website from 2025 without the slow creep we've lived through, they think they had malware.
I don't like the realization of this. In light of the recent surge of ChatGPT written posts, I've instead set my sights on another form of generative technology. The humble 8-ball. Check this out. No.
Flawless writing. Hey, sexy. I can tell by the frequency of your blog updates that you are, once again, avoiding it all. You want to talk about it, Pookie? You know, people talk about how hard long-distance relationships are, but nobody talks about the struggles of long-distance friendships. I would give my left leg right now to just be able to sit in their PJs and watch movies, or just to be able to give a big fucking hug. My God, they're so right. In 1561, an innkeeper named Hugh Draper was imprisoned in the Tower of London for sorcery. Whilst incarcerated, he made these carvings in the walls which displayed astrological symbols and numbers.
Hugh, this is not helping you beat the sorcery charges.
Counter-defense! Sorcerers don't need to worry about astrological signs or anything like that because they're sorcerers! They're born with the gift of magic. Now wizards, however, had to ban the phrase tricky dick from my classroom during Watergate lesson because saying the word dick in front of 30 15-year-olds is like lighting a bomb and throwing it into the doorway. But right now, they're just calling him Richard the Treacherous like they're all medieval peasants. I'm gonna lose it! I took my nephew and niece to their first medieval event when they were like 5 and 7. They each picked out a heavy and a rapier fighter to cheer on. We'd made favors for them to give as part of the plan to keep little kids entertained, trademark. They interpreted this to mean that they were to look after these fighters and spent the remainder of the day taking them water and sharing goldfish crackers with them. You don't know happiness until you see a little kid hand a knight an Uncrustable and have him devour it gratefully. Congrats, your children reinvented squires. Probably bad RPG ideas. A book filled with information about different types of cat breeds, all of which can be summoned by going to a page and saying pss, 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 pss. The book is known as the Necronomicon. I'd buy it. Mutuals are people you want to eat bread dipped in olive oil with. Companion, Middle English. From the Old French compagnon, literally one who breaks bread with another, based on Latin com, together with, plus panis, bread.
Yes, you break on my bread till I com with my panis.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Hello, humiliation fetishists. Just want to let you know that your fetish is so normal and that there's nothing to be embarrassed about.
That picture won't load, but I swear to God, if it's that picture of the Joker on the phone! Oh, to be a bored prince who keeps rejecting marriage proposals due to secretly being in love with the cute gardener boy. Oh, to be a cute gardener boy who secretly places roses in the prince's room because he is in love with him.
Oh, to be a palace guard who discreetly helps to boost the cute gardener boy up the wall for his secret deliveries in the middle of the night.
Where the goddamn hell is this book? I want to read it.
Eat the moon, dude. Eat the moon. You gotta eat the moon. I don't gotta explain anything. Your objective could not be more clear. Get up and eat the moon. Go, 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 go. You've always wanted to eat the moon. Go, 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 go.
Guys, I'm starting to think Tumblr user I am a fish is secretly Bakunawa, the mood-eating dragon.
All those terms when you don't really like something but someone else does and you respect that. You've heard of not my cup of tea and whatever floats your boat, and now it's time for this phrase to shine. Not my favorite hentai of Pennywise, but okay. Lars, all due respect, but no the fuck it isn't. Sounds like this one just isn't your favorite hentai of Pennywise, and that's okay.
One time I dreamt someone called me and asked, "Why are you running from yourself?" while heavy breathing.
Ooh, don't like that one.
Friendly reminder that you should write that fic. You should draw your OCs. You should redesign that Borbo. You should plan that comic how you want. You should create the content you want to see. You should be cringe, and you should be free. The only thing that matters is you having fun, not what others think. Let's unlearn shame together. You know, getting laid is very hot and sexy. Getting off, well, great news as well. So you would think getting laid off would be wonderful news for your penis. But alas, I love listening to music. and imagining things happening. It's so good. Girl, help! I'm undergoing mitosis! Girl, help! We are undergoing mitosis! Girl, help! Yeah, you're right. It would be pretty fucked up if you were a swan, but you were raised by ducks and you grew up to never seeing another swan or not even knowing that such a thing as a swan even existed. So you just thought you were a duck with something super wrong with it. Autism. Trans moments. Kung Fu Panda? It's weird how everyone hating you when you're 9 years old still affects your self-esteem when you're like 26. Like, yeah, nobody came to my birthday party, but that was like 17 years ago. Why is it stopping me from going to a gay bar? The human brain needs the ability to be recalibrated faster. Yeah, we've been doing the healing process for like 6 or 7 years, but naked snappy now. Come on, hurry up! And it's so weird how adults used to always say, you're a kid, you'll get over it. But it's like, no, actually. Dio, his long-ass nails tapping on the screen of his gaudy rose gold iPhone.
Giorno, look at this thing I found on Pinterest.
He would be that dad, wouldn't he? You know, if he took away the evil aspirations and the vampirism and like all the things that made him a really good JoJo villain, now he's just a pooky dad.
Bunnies who wear pants.
Stylish. Me standing in front of the court for the Duolingo murder. First off, I would ask the jury to consider that I am just a little guy.
I am permanently going to stay the biggest hater about American football as a sport. It's maddening that this shit is still considered acceptable. Introducing my new sport, wall bashing, where you bash your head against a wall until you suffer permanent brain damage. Whoever survives get the chance to win millions and millions of dollars. Ignore all the people who fell over dead without even qualifying for the wall bashing semifinals. This is actually really inspirational if you think about it. Literally anyone can make it if they just wall bash hard enough. You know, I didn't really have a problem with football until you kind of put it like that. Creators of Sonic 3 really said, we can't put Stobotnik in the movie or the homophobe parents will cry out for their children's innocent eyes now forever scorned by gay content. So we're putting them all in the deleted scenes. What are they going to do? Tell us to delete them? And if they tell you to do so, follow genie logic. You're undoing the delete, so therefore, it goes back in the movie, baby! Does anyone want to play cards with me? You have a joke about math, but I'm too squared to say it. Too squared, guys. Too square! Probably bad RPG ideas. Enough of villains who are responsible for your tragic backstory. I'm responsible for your tragic forestory. Come here. You know, apparently when you don't have a crystal ball, a bag of marbles works as a substitute for several smaller prophecies. Who knew? I don't know what kind of animal that is, so I'm gonna call it a puggle wuggle. It looks like a Malamute pup to me. They're ridiculously floofy. No, shut up! It's a puggle wuggle. You heard of chicken fingers, but I present to you the chicken hand! Instead of a stick of ground chicken fried, you take a chicken breast, flatten it, make 4 cuts, bread it, and fry it to resemble a whole hand! Shit, I want to try that now. Well, I just realized it's called deodorant because it deodors you, like it takes away your odor, and you're an ant. You sure about the ant part? Yeah, otherwise they call it deodor. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. You're unreliable narrator fucking Batman. That's not how they told it. I should try a cartwheel. Just woke up on the floor. What happened? Nothing happened. Hey, you should try a cartwheel. Dude, you're so right. I haven't done one in ages. Let me try a cartwheel. I think I'm safe from PM. Oh, Crow Gal, I'm so sorry. Your friend has betrayed you. The Joker without makeup. You know, that's really disrespectful. He was clearly injured in some sort of way, may it be war or what have you. He's probably so depressed his face is scarred like this. He has to wake up every day seeing his own face. Why would you make fun of him like this? Seriously, anyone who would make fun of this is just awful. I actually think he's still more attractive than like half the guys out there, even with his face like this. You do realize that this is literally the Joker without makeup. This is Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight.
in a scene where he's hiding in a group of policemen. That's actually the Joker. That's him. It wasn't a goof. The idea of consuming two conflicting things that promise to do the opposite of each other has always been hilarious to me. There's a liquid shot-based sleep aid called 6 Hour Sleep, and as soon as I saw it, I immediately imagined mixing it and a 5-hour energy drink together for a 1-hour nap. Mix NyQuil and DayQuil to create Quill. What does Quill do? All the time? All the time.
I don't remember much from middle school. Mainly just the green haze.
What?
Green haze.
Oh, thank God I'm not the only one. Though my haze was blue.
Fucking private schoolers.
Fucking around. We'll see what I find out. My spine. My spine. Writing prompt. Oh boy, it sure would suck if the Fae took me, cried the man banging pots and pans together in the middle of a mushroom circle. Found the fairy lover.
I cast extremely slow internet.
You son of a bitch.
I got duped by a triangle. Wait, what's Gravity Falls? I was on about a hidden traffic light sign on a country road that led me to driving through a red light in the middle of nowhere and getting a fine. Why are people talking about Doritos? You ever notice how a washing machine 10 minutes is actually about 17 minutes human time? Yeah, it's weird.
Under my regime there will be no regime. I will overthrow my own ass.
I think I maybe missed the birds and the beanstalk after all. I don't remember this part. Oh, that's the Hawks and Hornets discussion. The more advanced version that covers kinks. Please don't try to hurt me. I have incredible range. Silence, little alto boy. We need a cuteness aggression equivalent term for when you see art of your favorite character you like so much that you sincerely cannot think of anything to put in the tags that isn't, I'm going to start biting off my own fingers. Pooky primal urges. Yeah. The masculine connotation of a bow tie and the feminine connotation of a bow on top of the head implies a non-binary bow style placed directly over the nose. What do it mean when everything should do make you smile? Ooh, you got caught up in some shit, bro. You in love. He didn't survive. I had this dreadful realization that Both of These Nuts is actually a fantastic Star Wars name. Oh no, of course. He's a jazz musician. Why is France called a hexagon when it's abundantly clear that it's a pentagon? What? I mean, I guess I was definitely seeing 1 and 2 as one side, plus the left and the right slopes out more. Yeah, to be honest, I see how you can see 1 and 2 as one side. Actually, it's a decagon. This reads like a post with 100K notes. Reblock. Careful, Apollo might hear you. Okay, but if we're being really pedantic, it's a triacontachi pentagon. 35 sides.
Oh, Tumblr accidentally rediscovers the coastline paradox.
Well, actually, it's more of a hectachi triacontachi pentagon. 135-sided polygon. My French teacher is crying. Please stop walking along the borders of France and trying to figure out how many sides there is. She's just trying to teach. If my doctor's name was House, I would want to know his first name before he does any surgery on me. What if it's Haunted? First name Haunted, last name House. Prescribe that patient bites for mouse. Do you not like 21 Pilots? The fact that you took the time to put the slashes in the O's tells me that this is probably not a conversation we should have. Guess you could say the answer might leave them stressed out. Goes to egg your house, but I find out you're vegan, so I 1/4 cup of unsweetened applesauce your house instead. Okay, I hear you, but that's not going to work. As always, when you're thinking of vegan egg substitutes, it's important to think about the purpose of the egg in your recipe. Eggs are used in this recipe because they smell gross and don't come off easy, due to their tendency to harden or cook in the sun. This is not a situation for applesauce, which will come off in a light rain. While unconventional, The substitute you're looking for here is sourdough starter. It's goopy, it smells atrocious in the hot sun, and it'll harden onto the walls like cement. If you try to get it off with water, you'll just end up with a sticky dough.
Just make sure to respectfully ask your target if they have a gluten allergy before doing this.
We want to trade one evil for another. I think some of you don't like narratives or stories or characters. I think you just like fanfiction tropes. Like, protagonists can and will be sexist, racist, insensitive, cruel, stupid, etc., especially towards the beginning of a story. These are called character flaws, and they are a surprise tool that will lead to a narrative fulfillment later.
And sometimes narrative fulfillment doesn't mean the character overcomes their flaws or even the anti-hero is punished for their flaws. Sometimes it means the narrative says,
Wow, was that fucked up or what? Anyway, I'm Rod Sterling.
Also, just a friendly reminder, sometimes your protagonist of the story is not always the good guy. Sometimes they're just the sick son of a bitch we're following the story along with.
you know, every character you're obsessed with started as an OC in someone's brain.
I mean, yeah, if they're the creator of the game or the show or the story, that's their character. That is their OC. That's not an eye-opener. That's just real.
Can I get to know you more?
No, you may not.
Today I learned goats have accents and can't understand goats from foreign countries because their accents
are different.
I can't believe God divided goats also. What did they do?
Well, Tumblr user Brands Ref, how much do you know about Christianity symbolism?
Ugh, it's been a long week. Someone passed me an image of the character.
Hand over the blowbo, now.
Mom said it's my turn with the guy from the show.
Sorry, I can't get on board with Blorbo. I ride or die with Pookie.
I answered an ask earlier today thinking it would do numbers, and by God, the numbers!
7. This only has 0 notes. It's time to invest.
Dude, stop bouncing your leg.
Bro, it's either this or I start screaming.
Pakicho, I was under the impression you were a woman for years. Oh, I must have seemed a radiant goddess in your eyes.
Your ego truly is boundless.
Thank you so much.
So fucking evil, I don't have jagged point cartoon teeth and fit together like triangles. I deserve them.
Got that Vivzy Pops dysphoria. Please don't call it that, Preeve. I'm begging you. Sobbing at your feet. Don't ever call it that.
How long does your ideal hug last? 38 to 45 minutes? Well, that's really impractical.
You said ideal, not realistic.
Honestly, we used to have hard rock, but now all we have is metal. What happened?
Me in the Bronze Age.
Ancient humans when the Stone Age ended and the Bronze Age began. Why do I even bother?
I don't know, Tumblr user Charles010. I think it's time to rock them like a hurricane. Like the jukebox hero you deserve to be.
New organs coming out soon. Medium intestine, gall kidneys, inferior vena cava, table of contents, semicolon, dire, opposite of liver, and pancreas too.
So I showed my mom this, a genuine doctor, and she says that the inferior vena cava is real, so I'm sorry, your post has been canceled, OP.
Yeah, well, this one is even more inferior. Just a dog shit vena cava. It sucks, I hate it, give me the real one. Me eating a pile of nuts, cheese, and apple.
Tasty. The medieval peasant in my head watching me eat.
Thou knowest what would make us a meal. Dried fruits.
Me getting out the raisins.
God damn, Ethelred, you are so right.
Yet thou art not still hearing my words regarding the blasphemy.
Here at RPG Maker, we don't hate our game developers like Unity does.
If that's true, then why do you keep mailing me pipe bombs?
We hate in a different, more tangible way.
I have fruit polos and lollipops. Be jealous.
Oh my god, do many people not know what fruit polos are? They're heaven.
In America, we call them lifesavers. They can be chewy or hard candy. Polos aren't chewy. They also come in mint.
This week on Britain Thinks It's Special.
Well, this week on America copies everything from Britain.
Lifesaver Candies was first created in 1912 by Clarence Crane. Polo Mints were developed by Roundtrees in 1939.
Well. This week on Britain Steals Things from Other Countries. It's time.
It's not time. It's fucking March. I don't want to see this.
It's time.
My brain is controlled by 2 rats and an earthworm. And I swear to God, I'm about to evict all 3 of them!
Is there any hatred stronger than the rage kids get towards Barney the dinosaur as soon as they are just a little too old for Barney the dinosaur? So this guy, Martin Pistorius, fell into a coma when he was 12 years old and eventually woke up completely paralyzed, at least physically. He was misdiagnosed. Doctors believe he was in a completely vegetative state, but in reality, he had regained full consciousness and awareness. He just didn't possess any motor function. So he couldn't communicate to anyone that he was alive in there. He lived this way for 12 years before he overcame it by sheer force of will and was given the tools to communicate. He tells this story in his book, Ghost Boy.
Yeah, you might be wondering what this has to do with Barney and the dinosaur. Stay with me. Don't make me get the jingle keys. Hold on.
Anyway, the breaking point that incited this plan of escape was being forced to watch Barney reruns all day, every day, at his care center. Sitting in front of the TV, he learned to tell the time by the shadows on the wall. If he had time, he could know when Barney would end. With the ability to measure his days, he was able to pull himself out of the void and ultimately start down the path to recovery. Today, Barney can communicate whatever he wants with the help of a computer program, but there's one thing he can't articulate. I cannot even express to you how much I hated Barney. So it turns out that the primal hatred people have toward Barney is strong enough to pull a disembodied consciousness out of the abyss of existential despair and into the physical world out of pure spite. Do you think the PR Barney tried to spin that around to being like, see, we saved this guy's life? One time I dreamt aliens were really hostile and invading Earth. But nothing related to that was trending on Tumblr because some big fandom stuff had also happened. This is exactly how it would happen. Thinking about when my brother got chat banned from Overwatch and the email they sent him after he tried to appeal, it said, "We don't normally bring up the incriminating messages, but in this case, we feel it's necessary to show you what got you banned." And it was all shit like, "I will kidnap you in the desert and make you forget how to eat." Jesus Christ. Every time I move, I crunch like popcorn. And every time we kiss, I swear I could fly. Something that annoys me is people using Ugly Sonic being redesigned due to the mass outcry as a reason to bully companies into redesigning minor changes that most people won't care about. Take Shrek from Shrek 5. While the design is definitely worse, that's completely subjective, I think it's fine, then the original is recognizable as Shrek, and it's still not bad enough that general audiences will really care about it. What everyone is forgetting is that Ugly Sonic was just so horrible that even general audiences who don't give a focus about Sonic were complaining about how bad the design was, and how it only had vaguely similar design. Sega, who probably have the power to make Paramount redesign Sonic, included. Too Long Didn't Read bullying Paramount into redesigning Sonic only worked because the original Sonic design was so bad that nobody liked it. Also, let me put my tinfoil hat on for a second and just say that the hatred towards the Shrek redesign is like the most industry-planted hatred I have ever seen in my entire goddamn life. There's nothing wrong with it. His eyes are closer, that's it! The fuck is wrong with you people? Toddler was asked to feed the cat.
Disappointment.
Today I learned there is a famous stage play and film adaptation called A Streetcar Named Desire, which I discovered by searching up Streetcar Desire due to my deep carnal desire for streetcars. A deep carnal desire for cars of the streets, you say? Oh yeah, bad news. I think there's a perverterous sex car in your post. What? Get it off! Get it off! Not like that! Headcanon, Grunkle Stan knew that Gideon wasn't psychic from the moment he called him Stanford. Oh, Alex? Alex, did you do that? Did you do this on purpose, Alex? Nice freaking AI bros out here doing AI-generated voices for their daily videos. Well, guess what? I can do that too. Check this out.
Some UI elements weren't aligned properly. We aligned them properly. The unbearable sleuth of 18 grizzly bears near the Legends Guild has been halved to the simple, bare necessities. Tish. Players who use the "This is Democracy" emote on their ship might unintentionally send their fellow Helldivers on an unauthorized, unscheduled spacewalk. Fixed an issue where player ragdolling into the FRV would cause the vehicle to be yeeted into space. Slowed down the reproduction rates of chickens outside of coops, preventing the chicken uprising. Reduce the animal call limit in the conservatory to remove chickens where the uprising has already happened. Fixed a very science-why issue with quantum slimes. It would take at least 6 years of university plus a deep understanding of slime science to understand it fully, so we'll just call it the failure to duplicate phenomenon. Error noted. It is meant to say science-y. Now stop typing what you're going to say to me, Mr. Big Swinging Dick. Resolve the crash that could sometimes eventually occur when rapidly placing and selling a heli, then placing and selling a mortar, then placing and selling a heli, then placing and selling a mortar, then placing and selling a heli, then placing and selling a mortar, probably. Was the detector of this bug, let's game it out. The trucks no longer give you tinnitus. That ringing must be from something else. When a skin is banned, players with that skin
will have their skin removed.
Next, we're working on shoplifters and beating them. And others. Shoplifters will be optional. I look forward to the Gangrams adding this into their playthrough and seeing Aaron
suffer.
The egg is no longer unintentionally lost at the convenience store. Change the sleep margin to 30. Fixed instances where Rook forgot they already had the Lyrium dagger and could not interact with treasure chests and altars. Now Velgard is finally fixed. Hooray! Baby Toss now has a chance to crit. Fixed a crash if a smoked fish's original fish data no longer exists. You now get a delicious smoked
error item
instead. Fixed a shirt that looked weird. Why were there so many anime girl faces on it? It disturbs me. Sandy now sells basic pants in her shop. No commentary. Added straight title. It costs $9,999.
Insert credit card.
Serpent folk and merfolk can now ride motorcycles. Let's fucking go. Updated PD_Farmageddon. Revoked Scarecrow Gym membership, which lowered their health from 500 to 350. When other players around you equipped a prop that can be held, you'll now see it prop early. Tish. Hearthstone fixed a bug where if you conceded during Mr. Vista's Scenic Vista effect, it caused the background ambient sound effect to replay on loop into your next game. Nobody signed up for that long of a hike. And finally, baby patch notes. Crawling was removed as a developmental milestone. Walking alone was moved from 12 months to 15 months. Rolling was moved from 4 to 6. First word was moved from 12 months to 15 months. 2-year-olds are now expected to only use 2 words together rather than
"Yo, baby's just got a huge nerve growed up, mains were so big."
Oh, you actually thought the title was a joke? No, we're actually doing this. So, buckle up, relax, and enjoy the facts. A poster on Reddit asks, what are 2 events that took place in the same time in history but don't seem like they would have? Spain was still a fascist dictatorship when Microsoft was founded. There were no classes in calculus in Harvard's curriculum for the first few years because calculus hadn't been discovered yet. 2 empires, Roman and Ottoman, spanned the entire gap from Jesus to Babe Ruth. When the pyramids were being built, there were still woolly mammoths. The last use of the guillotine was in France in the same year Star Wars came out. Oxford University was over 300 years old when the Aztec Empire was founded. Pablo Picasso died the year Pink Floyd released Dark Side of the Moon, 1973. Prisoners began to arrive in Auschwitz a few days after McDonald's was founded. Coca-Cola is only 31 years younger than Italy. Marilyn Monroe and Queen Elizabeth II were born in the same year. The Ottoman Empire still existed the same time Chicago Cubs won their World Series. I'm weirdly knowledgeable in the history of soda. I don't even drink soda. Why do I know so much about it? Coke and Pepsi taste different because Coke was invented before refrigeration, so it was designed to drink warm, while Pepsi was designed after refrigeration was invented and was designed to be drunk cold. As a result, the tastes are different. But if you drink Pepsi cold and Coke warm, they'll taste the same. Why the fuck do you know this? I honestly have no idea. Coke's recipe was originally green, but the designers made it brown so it looked more like tea. Have they never seen green tea? I don't even know if green tea was invented in 1886, but they wanted to make the public more open to eating the fizzy drink. Green tea was invented in the 13th century and made up 22% of the tea thrown off the ship in the Boston Tea Party. Alan, I know about soda, not green tea. I will trade you information about bees and carrier pigeons for information about the history of soda. No one knows where the origin of the name 7-Up started, but it did have a mood stabilizer in the original recipe found in present-day antidepressants. Now I want facts about bees and carrier pigeons now. Carrier pigeons come from a species of wild rock pigeon, and their flights could be as long as 1,800 kilometers and were used as early as 3,000 years ago. And you know in old cartoons where a character throws a beehive at someone and you think, well, that would never work in real life. Turns out it would. And did. People used to lob beehives at the approximate location of enemy forces to expose them. This is amazing, thank you. Jojo, do you have anything to say about these fun facts? Fantastic, thank you. My sister just told me that technically kangaroos had 5 limbs because their tail is classified as a leg, because they use that to propel themselves forward, which makes them the only pentapedal animal on Earth. She just told me that there's a frog that literally grows a spiky mustache and goes and fights other male frogs for a girlfriend. Turns out flamingos aren't actually pink. They're born gray but turn pink from the shrimp they eat. So my dudes, it turns out there's a flower that only blooms every couple years. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, it must be so beautiful. Turns out it smells like fucking corpses. What the fuck? Side fun fact, that's what Vileplume is based off of. My best friend just told me that frogs use their eyeballs to swallow their food by retracting them into their head and pushing the food down, and honestly, the most horrific thing I've ever heard. Isn't it creepy that from the day you're born you start to die? Actually, fun fact, if starting to die is defined as cells start dying at a faster rate than they are replaced, then you don't start dying the day you were born. You're still growing, and cells are still being replaced pretty quickly for about 22 to 25 years. So 25, that's when you start to die. Ask any 25-year-old and they will confirm. Intelligence officials thought they could use Castro's love of scuba diving to topple him. They planned to hide explosives inside a large seashell and paint it with exotic colors to lure the attention of the ocean-loving communist. I'm in tears over this, holy shit. Just a year after Castro seized power, the agency spiked the cigars with botulinum toxin strong enough to kill anyone who would put one in their mouth. The cigars were delivered to an unidentified person in 1961, according to the subcommittee, but it's unclear what's happened to them after that. The same year, the CIA planned to contaminate one of Castro's diving suits with a fungus that would produce a chronic and debilitating skin disease. In 1960, the CIA planned to sabotage Castro's speeches by spraying his broadcasting studio with a chemical that would make him suffer similar hallucinations to LSD. Other plots included spiking the dictator's scars with a chemical that would disorientate him, hoping he would smoke one before delivering one of his marathon oratory performances. And they also tried dusting his shoes with thallium salts, which would make Castro's iconic beard fall out. It's a little-known fact that in 60s and 70s, the CIA was actually run by a fucking wily coyote. Try to implement anything but a conservative's 6th grade education level of medieval Victorian times, and you will butt into this all the time. There was a literal fad in the 1890s for nipple rings for all genders. And no, it was not under the mistaken belief that it would help breastfeeding. There's a lot of doctors writing at the time telling people to stop, and they thought it would ruin the breast's ability to breastfeed well, etc. It was straight up because the Victorians were freaks. Okay, imagine trying to make a Victorian character with nipple rings. Imagine the accusations of gross historical inaccuracy. People just really have entrenched ideas of what people in the past were like. Tell them the Vikings were clean, had a complex democratic legal system, respected women, had free-form rap battles, and had child support payments, they'd call you a liar. Tell them chopsticks became popular in China during the Bronze Age because street food vendors were all the rage and they wanted to have disposable eating utensils. They'll say you're making that up. Tell them Native Americans had a trade network stretching from Canada to Peru and built sacred mounds bigger than the pyramids of Giza. You're some SJW twisting facts. Ancient Egypt had circular saws, depth cards, and eye surgery. Are you high? Our misconception of medieval peasants being illiterate and living in poverty and one-room mud huts being their own creation as a part of century-long tax evasion scam? You stole that from the Game of Thrones reject bin. Iron Age India had stone telescopes, air conditioning, and the number 0 along with all Arabic numbers, including algebra and calculus. I understand some of those words. You know, this post gets better every time it comes across my dash. To provide some more, the Romans also had vending machines, automated puppet plays, doors that opened to the sound of horns when you lit a fire in front of them, and working steam engines. All invented by one dude, the hero of Alexandria. People generally want to think that the Dark Ages is the sum of the entire history of the world. Charlemagne had a frigging pet elephant sent as a present by the Caliph over in Baghdad. Emperor Frederick II, around 1200, crossed the Alps with his own private zoo, including giraffes, in order to impress and dazzle his Germanic subjects, and it frigging worked. He also introduced legislation that a doctor was not allowed to also sell medicine, to prevent obvious charlatanry, but had to write a recipe for an apothecary to then redeem, which is a system still in use in Germany and other countries. He spoke several languages, was tolerant towards his Muslim subjects in southern Italy, you read that correctly, and was opposed to trial by combat on reasons of it being unfair and irrational. Fun statistical fact: cows are about 300 times more likely to kill you than coyotes. Minor side note to statistical fact: if it was common for people to keep several hundred coyotes on their property and routinely chase them into a corral and handle them, this statistic would be very different. I love how humans have literally not changed throughout history. Like the graffiti from Pompeii has people from hundreds of years writing stuff like, "Marcus is gay, I fucked a girl here, Julius, your mom wishes she was with me." And Leonardo da Vinci's assistant drew dicks in their notebooks just for the banter. Not to mention Mozart created a piece called "Kiss My Ass." So when people wish for today's generation to be like how people used to be, then we were already there, buddy. We've always been. The Hagia Sophia had inscriptions that were considered sacred for centuries, until they were deciphered in the 70s to be Nordic runes saying, "Halfdan wrote this." My old English professor told us that there's a cave in Scandinavia where a Viking graffitied some runes like 14 feet up on the wall, and when they finally reached it, all it translated into was, "This is very high." Today I learned that the reason lead levels in children's blood has dropped 85% in the past 30 years is because of an unknown scientist who fought car companies to end leaded gasoline. He also removed it from paint, suggested its removal from pipes, and campaigned for the removal of lead solder from cans. Yet, it also correlates extremely strongly to an increasing decrease of violent crime. One of the symptoms of low-level constant lead exposure is increased aggression and volatility. Unknown scientist? That was Claire Cameron Patterson. Today, I learned prehistoric hunter-gatherer tribes had an average group limit of 50 people. Incidentally, modern research shows that in the video game World of Warcraft, maximum group player cohesiveness occurs at a limit of 50 players. Literally no difference between cavemen and WoW players. The day this was posted was Copernicus's 541st birthday. You may remember Copernicus as the man who said, "Hey, what if the Earth went around the sun?" To which the Catholic Church replied, "Hey, what if we set you on fire?" History brought to you by Tumblr. Fun fact, the reason that the plural of goose is geese, but the plural of moose is not meese, is because goose derives from the ancient Germanic word undergoing strong declension in the pattern of foot, feet, and tooth, teeth, where an oo is mutated to e. However, moose is a Native American word added to the English lexicon only 400 years ago, and lacks the etymological reason to be pluralized in that way. Oh baby, keep talking dirty to me. Lilo and Stitch is a great example of a story that has no villains. It has antagonists, sure, but most of them are well-meaning. The worst person in the film is that little shit Myrtle, but she's not in the film that much anyway. Since this post is getting traction, I want to clarify how not villainous the antagonists are. The Grand Councilwoman is literally just responding to what she sees as a threat to the galaxy and is extremely reasonable. Gantu is much the same. He's a bit overzealous, yes, but he thinks he's saving the galaxy from Stitch. Cobra Bubbles is literally doing his job. He's obviously not happy about it, but he is doing what he feels is best for Lilo, and much like the Councilwoman, is extremely reasonable. Myrtle is again just a little shit. She's a schoolyard bully and is truly small potatoes in the grand scheme of all things. Jumba calls himself an evil scientist, but literally nothing supports that. His only on-screen crime is creating a bunch of Pokemon that have the powers that will mildly inconvenience people and can be persuaded to be nice over the course of 22 to 90 minutes. To say nothing of himself, seeing as he decides to change his ways at the softest bit of persuasion. And Pleakley is literally just gay. Let's say your matrilineal line is fairly consistent and everyone has their daughter at 25. So, 4 women in your matrilineal line are born every 100 years. In 1,000 years, that's only 40. Like, the math is so simple, and yet, you don't think about it. So in 2,000 years, 80 women. So basically, 0 AD started roughly about 80 mothers ago. That's it. I'm a little drunk, I cannot deal with this right now. In 4th grade, I was introduced to the concept of run-on sentences by my teacher, and I immediately raised my hand and pointed out that none of these sentences being used as examples were actually grammatically wrong at all, and they were just longer than most people can comfortably write/read, and she made me sit in the corner, and I feel like that shows a lot in my typing style on this hell site. Run-on sentences are ADHD culture. If you're still here or still awake, thank you so much for listening. If you liked this kind of interesting take on the Tumblr ratings, do the YouTube thing, like comment, subscribe, tell me what you think. Are there any facts that you feel could be contested? Let me know. With that, I'll see you all next time. If you excuse me, I got someone else's ASMR boyfriend to hit with my car. Bye.
Tumblr user James 7T. Beautiful women are coming to destroy you.
Hey, man. It's really cruel to joke about that. I set aside my entire busy schedule and no beautiful women showed up. You have betrayed me! Writing a cover letter is like, here's my work Sona. She has no mental illnesses and hates breaks. I would like to LARP her for 40 hours a week with full pay and benefits. They need to stop packaging Pop-Tarts and their generic spiked toes. 2 Pop-Tarts is too many. I'm 25 years old. I'm practically geriatric. 2 Pop-Tarts is too many. 2 Pop-Tarts will kill me. Wait till you hit 30s. Then you don't even want to eat a Pop-Tart anymore. I'm boycotting everything because I'm broke. You're welcome.
Would you rather be taxidermied or be a wet specimen? Wait, don't leave!
Probably bad RPG ideas. Rolls for a good St. Patrick's Day post. Rolls of 3. Irish people get inspiration today. If you're playing not D&D, you get to fudge a roll, and if anyone says anything, they get got by the snakes. You know the ones.
Oh, believe me, I know the fucking ones.
Hey man, I think your twink is disturbed on a very deep, fundamental, and psychological level.
What's his digits?
You know, sometimes it's not your circus, and they're not your monkeys, but you are friends with the clowns. You know, you get what I mean? Rotating individual blorbos separately is great and all, but I rotate pairs of characters together as one, spinning around each other like a pair of celestial bodies in orbit. Blorbit, if you will.
Was I even allowed to say this on YouTube?
Sometimes being silly is all I have left. Don't take it away from me. As much as debate there is about tone tags, 90% of the issues would be solved by just typing the word. Like instead of typing /gen or /hj,
You can just write genuine or handjob, and you'll be doing pretty much the exact same thing.
I don't think that's what HJ meant.
Sorry I overreacted. I had no idea everything would be fine. It'll likely happen again.
Regret opening Instagram.
Now, what would be so shocking to Instagram that you'd be like, oh.
Sean.
Official Pokemon Tumblr asks, what are Tumblr's thoughts on AZ? As, however you want to call the name. Take note, Pokemon. When this man is in the running for Tumblr Sexy Man 2025, remember that you asked Tumblr what they thought. Also, I have seen some of the replies to this post, and oh my god, some of you are horrendously down bad for this man. Could someone recommend beginner normal behaviors for someone looking to become normal? Needed to make sure everyone saw my favorite reply from the notes. Be immune to ghosts and weak to fighting types. Highly influential piece of web media that relied heavily on Adobe Flash, stars a character whose skin who is pure FFFFFFF, white, who walks around without any arms. Title starts with Homst. I can't believe this happened twice. Analog audio accessory detected. The attached device is not compatible with this phone. Tap to learn more. Oh, you silly phone. You're not detecting an analog audio accessory. You're detecting soup. From the bowl of soup I dropped you in. You silly, silly artificial intelligence.
Behold, the brutalist candy cane.
You telling me a man guilty of treason towards the Roman Empire made this candy cane? Happy eyes of Mario everyone. Imagine if they took Caesar out with these. Who's Asterion? That sounds like a name you'd know. What's this supposed to mean? You'd be reading shit with people's names like infectious diseases. So, who's Asterion? A vampire from Baldur's Gate. That's right, that's what I thought.
Hulu will merge with Fubu, so Fubu will drop their lawsuit blocking Venu. Poob has it for you.
People also ask,
is Fubu free on Tubi?
I'm going to become the Junker. Maybe if I imagine the character, all my problems will be solved. Not working, not working, not working, not working! Alright, chat, who's the character?
And now, Snom, eating a delicious pie.
Yummy.
Touch your computer screen, lol.
Okay. What's the shit? Now it's got a finger prop!
Yeah, they also made you like your own post.
You know, when he gets in the tub, sometimes he purrs so loud that the shampoo bottles fall over.
True power.
Girls. Pretty. Talking about Link and Zelda, by the way.
You know, it's nice to see that Zelda has finally confirmed his girl.
Last night, I dreamt that anime started having American dub and English dub. The American dub was in English, pretty much the basic dub. English dub was everyone talking in the most obnoxious Cockney accent ever. And all the sound effects were hushed little pip-pip cheerio-ass shits. Imagine the tiniest little anime girl walking up and just going,
Hello, Governor! You must be new around these parts!
In the English dub anime, they had a transfer student come in. The sweetest looking girl walked in the classroom and immediately began talking in the most Scottish accent I've ever heard. I woke up right when they cut to a bar edited to say pub in rushed handwriting. Okay, I'm just going to leave a link in the pinned comment. You're welcome.
Tumblr user September Equinox. Are you into girls?
The real question are if girls are into me. Hugely disappointed to learn what a baby changing station actually is. I thought I was getting a new one.
Something has changed within the baby.
You're right. I see it in his eyes. They're hardened, like that of a soldier returning from the front lines.
Hey, why stop at just hating pop psychology? Wink.
Whenever I see gimmick blogs, I don't consider that they have a separate main blog or anything else. That's just what they do all the time. God put them on the internet to count the number of lobsters and other posts, and nothing else. Hands you a spatula. What's your writing process?
Well, I put a pathetic guy in a blender and blend.
My favorite jokes are about mispronouncing philosophers' names.
but I'm afraid it's a niche subculture. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. Hey, you mind if I come over and behave somewhat like a scared animal before I adjust? Don't worry, I do it to everybody. We should breed and ask our offspring what they think. Has quickly become my favorite way to respond to someone disagreeing with me. Well, I disagree. Well, you know what has to happen now. Accidentally going to the For You tab on here is so scary. This isn't my beautiful house. These aren't my beautiful mutuals. Sometimes your mutual's there, but it's like meeting them in a scary forest or haunted castle where the hallways shift and move, perhaps. And where is my beautiful wife? Yeah, your boyfriend is in one of the posts now. Sorry. Yeah, PM Seymour's gonna read it in that groaning voice of his. Yeah, it's too late to get him out of it. Sorry. Yeah, he also ended the video on this one. Yeah. Sorry. There's a delicate balance between seeing something on my dash so often I end up caring about it unexpectedly, and seeing something on my dash so often that it gets added to the blacklist with extreme prejudice. Minecraft music has a sadness to it. This cannot be denied. Minecraft music feels like knowing you can't go home because it's not there anymore. God damn, guys. Dude, bro, never get into anything that's heavy on color symbolism, bro. For months, you will not be able to look at the color blue without instantly thinking of Squingle Dingless. To all the people who followed my artwork, I'm sorry I did this to the color blue to you. Wizard babies beyond the orb watching Coco Merlin. God damn it. Guess who just got dumbed by the narrative? Doomed, I meant doomed! God, can you make dragons real, please? They are real. Look around and look at dinosaurs. The fuck do you mean dinosaurs went extinct? Do you ever, write out a multi-paragraph rebuttal to something and then think, actually, I don't want to get involved in this, and close it? This is so healthy, though. You get to put your thoughts to words, and then you light them on metaphorical fire. It's cleansing. I wish some people did that instead of accidentally hitting the send button. I have no idea how to gauge my closeness to people. Meters and kilometers, personally. Twitter call-out posts be like, I've decided not to squeal helplessly today, said the helpless squealer. Okay, I admit, I squealed in a manner that was unworthy of help. The difference between fantasy and sci-fi is that fantasy is hairy and scaly, while sci-fi is smooth and slimy. And high fantasy is all four of those things. My brother just said villager from Animal Crossing is zesty AF. What? Now, if it was villager from Animal Crossing from Super Smash Brothers, that I could understand. The idea of a clutch purse is nightmarish to me. The whole point of bags was so we could escape the torment of holding things, and now you gotta hold the bag? Please stop writing viscous when you mean vicious. It produces the weirdest mental images ever of viscous murder. Yeah, I don't want to know what that could look like. It looks like the Boston Massacre of 1919. And vice versa, by the way. I don't know what a vicious fluid would be like, and I don't want to find out. It looks like the Boston Massacre of 1919. Yes, I know this too shall pass, but Christ alive, man. It's passing like a goddamn kidney stone! Alright, chat, name the event. After 2 years working outdoors all day, I finally got stung by an onion for the first time yesterday. And I wasn't even doing anything. There wasn't even a nest nearby. A wasp. I was looking at an onion just now, sorry. That was the wasp's onion. Oh, these pictures of Ash Ketchum. Wait. 1, 2, 2. No. Oh, fuck y'all. Are you fucking kidding me? Ah, so that's why Ash couldn't win any of those Pokemon leagues. He always had to be at a loss. Why are the pigeons so green? Chlorophyll. More like chlorophyll. All I do anymore is have a cut on my finger. Wow, any shit resonates with you people, huh? Gender is so overrated, you don't need it. Give it to me instead. I could make a photocopy of mine. New gender unlocked. girl, but grainier and in black and white.
Would you say it's an alternate gender?
Mm-hmm. Why is it called a stick of butter? That is blatantly, the ingot. That even melts like one, too. Rat bastard is a really funny insult to me because it implies that not only are you a rat, you're a rat born out of rodent wedlock.
Out of ratrimony, if you will.
All 10 of my followers are actually hostages I have tied up in an abandoned grain silo, and I am monologuing too.
It's a very good monologue.
Thank you, hostage number 3. It's true. I'm currently tipping myself over to lick grain off the floor.
I'm just pretending to be tied up because of peer pressure.
The acoustics in here really adds to the dynamic quality of your monologue. Is it wrong to willingly want to be your hostage?
Ah, never before has the world seen such well-behaved and cooperative hostages.
You could never experience watching your favorite show for the first time again. But you can convince someone else to watch your favorite show and vicariously enjoy all their raw reactions to seeing it for the first time, which is honestly nearly as good. That's how you get people to play FF14.
That shall happen.
Once I legally obtain a wheel of cheese, my scheme will begin.
Update. Too much cheese. To me, hurry. Tumblr user Mexud, aren't you white?
I'm Turkish, so I can't answer this without at least 3 historians and an anthropologist present. I do feel like it's important to make one calculated bad decision a week. For your health.
You know what? You're right. Help, I'm trapped in the shadow realm!
Got another one, girls! Speaking of GeoGuessr, here's the funniest thing I ever saw in-game.
Watership up! I'm only a man when I'm a grown-ass man, and I'm only a woman when God forbid women do anything. Any time other than that, I'm a fucking echidna. Enigma! Fuck!
Knuckles typo.
Gunner ducks a bug. Grass.
Mentally taking a drag of my mental cigarette because I don't smoke, but life has been very smokable lately. Not to sound like a Christian Facebook mom, but some of y'all need to have grace in your hearts for the people in your lives, or the people you pass once on the road and never see again. Like, you literally need to stop assuming the worst of everyone and their intentions. It is poisoning your brain. You can be careful and responsible without being a miserable person. It is possible, I promise. Just learned that a Japanese term for a seahorse is Tatsu no Otoshigo, and it literally means dragon's illegitimate child. Behold, a bastard.
Mr. Elvis, were you dead?
I got better. Well, this is awkward. Whoa, mama, it's my own Spectre.
These roleplay accounts are getting out of hand. Meet Eleanor, the crocodile found in the Paris sewers in 1984. Game Freak, you can do the funniest thing with For Alligator. You got the power. It's not too late. You're still developing it, right? Put her in there. I don't like it when electronics talk to me. Like, I understand from a usability standpoint why they do, but when I pair my headphones, I'd much rather get a little beep beep than a white woman jump scare. And it's always the same one too, right? I love how we here on Tumblr.com, we regularly cast the greatest curse we can muster on each other by pointing our long, creepy fingers and intoning 10,000 notes in a voice that carries the winds of a mountain with it. I might have made an error here. Well, if she called Chapel Boland and instead of a singer, she was a necromancer who raised strong as fuck skeleton warriors. Pink Pony Club, Skeletonomenon. That's all the songs I know, sorry. Don't apologize. Skeletonomenon is beautiful. The entirety of Tumblr from Tumblr has been chucked into the ocean! You're all wet now.
Sploosh. Spleesh. Sploosh.
They're going to bury you 3 feet deep because you have only ever been half a man!
Sounds like a raw line from Shakespeare or something, but that's actually from me yelling at my cat for stealing my sandwich while I was getting a drink.
Bro got possessed by the spirit of a king who has been betrayed by his eunuch advisor.
I love when you read/watch an influential piece of storytelling and you're like, oh, okay, I see. So everyone else was copying this guy's homework. Makes sense now.
Today's straight character of the day is nobody.
I'm calling bullshit. Odysseus is clearly bisexual.
Now this is a quality joke.
If I ever see any of my posts on a PM Seymour, I'd probably fucking die.
Or draw one of his silly characters. Whichever comes first. You spelt my name wrong. And it's fucking everywhere on my channel. And I don't want you to die from this. So the only other option is...
draw the silly characters.
Excuse me, Professor. So, you paired me with strawberry shortcake for this assignment? Yeah, so she proofread my paper, but the only changes she made were crossing out every instance of very and replacing it with berry. Is that gonna reflect on me?
Points and laughs at my mutuals getting famous posts while I remain safe in my relative obscurity. Tempting face this and Apollo dodgeballs that. Hate to break it to you, that doesn't happen to me. I'm safe. Why do I hear boss music? Techno club music lyrics be like,
Boy of strength, boy power, heavy training every hour, huge and fat, my awesome pig, make it large, I make it big.
Does anybody else's family keep naked Ken dolls around their kitchen cabinets like a personal Magic Mike show every time I open a door? The pantry? Medicine cabinet? Starting to think my experiences are not universal.
Dave Strider type living situation.
Never posting on this sick and twisted website again.
We here at Silphco are proud to announce the opening of an official Tumblr account. By manufacturing and distributing Pokeballs and trainer accessories, we're not just selling supplies. We're selling connections between people and Pokemon.
Image description. The Silence brand image followed by 12 pictures of unknown spelling out the words Kung Pao Penis, letter by letter, followed by a gift of Zorua exploding on an off-screen opponent. Each image is posted by a different person. And ID.
Media preservation. Thank you, Catgirl Dragon. I've seen quiet toilets. I know we have the technology.
How did you see them if they were quiet?
Are you perhaps a bat?
I broke a Ramune bottle to get the marble out from my dragon. The dragon's face never changes, but I still feel like he looks happier in the second picture.
I'm so happy for him.
6-hour-long fight at this year's Tolkien Historical Society conference about whether Middle-earth has bees. Before I reminded everyone that the Rohirrim had meat halls, which means they had honey, which means there's bees. Everyone sighed, and the conference continued. This is the life of a Tolkien scholar.
It's what he would have wanted. OP, why did you wait 6 hours?
In a word, chaos.
Pakucho, you were one of the last people to read or blocked by the official Smosh Tumblr account. How do you feel about this information? I'm glad I was the one who dealt the finishing blow.
Tumblr posts have 3 options. 1, 0 notes, big flop. 2, hashtag 10K,
failure, you get 2K. And 3, about 1,000 comments and a total of 50K notes still going around while your boog is dead. Boog. Don't do this. Every queer friend group has ancient warrior who desperately needs therapy, slutty they/them, tragic star-crossed lovers, lesbian who knows Victorian flower language, skeleton bitch, bisexual gamer girlfriend, son of Lucifer, and bread.
All right, chat, name the show.
Aw, dude, no. Please tell me you didn't. A cookie? You gave the mouse a fucking cookie? Fuck, dude. Now he's gonna want a glass of milk, and after that, don't even get me started. The old magic persists thanks to its unfathomable power. No, the old magic persists because the new magic can't run the legacy spells I need to do my job, and keeps trying to install spirits I don't want or need onto my orb.
Look, If the new magic didn't have a personality construct, they kept trying to tell me which spells to use, maybe I wouldn't still be using the old magic. You ever thought about that? Yeah, I don't know who forcefully installed spellcasting 11 onto my orb, but they need to get fucking smited.
Did you know, if you perform action harmlessly bother cat, you can receive sounds? If you perform action ignore cat, you can also receive sounds, with a percentage chance that there will be noises instead. And buddy, you don't want that.
Wait, are we called mammals after mammary glands? Are mammals named after tits? Are we the boobs class?
Oh.
Yeah, we are. And we also named our galaxy after boob juice. Twice. Milky Way is obviously milk, but the hidden part is that galaxy comes from the Greek gala, meaning milk. It's the tit goo path tit goo thing. We are very, very breast focused as a species.
Oh God, does that mean titty artists are just artists? Oh no! Sir, opinion on this little man, whom goes by Chikawa. For context, I am holding you at gunpoint.
The little guy that I know Jaden is hyper locked in on. And I gotta say, I could see why.
Good day for everyone hoping they make more video games. Turns out they are indeed doing that. And there'll be new games to play in the near future. But your bank account, watch out. I love poison omelet. Ah! Oh! God! You got some kick to it, I'll tell you what.
It's called the Switch 2 because you switched to a cheaper hobby.
Oh, is it so expensive? It's all on your head.
Correct. Unfortunately, I am also in there.
Using math to find the most smashable Pokemon. It's not this one.
It's great seeing things in my YouTube feed the week after April Fool's because I have to do mental math to determine the likelihood that this was uploaded on the 1st. It also tells you a lot about time zones, which is fine. In other news, did you know that in terms of Pokemon compatibility, if a port... Although...
Batman, there's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman.
Writing prompt. In a last-ditch attempt to save your people, you offer your life to an ancient god of war and blood. Unfortunately, your translation of the ancient text is a bit off. You're married now.
Oh, good. This is much better.
Follow me.
Set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city.
You know, everyone always says that the letter Q is too early in the alphabet and should be further back with all the weirdos and freaks. But take a look at this. The twin brothers. Would you separate twin brothers just because one is a little artistic? I don't think so.
Preparing the world my famous onionade. Here's the recipe. 5x onions, 5x more onions, scramble. This feels like a Homestar Runner recipe.
The king's gone mad with power.
Bro, why you keep insisting we try to disarm the gender bending trap? We literally mapped out this whole dungeon floor. We can, just walk around it. Whoa, watch it, bud. If I hadn't caught you, you would have fallen straight into that pit of tentacles. It's a good thing I stopped you when I did, huh? Oh, man, if I was just a few minutes late, that vampire baroness would have hypnotized you and made her thrall. Good thing you can always count on me, eh? Come on, let's get going. The next round's on you.
I already can tell there's a certain section of Tumblr that is seething right now.
There is no Deltarune, there is no Silk Song, and there is no Queen of England.
So does this mean that the queen is back from the dead? Biggest reason I make so many flop posts on here is because everything I do reeks of desperation to make a popular Tumblr post. This is deliberate, because it is what protects me from actually making a popular Tumblr post. So long as I crave it, Tumblr fame will never find me. It is only when I turn away and accept my fate of obscurity that people will lay their eyes upon me. And it will be because I tripped and fell on my stupid face while I was turning.
Well, time for people to do the funniest thing ever. Do not!
You know, it's messed up that men with long hair can just cut their hair and then no longer be a man with long hair.
We should ban that bullshit. Men don't exist for your aesthetic convenience. This is simply not true. Yeah, as a straight cis white man, I can confirm that I exist solely for your amusement. How did you even get on this website? I don't know, honestly, but it's fun here. Hell yeah, man. I love when fantasy adventure archetypes are depicted as creatures. The wizard is just a robe, a hat, and a pair of eyes. The warrior is sporting a culturally anachronistic suit of articulated plate, and it's ambiguous whether there's anyone inside of it. It's genuinely unclear what the rogue's deal is, and all of them are committing tax fraud.
You should play FF1. You'd really like the creatures in there.
The DoorDash delivery guy complained about tip I gave him, so I trapped him within my crystal. Never delivered to an enchanter's house. They will put your ass in a black soul gem just to recharge a hammer of shock they called Penis Smasher 5000.
They're auctioning a whole-ass university on Hybid. Anyone want to start a commune with me real quick?
We can make Tumblr University a reality. Love the fact that slayed, cooked, served, and ate can now all be used to convey admiration.
That's the whole food industry right there. We got some sort of butcher, chef, waiter, diner dynamic here, and they're all fabulous, it seems. This too could be Yuri.
You know, turning into a dragon really helps in every situation. Missed your flight? Dragon. Insecure about how powerless you feel? Dragon. Want to protect people you love? Dragon. Just want to be left alone? Dragon. You want a hot dog but the power's out and a cold hot dog gross you out? Turn into a dragon and heat that shit up. Want girls to be scared of you? Dragon. Want girls to be inexplicably horny for you? Strangely, also dragon. Want girls to scritch behind your horns and call you pretty when you start purring? Dragon. It will help you. Become a dragon. I'd truly be the worst person to stick into a time loop because I'd really just spend the first 5 years catching up on my book, to be real. The next 7 on all the movies and shows that have been on my list for ages, and then another decade on AO3. Like, sure, nothing may stick, but my memories will, and I can just go into a supermarket to get snacks and wine each day, and I have art to indulge in. Like, thanks for all the hits on how to get out, but respectfully, I'm busy. Editing is just playing a game of Spot the Disaster, where every sentence is a little arsonist, and you're the firefighter running around to make it look like a controlled burn instead of total chaos. Time to get a delicious tea drink from my favorite crone, Boba Yaga. Then I will go to an exercise class led by my favorite instructor, Baba Yoga. There used to be a tea drink place nearby me called the Boba Yaga, and then they closed. This timeline sucks. Today we are learning about the American woodcock, sometimes colloquially referred to as the timberdoodle, the bogsucker, the hokum pokey, or the Labrador twister, is a small, chunky shorebird species found primarily in the eastern half of North America. Come on. Folk names include timberdoodle, bogsucker, night partridge, brush snipe, hokum pokey, bicasse, twitterpate, little gomer, fiddlesqueak, wormsaber, wafflebird, whippoorwill, bumblebee chicken, billadad, mud needle, prairie turtle, and crazy straw. This is fucked up. Something about this bird just unlocked something insane in scientists' heads. This is unlocking something insane in my head, to be fair. Yeah, I'm just going to leave a little link on so you can hear how this bird sounds too, and what the beat does when it does the thing. Yeah. Gamer tip. You can take your autistic girlfriend to the aquarium to stare at fish. Guarantee you she'll probably kiss you on the cheek. Hot Take Tournament, I had an odd-ass dream about you. You became a VTuber and had a Discord server where you reveled it. You played a really old game. It was horror with an old man just talking in Pokemon. You had purple hair and like some odd clothes. I was sick when you streamed it and couldn't watch, and I wasn't in the Discord long enough to get proper roles. You know you failed as a VTuber when someone manifests your stream in their own subconscious and still doesn't watch it. I couldn't find it. You named yourself after a horror movie, and the game was literally just a guy's name. None of this is helping my case. Tried to help out today. Apparently my version of helping is making everything more difficult. He patted me on the shoulder and said, "At least you're pretty." I am being bullied. Tumblr user, would you punt them? All clowns. You know the rules! No clowns! Is the reason we're not allowed to suggest clowns because you are one? I was just following in your footsteps, and trust me, those are some big shoes to fill.
Goddamn, that was fire.
Tumblr user Elvis Official, is the glass half full or half empty to you? Whoa, mama. It depends on whether you're filling or emptying. Endless optimism is a foolish way to look at the world, unable to see strife and suffering. Endless pessimism will never make anyone happy, especially not you. You need to take the good and the bad, the dark and the light, the full
and the empty. Home.
That was surprisingly deep and wholesome, and I think we all needed to hear that. I think that's a good way to end the video. What do you think?
Just kidding, Grandpa Pussy Attack!
Do you watch Tonarino Sanfredo with subs or dubs?
Gotta say the dub, it's just not hitting right, you know what I mean? And don't even get me started on the localization.
Sometimes I fall down a well for attention. Guys, you're not gonna believe where I am right now. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Can't believe we used to throw eggs at houses, and now we can afford neither eggs nor houses. So I guess there's only one option. Throw ourselves! Me, a princess. Ugh, my back is killing me and I can't sleep.
The dastardly pea.
Therapist. How are you? Me. I'm doing good. Well, that's good. What brings you here? I'm doing bad.
Wear earplugs to shows. You'll thank yourself later in life.
Alternatively, you could be like me, skip the earplugs, and get a lifelong roommate named who never pays rent and screams in your skull forever. Excuse me, that is tinnitus senpai, and you will treat them with some goddamn respect?
I hate people that call it supper. Oh, are you going to eat your supper if you come home from work at the Top Hat Factory?
Not to be a hater, but maybe it's time that Frankie Muniz just goes by Frank.
Yeah, not to be a hater back, but maybe it's time you go back to being Natalie and not named after those annoying pesky little bugs.
Shit, Frankie, get her ass.
Video game.
Stupid fucking McDonald's. That makes baked potatoes, not McDonald's French fries. Did you even play the game? So his laser pointer also has a spotlight option.
Gods, seize him!
Heartbreaking. At 25 years old, YouTuber Jay Schlatt was found alive in his residence of New York City. Fuck you? Inventing the hot air balloon. I don't give a fuck where I go.
Behold the differences between an alligator left and a crocodile right.
Well, I do believe the main difference is that one will see you later and the other one will see you in a while. I could be wrong. I'm no zoologist. I just watched a man literally flip a coin on a moving train and unblock a contact labeled "Absolutely Not" and text them, "Hey," with a slutty amount of Ys. Just let them do their thing, man. So I just said welcome to your late 30s to my wife, and I think I'm single now.
Oh no, KG, what have you done?
Today in the news, Pablo Escobar's cocaine hippos are legally people, the court rules.
Who's water now? What? I have one intelligent child who is designing a parachute and putting this as politely as I can. I have another child willing to try the parachute. All right, chat, which one were you? Were you the parachute creator or the parachute tester? Or were you perhaps the single child who was both?
Meanwhile, at Nintendo,
please don't say damn when you hear the price. Just don't. Buy the Mario, please, we need it. I ate my little brother's fruit snacks, and I came home to this. The teardrops. Bro felt betrayed. And he used one of his iconic Ben 10 sticky notes on you. I hope you're happy.
You know, April Fool's Day is an amusing concept, considering some of you are fools every single day of the calendar year.
Hey, Dr. Ratio, shut the fuck up. A little boy just screamed down the tube carriage, "If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands." And everyone remained silent. I love London. You know, if you feel depressed, go for a run. You will soon find out your physical health is far worse than your mental health.
Hey, Googler, how do you destroy a robot?
An AI overview is not available for this search.
Well. Not so fucking knowledgeable now, are we? Shonen anime shows be like, "This is our most dangerous mission yet. Bring out the 13-year-old. Our boss just banned overly specific nicknames, and the whole office is staring at Rat Stitch Brian, the good time ruiner.
You ignorant slut. Someone screenshotted one of my tweets and found the company I work for and sent it to them. It eventually ended up on the director of operations desk. Too bad that's me, bitch, and I chose not to fire myself.
Get wrecked.
I'm jealous of toddlers and their lack of social norms. Imagine seeing someone you don't want to talk to, and the second they open their mouth, you just scream, "No!" in their face and run away.
I mean, you could just do that. Like, social norms aren't like a law. You could just be weird.
Untitled Goose Game actually has a title in Japan, and it's Mischievous Goose is Coming. No title can compare. Oh my god, the me's have ears now.
These aren't me's. They're the next evolutionary step. They're Homo sapiens, which is why they can be gay now.
Her skin was like porcelain. Toilet face, they called her.
Well, look at all those hidden replies. How dare you criticize art?
Meanwhile, in Italy, trending, LGBTQ, and the mafia.
Two sides of one nation.
What the fuck is Golden Wind?
Super Mario 64 was always scary.
It's fucking Mario.
Oh, you don't know what I'm capable of.
Yeah, see you real soon.
Is that ham processed? If it's processed, I don't want it.
Ma'am, that is an 11-pound slab of deli ham. It has no bones, fat, or connective tissue. It is an amalgamation of the meats of several pigs emulsified, liquefied, strained, and ultimately exonerably joined in an unholy meat obelisk. God had no hand in the creation of this abhorrence. The fact that this ham monolith exists proves that God is either impotent to alter his universe or ignorant to the horrors taking place in his kingdom. This prism of pork is more than deli meat. It is a physical declaration of mankind's contempt for the natural order. It is hubris manifest! We also have a lower sodium variety if you would prefer that.
Holy shit, I'm so sorry. That was for someone else.
The fear I felt with the blurred pink mass in my inbox under the harried confession of mistakes. Post-apocalyptic gang like the Kings, the gang that worships Elvis from Fallout New Vegas, except they're all skaters who worship Tony Hawk.
Addendum. None of them know what he looked like.
What did the Hawk look like? He looked like you. You look like him. We all look like him. The Hawk was always told, you look like Tony Hawk. But no one ever thought he was the Hawk. So we can only presume that everyone looks like the Hawk. He is the commonality of all humanity. The commonality of all humanity that does sick shreds. And Tony Hawk is a member of the gang, they just don't know it.
You might be frustrated by the library never having a complete manga collection on its shelves at any given time. But the 12-year-old checking out 14 volumes of One Piece at once is vital to the library ecosystem. He's like the sea otter keeping the kelp forest from being devastated by an excess of sea urchins.
I feel like nobody has no TPs anymore. Like, if you hate a ship now, it has to be for some deep moral reason, and you have to justify it to everyone. What happened to just not liking stuff that isn't inherently bad, but just because you personally think it sucks? You know, Hooters is just an extremely American take on a maid cafe if you think about it.
You're not wrong, but you shouldn't say it.
This is incorrect. Hooters was founded in 1983, and the first permanent maid cafe, Cure Maid Cafe, was established in 2001. Maid cafes are an extremely Japanese take on Hooters. The funniest thing is actually the Hooters was established on April 1st as a goof. As it turns out, it was a very, very prosperous accident. Oh my god, you can't just, am I yours to command? Does the collar around my neck have your name on it? I kneel to no king nor god, and I see no crown on you. You wear a collar? I may choose to kneel recreationally.
Bro, this is not basketball.
This is literally the 1992 Bulls.
Michael Jordan did not have death rays come out of his hand.
It's called a fadeaway jumper. I am not a pathetic child anymore. I'm a grown adult subsisting on a diet of advanced macaroni and bro cheese. God damn it. Insult to life itself. Ghibli founder Hayao Miyazaki on AI-generated art.
We're all making Grandpa cry now.
All right, but can I also just say, no matter where you stand, like, politically in the U.S., isn't the official White House using AI-generated Ghibli art, like, the most fucking stupid thing ever? Like, it's, like, substantially fucking stupid.
Me, every time my stomach hurts.
Is the world's sexiest man dying?
My tummy hurts as much as I am pretty.
Yo, were they on estrogen when they made this? Whoa. The Matrix, 1999.
Sometimes your distress does indicate you should stop and respect your limitations. At other times, it's more of a baby aquatic mammal being introduced to water for the first time thing. Too bad the difference is so hard to tell.
The legal rules for writing love. Never let your MC's devotion waver. They must remain true. Gonna be real here. Nobody likes a cheater. Give your characters real flaws to overcome. You shouldn't idealize your characters. Nobody's perfect. Up and down, every relationship has its high and low points. Never have conflict happen just because drama. Gonna say it right now. Not every relationship ends happily. Wait. Let your characters see each other's flaws too. You have to be realistic in terms of how quick love grows. Wait. Down to the last second, leave at least some drama cooking. Never assume your reader will love the pairing you choose. Gonna have to face it, you're addicted to love. Wait! Run-of-the-mill sex scenes only inspires ZZZs. Around this point, you should be figuring it out. Oh no! And hopefully you'll forgive me for my silliness. Dessert is a really hard word to start a sentence with. And you just got rickrolled. God damn it, that was well crafted. For those of you confused, read the first word in every single one of those bulletin points. I'm sorry. Love is what makes us human.
Actually, it's select all images with bolts, but go off, I guess.
Does that mean the robot can love?
I'm like a smaller version of a niche micro-celebrity. What scientists are calling not famous.
Not if I can help it.
Benefits of having a job. Woo! Money! Bad parts of having a job.
I will not buy the console. And it will do $1 billion in sales. $1 billion minus 1. Man, I wish there was some sort of computer language made up of a combination of two different numbers which represent the entire alphabet. The humble binary code. Yo, who up supporting the artists? In the Tumblr straight up commissioning it. And by it, well, let's just say, they artists.
Psst, hey, come here. Let me tell you something. Don't be embarrassed about something you enjoy, okay? Who the fuck cares if it's cringe? If it makes you happy, go do it. Go on. Get out of here.
You know, I think we should terraform Earth to make it completely flat because it'd be fun. I mean, completely smooth, but flat is actually funnier.
New flat Earth theory. We could just do it.
Like, what's stopping us? A hot molten core? Psh, just work around it, whatever.
Will you please take my whimsical ass seriously?
Edward Cullen. His ass was not whimsical. I'm sending hired goons to your home. You know, maybe I'm a stupid asshole, but one of my biggest Tumblr pet peeves is when I see a popular post that definitely got posted to r/curated Tumblr or put in a funniest Tumblr post video or whatever, and the post is the 3 or 4 original reblogs that make up the OG post, and then like 25 reblogs in a row of different people all saying some variation of, I can't believe I finally found it, or mentioning Hellsite Hall of Fame or something. Okay, this is so valid, but I'm sorry. We, the Tumblr masses, could do the funniest thing here. I can't believe I finally found this post on Reddit. What? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no!
There it is.
Wow, would you look at that?
Mercury's in Gatorade.
I don't believe in astrology.
No, I mean, like, there's a recall.
So we know that humans share 50% of their DNA with bananas. And also, they say 1 in 4 humans are related to Genghis Khan. Using this information, we can determine that Genghis Khan was 200% banana.
This sounds like one of those misinformation Facebook reels.
I am looking respectfully. I am so normal about this.
Can you bark, actually? Can you hit yourself over the head with a frying pan like a cartoon wolf? Can you look at it derangedly, please? We have got to be weirder on here. It's getting too sanitized. Guy and man have different connotations with adjectival nouns. Like tree guy, arborist, but tree man, he lives in a tree. Or he maybe is a tree. I know a guy equals I have a useful contact. I know a man equals I am about to tell you a story. FYI, I will be extending dark tendrils across the sky later today. Just a heads up.
The red ones are mine. Try not to get entangled, please.
I thought we scheduled around this.
I know it's last second, but is it okay if I send green lightning arcing into the heavens while all this is going on?
Oh, for fuck's sakes, guys.
And this is why we checked a community calendar, folks. If you had, you would know there's no sky scheduled for today.
Appears to be a monitor lizard.
He's doing a good job. He's looking for bugs.
You wouldn't download a lizard.
Bitch, I might.
In the current state of things and online interactions, don't waste your energy or time on people that will find whatever point you make damning, and vice versa. It'll only rot your brain and mood. You ever taste food so good that, like, you get angry? Like angry at all other food for not tasting as good? I see that and I raise you. You find a place that makes the food that tastes really good, and then you go there sometime later, and they're closed.
Website. Accept cookies?
Me clicking reject all.
Sorry, it's Passover.
So bad sex, I got an F in sex. It's even on my driver's license. Wait.
I show a Neanderthal a doom metal album and they understand implicitly. They pick up a bass guitar and start to play it instinctually.
Was made to groove.
My man.
In middle school, I knew a guy named Alexander Hamilton because his parents just thought it would be nice to name their son after a historical figure. But then this poor guy went through hell because he was 13 years old in 2015 and his name was Alexander Hamilton.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Knew that?
Eat it, Endor! By the way, I'm blocking anyone that has anything negative to say about pitbulls.
How can you say anything about that criminal's dumb little smile? His ass eat it Andor.
Bro, eat it Endor.
You know what? Maybe I should turn my friends into marketable plushies.
I would kill you where you stand.
You're first.
Who will you market me to?
Oh, who said I was giving you all away?
Love when you see someone's art tagged as OCs that are clearly refurbished characters from a fandom they love.
You go, girl. Scrub those barcodes off. I will pretend that the blonde dude with the spiky hair and the big sword named Nimbus is totally just an OC.
Making safe batteries is really hard because box full of chemical potential energy describes a lot of things, and none of them are particularly safe.
Oh, maybe store-bought batteries are just fine at this point.
Sometimes I really have to, like, pump myself up to, like, go to the store. Like,
yes, I so want to be in a space with a ton of people. I love the 1 million super bright warehouse lights they use, and the intercoms are so great. So excited. Dying.
But I have to get food, so oh well.
You might think of shrimp as bugs of the sea, but a remarkable discovery shows the opposite. Bugs are actually shrimp of the land. But bugs is shrimp?
Average Team Aqua versus Team Magma discussion.
Just imagining Maxie, like, handing a cricket to Archie, like, go ahead, eat the land shrimp.
Phineas and Ferb AU, where they can't build anything and everything looks like this.
This is literally Ed, Ed, and Eddie. True 2000s nonsense was finding an AMV with a cool song and revisiting the AMV for the song instead of actually looking it up.
It just sounds better on the AMV. I don't know what to tell you.
Fun little story time. I had this exact problem with specifically Rammstein, of all things. I would only listen to Rammstein if it was on like the old Gundam AMVs that went with it. Like I think it was like Gundam Wings movie AMV for it. That was the only way I listened to it. I don't know why. I mean, I know now it's as the youngins would say, yippee.
Damn, Seymour, what is your opinion on crows?
In the most affectionate way possible. The raccoon of birds. I will not elaborate on this.
Have you seen the new show? It's on Tubu. It's literally on Hibi. It's on Pootie with ads. It's literally on Dippy. You can probably find it on Weeno. Dude, it's on Gumby. It's a Feebo original. It's on Poob. You can like watch it on Poob. You can go to Poob and watch it. Log into Poob right now. Go to Poob. Dive into Poob. You can Poob it. It's on Poob. Poob has it for you. Poob has it for you. At this point, with all the streaming services, I would rather just go to the store and buy the DVD for $5.
If Tumblr dies, you can find me on Blue Sky.
If Tumblr dies, you can find me on Instagram.
If Tumblr dies, you cannot find me. It's over. I'm free. Moon-shaped anomaly in the sky tonight.
Is it the moon?
I'm not answering questions right now. I'm scared. Ah, yes, the three genders. Male, female, and
What the fuck are you, a cop?
fearing the day this godforsaken post reaches 50K.
50.
Saw someone describe Luke Skywalker as the bastard son of a Sith Lord, and I have to say, I think Darth Vader would be very offended by that. Like, how dare you imply Padme wasn't his wife? I don't think it's fair to call him a deadbeat either. Like, the man started trying to save his relationship with his son as soon as he found out he existed. He was trying so hard to have a father-son relationship. Yes, he tortured his son's friends, and yes, he also did, like, maim him, but that's not important right now. I miss when TV shows would actually kill off characters. Like, it was sad, sure, but the entire point of that is to experience catharsis, and almost no one ever comes back from the dead 10 times in real life. How is anyone, except for resurrecting Jorg, ever supposed to experience catharsis from that? All right, chat, let's have a little discussion on that. What show does that a lot to you, and do you think the show would be better or worse if they had actually characters die permanently?
Where are they now? Little German boy.
Adult German woman. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right.
Oh my gosh, this pill organizer is full of tittin skittles!
I can't stop saying grispit.
Hey, grisps you. So do you ever talk to your mutuals?
Not really, I just post things and hope they fall in love with me. Do you all, like, actually feel bad for giving OC's traumatic backstories and such? Like, yes, I'm giving you character depth and making you a cool and interesting dude and having lots of fun. All the while, I'm like, I hurt our children. I kicked them like a football. Jail for creator. Jail for creator for 1,000 years. I tell you this as a story writer with many characters with tragedy tied to them. You get used to it. Oh, I'm gonna have to put on my best animalese for this one.
I was a man.
It's a throwback to 4 years ago when Rhodey outed my younger sibling to me.
Today's headline: NASA took mice into space, and it did something scary to their bones.
This headline feels like something someone would post on this website completely devoid of context and get 5,000 notes for. Oh, we're getting close.
Note how these columns are designed to perfectly allow the climbing of small lizards up and down their faces. This is a typical example of Greco-Roman architecture.
Here's Johnny.
For those of you wondering, this is not photoshopped. It is not all that unusual for adult cicadas to walk/burrow through drywall. Not necessarily for any particular reason, just because they feel like digging and they can't be bothered by the frivolity of human structures. I like that this happens often enough that it is a known problem with this species.
Sometimes your torturer just wants to bust through drywall. What's wrong with that?
I think as a society we should go back to designing furniture with little feet. It would heal us. Please look me in the eye and tell me this doesn't spark joy. Oh my god, it's just a little guy. How do I put anything on him? You know, I made this account in 2012, specifically because the world didn't end catastrophically. It has only been ending slowly, so by God will I still be here in another 13 years,
seeing the world still kicking, people still fighting those that harm the masses, praying and acting upon the right thing to do, we will still be here. Be it 13 years or 130, and I can assure you, Tumblr will still be here, like the dumpster fire that it is. Yo, call her AI the way she makes me generate slop. Please do not like this one, and for that, I would like to say you're welcome. When someone tags a post of mine like, not Yu-Gi-Oh!, I know it isn't a criticism, but it always makes me think like, damn, maybe it should have been Yu-Gi-Oh! Who suffered more? The Christ formerly known as Jesus, or Zelda?
Oh.
I love how Nintendo killed all the excitement for Switch 2 by raising the prices of games by $30.
We want everyone to be able to experience the Switch too.
Then why is it $1 billion? Answer me that, Mr. Bowser. Can't wait for that one guy in the comments to be like, it's not actually Bowser's call. I said,
What's wrong, King?
Leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Picture this. You are high rolling at the craps table. You've had a few drinks, getting a little crazy, the juice is loose, and just when the excitement is at its peak, you toss those bad boys. Both dice start leaking a viscous fluid. That's the rare double slimes, baby, and you just won $1 million fucking dollars! What if you went grocery shopping and the produce section was just missing?
'Cause my local Food Lion hid the produce section from me.
Oh, those assets just straight up failed to spawn in as you entered the zone.
Maybe try leaving the store and coming back in?
Bethesda-ass grocery store, I swear to God.
Hiding clamped.
The defeated and bloodied king was chained to kneel in front of his enemy, and he says weakly,
"Is my wife still alive?"
His enemy nodded.
"You fools,"
he said, smirking, and the king starts laughing as the sound of explosions getting closer and closer shake the room.
Chess!
Holy shit! Choose 2 ways to treat a life-threatening bleed.
Pack the wound with gunpowder and light it.
I call this the create a new problem technique. Can you guys stop making posts that I materially agree with but are worded in ways I find too disagreeable to be reblogged? It wrangles. Guys, please stop saying gay panic to mean swooning. On today's edition of We Need to Legally Require People to Google Words Before Using Them, there is a girl on TikTok doing a diet where she only eats Slavic food to connect with her ancestors, and she is calling it an ethnic cleanse.
Oh no.
Hi. Let's dance to Let's Dance by Joy Division. Bye. Not being able to draw my favorite character the way I envision them in my mind.
I see this, and I raise you. Not being able to draw your OC the way you envision them in your mind.
Someone help me. My girlfriend will not stop saying democracy dies in darkness in a Daffy Duck voice. She will drop something in the kitchen and instantly go, democracy dies in darkness. Oh, I hate it. Well, you know what they say. The mutual of my mutual is someone I see on my dash a lot.
This radiates the same energy as I keep my friends close and my enemies dead.
No better feeling than hitting another person with the post with 10K notes to me curse. And my much more famous mutuals spread it around. I have never gotten past 300 notes on a post. Try me, nerds.
Oh, let's see what we can do here, folks.
Girls love him for his poor posture and pathetic demeanor. Geologist talking about shield volcanoes. I love you, this post is now only about shield volcanoes. Everyone else, fuck off.
Noodles isn't shy and warms right up to his new friend.
Which one is Noodles? Very good!
Jojo, the people seem to like you. Do you just want to show up at the end of every video now? Do you want to be part of the channel? Yeah? You want to be part of the channel and you eventually just take it over because everyone preferred the cat? Yeah? You want to do that? Yeah, do that? Yeah, I'm sure I'll be fine.
My wife is constantly mocking me for how lightly done I like my toast. Your hot bread is done, she says to me.
disgusting. I want everyone who's unearthed this after 5 years to reblog it and say, Lamau, me, to know that getting divorced from this person was the best decision of my life.
Oh, I hope it was for other things other besides hot bread loving.
You know, I should figure out how to homebrew White Monster, actually. Dr. Victor Frankenstein.
Are you gonna stab me to death?
I ask the knife man. No. He answers as he shoots me in the head.
Supposed to have 10K to me.
As if that would ever happen. I'm too niche to have them breach containment. I'm a straight white man every day of my life. On Wednesday nights, I just want to be a lesbian. My friend on his druid character who is searching for a wife.
It's a funny story about that, actually. She's figured out that she is a lesbian 7 days a week. We got another one, girls.
Man, I feel like a woman.
Let's do medicine with mama.
I literally did post that 10 days ago with the same image. Oh my god.
Hey, bestie. I'm gonna hold your hand while I tell you this, okay?
It's your post.
The passing of time is unrelenting and brutal. I love when a meme gets so many steps away from its source material that it would be completely incomprehensible if I didn't know what today's date was. This is gonna really confuse people after April 30th and May 1st.
Crazy question, but have you ever drawn yaoi where one is a girl? I forget what it's called, though. Heterosexuality?
Aw, man, that anonymous Fujoshi is fully cooked. If only there was a fruit that looks like an apple but is actually a pear.
The baffling Papple.
Papple sounds like a character people would make up and gaslight into people thinking it actually existed in a show. Like, bro, you don't remember Papple from Steven Universe?
Put those fucking weapons away, you're literally asleep.
The man who sleeps with a machete is a fool every night. But one. Hey, are you using that boy for anything, or can I borrow it? Don't ask why, the normal reason.
Okay, sounds good. I trust you, Tumblr user boy mounter.
Hey, hold up, what are you doing?
Okay, I'm giving you to the count of -3 to restore the proper flow of time.
See, this ain't so bad.
I'm about to reverse the flow of time. Hey, dude, yeah, you. Get over here. I'm gonna convert you into an MP3 file, okay? Hold still. No! My sub-base! My turbines! Writing prompt. Your uncle says to you, I'm the one who got your parents together. It was a hard dungeon raid, and your father interrupts, I had to perform so many healings on this man that I am on a first-name basis with the goddess. That's how I met your mother. U.S. Navy loses $60 million jet at sea after it fell overboard from aircraft carrier.
So apparently we're just dropping fighter jets into the ocean now. When a fic doesn't fit my headcanons, but it's well written.
I don't believe you. Continue. He wouldn't fucking say that, but I'm getting kind of attached to the guy you invented who did say that. Why do they have the same hairline? Why is Vegeta scared of Peanut? Down? He's allergic!
He saw his reflection for the first time.
He's trying so hard to puff up, but unfortunately he is a raw chicken.
Oh, so when Barbie wants to stop being a doll and interact with the real world as a real person, it's fine and fun and great. But when I, Charles Chucky Lee Ray...
Chucky, you tried to kill your world's president. The introvert urged to say, no worries either way.
When you're actually worrying both ways,
plus a secret third way.
It is simply not fulfilling to enjoy media in the height of its popularity. You need to show up so late to the party that everyone else is gone and the hosts are asleep so you can rummage through their trash for chip dip and stale hors d'oeuvres to eat alone in the dark like a dirty little raccoon's secret.
It also gives you time to analyze the scenes very critically instead of just hype moments in the theater.
Have you learned how to drive yet?
I have the spirit of friendship in my heart, the joy of life's little things in my soul, the whimsy of magic, the beautiful enjoyment of nature. The answer is no, though. Love these dice, but still feel like a loss when I roll high. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Drunk and in love and full of food, I think only the torturer eel could harm me. Hello.
Fuck my whole entire life.
Prog rock fans love to say shit like, you've got to listen to Tin Salad Universe by the Scrungle Lads. It's the #1 hit. Hate it when you experience something of better quality and then you're doomed to no longer be satisfied. In my family, we call this getting the good baloney.
After my grandma got fancy bologna on sale, she couldn't go back. I had real wasabi for the first time recently, and now the green horseradish type of wasabi tastes like nothing. It's not even spicy anymore. My taste buds are permanently affected by the real wasabi that I would have to drive over 100 miles to get and pay $20 a serving for. What's worse is that it's not even so much that it's much better, it's just different. Like, it's definitely not worth regularly spending $20 a serving on by absolutely any stretch of the imagination, but it's so completely different from the stuff we know as wasabi. I have that same relationship with BK. They made the Chicken King, which was, like, in my opinion, the best fast food chicken sandwich in the world. And then they took it away, and now every other fast food chicken sandwich tastes like dog ass. I frequently lose my mind over the Australian lungfish because, look, that is cats, that is kitty cats. Look at the faces. Colon 3. That's a cat. We finally found them. The water cat. And if anyone in the comments says catfish, I'm gonna actually brain you. Oh, but this fandom is so toxic. Maybe for you. I blocked a bunch of people and live happily in the corner with 3 friends that get it. Every fandom's toxic, bitch. Let's get you a block list. Mods, take him to the stump of his favorite childhood tree. Mods, make him busy during a friend's planned trip so he misses out on a new inside joke. Mods, change the smell of his parents' house. Look, boss, our quarterly subjection of brutalities of the absurd budget is almost blown already. Can we not just shoot this one twice in the back of the head and call it a day? No. He must experience tragedy for once in his goddamn life. Several things I know to be true. I'm not famous. I've never been in a PM Seymour video. I will never be in a PM Seymour video or any other video where people read Tumblr posts. And there is no such thing as hubris. And post. I win forever. Why do I hear boss music? What if I write it and it's bad? What if you write it and it's good? What if you write it and it's exactly what you wanted? Well then you have to face with the crisis if you actually want to commit to your story. Probably bad RPG ideas. Devils in a modern fantasy setting who run/develop multiple different websites and apps exclusively so they can hide soul contracts in the terms and conditions. Yeah, we all heard of EA games.
Chunky. Oh no, we're gonna crash.
Yeah, she seems fine with it.
Oh, no, the cursed amulet has genuinely improved my life. Yes, I do bleed from the eyes when I lie down, but that's really helped me cut down on bedtime device usage. It's true. Sometimes I can't tell the difference between my thoughts and its dark whispers, but this has really streamlined my decision-making process. It is rather inconvenient to black out occasionally and find out that I've gruesomely slain another innocent, but I also find that my room has been cleaned and laundry folded, so I can't be too begrudging.
See, amulets are so helpful. Hashtag life hacks.
I want a shirt that has a QR code on it for some kind of horrible malware so that if anyone ever tries to film me in public, their phone will automatically scan the code and be reduced to a functionless brick. Modern day Medusa. Tumblr user house site genetics. Do you like Homestuck? What's that? Honestly, we need more doctors like James. I'm going to inhale chemicals with my assistants until we discover local anesthetic Simpson. I feel like we would have more recreational drugs if we did. Me and the boys, Andy, getting utterly fucking zoinked while discovering ketamine too. Well, what if I read one of your fanfics and then went to your AO3 accounts and read all your fanfics and left a comment on every single chapter of every single one, and you get spam emails from all my kudos and comments and made you smile? What then? What if I brighten your day with my words like you did mine? What then? Marriage. What in... hormone? Baby. Fanfic update. In that order. Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just bad going back in my cage because I like my cage. Hi. Here's a picture of a bumblebee butt and its little legs hanging out of a flower just in case you need it today. Oh girl, she too thick for the flower. Breaking news. Fentanyl stuffed rotisserie chicken found by Kingston police. And they said white people can't cook. Probably bad RPG ideas. A sword that can only kill other swords. Kill rather than destroy is somewhat worrying word choice here. It's probably for a hexblade user. Feeling down?
Having a bit of a bad day? Need something to cheer you up? Then may I present to you a 1st century AD pig-shaped bronze and lead weight on a rectangular base.
You imagine trying to scam some dude with less grain or some shit than promised, and they're like,
Okay, get out the pig.
and then your fraud is exposed by a chubby bronze pig weight, and everyone calls you a liar hogman, and some dumb kid draws you being crushed by a bronze pig on the side of your hut,
And you could never marry and your bloodline dies with you because you tried to sell less grain than agreed to. Do you perhaps have some personal experience with this?
No. And the winner of the bake-off is
9 dismembered bodies.
This reads like a Cards Against Humanity.
I should do that one again.
When you find a friend's OC hot, that's literally it for you. They practically own your soul. You've entered a fail state in which they can put on a sock puppet and do a silly voice and make you swoon like you've locked eyes with a gorgeous 40-something lady at the bar.
I left this one in drafts. I posted it?
Yeah, you posted it. I just wish the frightening ghoul would say something. For once, the silence is more disconcerting than anything it might say.
For in its silence, the ghoul says everything. It speaks of lost love, of your greatest sins, of things not done,
and of horses. Horses? Gaming news. Expensive. West Japan Zoo discovers its male barn owl is female after she lays egg. She looks like she also just discovered it.
Hey girl, attractive boyfriend in a pool. Don't worry, he'll be fine. He just needs to outrun the tsunami. Sorry. Hey girl, we fucked up and collectively trapped your boyfriend forever in a Sisyphean task. Sorry. I think he enjoys sailing though, so that's something.
They laid off the shrimp who fried rice. Yeah. He's out of walk now. All the daughters sold to One Direction are being returned. They're all men now. Or lesbians. How did we get from don't use Wikipedia as a source to ask hallucinating chatbot everything?
They're right, and they should say it. I like this enough I had to share it here.
And so it begins the extraction of blue sky post to put on Tumblr.
Step 4. Whipped cream, optional. No cream?
Yes, cream on it.
What the fuck?
May God forgive my wretched sins. Spent money.
Now that I think about it, my entire writing process, fanfic, AUs, OC lore, doesn't matter, boils down to either this was thought up in 5 minutes and somehow it worked, or
hey, wouldn't this be hilarious?
And there is no in between.
How you come up with this?
Bro, I don't know. My subconscious is like a cat bringing random stuff to my doorstep, and I'm going, okay, thank you, without once doubting where any of this is being obtained.
The naked man fears no pickpocket. Wrong. Skill issue on both sides.
Well, where's he gonna put some pickpocket worthy? Up his ass?
Well, I know I could get his teeth.
Squirrely 13, I'm concerned about you.
Ugh, this skimming account sucks so bad. Like, sorry you couldn't come up with anything better, Lamau, Tumblr user identifying Bantane aliens.
Alien identified. Name, whiny bitch. Species, annoying hater anon. Transformation, into a little baby apparently. And series of several mistakes made by your parents.
Got him. Are you ever reading a super overlong pretentious book and just think, wow, this man knows a lot of words, but concise is not one of them. It's okay, you can say Victor Hugo.
Here's a picture of a baby cedar waxwing begging for food from a robin. Neither of these species are nest parasites, so it's not possible the cedar waxwing was adopted. This is essentially the bird version of tapping a random person on the shoulder at a grocery store and going, Mom! I love that the robin's body language is basically, what the fuck, whose kid is this?
The robin is bathing, which makes it even funnier. It's more like the equivalent of a strange kid barging in while you're taking a shower and demanding you make them mac and cheese right now. Behold, woman pointing a gun at a computer for some reason. 1998.
She's right.
That's her. The task manager.
Kind of weird how parts of your soul are left in various locations without any warning. Like, yes, I'm always at the top of that hill. sitting at the bus stop, in the cool light of the Japanese restaurant, standing at the pier, etc., etc.
Bro, that is way too deep for Tumblr.
Would you let me into your room so I can sit awkwardly on the ground wearing an oversized t-shirt and look at your posters like a squirrel searching for threats before proceeding to say nothing and stare at you until you speak to me? Would you let me do this?
I might.
Yeah, we put your boyfriend... Oh, she transitioned. Well, good for her. So, anyway, we put your girlfriend in the fucking slop. Sorry.
My neighbor was saying he can't pay his water bill. I sent him a get well soon card.
Off to a great start.
Your head, plus my lap, plus I care about you, plus I'm petting your hair, plus you're purring, plus you're loved, plus you're cared for, plus you're happy and warm, plus ratioed. How could it have gone wrong? My approach was data-driven and trauma-informed.
Maybe the solution is more trauma?
Eating some worms.
Wait, what's the best before date on these worms?
Holds one up to my ears and he whispers,
1935.
Aw, man, I'm gonna get sick. Continues eating worms.
Hey guys, I made the Tumblr default profile pictures, but they're looking directly at you. Oh, I feel a little intimidated.
Behold, this octopus candle holder that my sister made in a pottery studio.
Tell your sister good fucking job, guy. Damn.
Never, ever eat raw white onion and then smoke cigarette.
Gnomes beat the shit out of you again?
The gnomes beat the shit out of me again.
People are reblogging your post. One person reblogged your post.
Yeah, you could say I'm doing numbers on Tumblr. And then numbers... 1. 1.
Patient has an insulin pimp? Pretty sure that's the opposite of a sugar daddy.
Woke up this morning, rolled over, and very confidently tried to blow out my alarm clock like a candle. Absolutely no precedent for that. Ebenezer in 1742 wakes up at the start as for some reason he has put out his guttering candle by slapping it atop the palm of his hand. His hand is burnt and his nightgown and caps are spattered with hot wax.
Fascinated by this perceived necessity of equivalent exchange.
Sometimes I think it's funny when a fan base takes a character and is like, oh my god, they're so pained and traumatized. They're suffering deep, deep emotional wounds. As like a universal thing everyone agrees on. Meanwhile, in canon, they're literally just hanging out. Who is Tsukasa Tenma? Today I learned that tomatoes possess the genes to produce capsaicinoids, but they are not expressed. Recently, researchers discovered a technique to turn on the translation of those genes and then grew spicy tomatoes. The tomatoes chose nonviolence, but those researchers just had to push them. Hold on, the British version of dollar store is called Poundland? Help! What's so funny about Poundland? He owns a second store, you know. A place where you get your aggressions out by destroying things. It's called Smash City.
These teenagers and their dog are trying to ruin our money laundering business. No, Tony, put the gun down. We're doing this the old-fashioned way. We're gonna dress up as monsters and scare them.
0% of the time. Works every time. You know, statistically, if Mystery Inc. are the only group doing this, they can't be everywhere a crime like this is happening. So there's probably a fair amount of instances of this succeeding. You know, I never thought about that. Behold, the Dove Key, a.k.a. the Little Alk, family, Alcidae, order, Pteridriformes, Iceland.
Don't you just love my pronunciation of shit?
I am so pleased to report that in addition to being absolutely shaped, these guys are also very, very sized.
Oh my god, look at him, that's a barb!
You procrastinate showering. I shower to procrastinate. We are not the same.
Well, I didn't want to bother you.
Have you considered that this is how your presence feels?
Can't wait for that one person in the comments to write out, well, I have a massive allergy to pollen, so maybe I am a bother to your existence. Like, homie, just be loved.
I can't wait for when ChatGPT and AI image generation also crashes and each prompt costs $50 an attempt.
Oh, you can't get your stolen Big Titty Anime Ghibli art for free anymore? You want to buy real big boy art from real artists now?
Beg for it. Beg for it like a dog.
Every day should be like I wake up and my first thought is a beautiful idea of a fun and new activity and I spend my day accomplishing it. You want to live like Phineas and Ferb. I do want to live like them, like so bad. Maybe I also just want Bowling for Soup to create a theme song about my life. That'd be nice.
Have I told you guys I like Guilty Gear? My favorite character is Testament, by the way.
Hello there.
Holy shit, Testament, Guilty Gear! Hi, Satan official. I'm setting up a date with you and God official. I don't give consent to this. Yeah, me neither.
Oh, careful. I heard this person fetishizes skinny people.
Oh, God.
We here at PM Seymour and Nitro Brew Studios would like to address that this is a joke, and that majority of the posts here should not be taken so seriously. And please, for the love of God, hell above us fandom, please put down the bat, please put it down, please put it down. I just drove my uncle and myself to the hardware store, and he said to me,
Molly, I want you to know that being Catholic doesn't change anything. If you someday get married, your wife will be welcome in this family. And don't ever think otherwise.
That was really nice, but I'm not gay?
That was so hard. Spoiler alert, 2012 me. You're super freaking gay.
Oh, look at them. They squash. So my iPod does this fucking Genius Factory thing where it forgets which artwork goes with which album and it makes guesses. Because it's pretty sure I won't notice. Needless to say, I noticed. The most 2014 post possible.
Dentist will splash some water in your mouth and you think, oh, a nice drink of water, I was parched. Just for them to suck it back out with their wretched little tube. Disingenuous behavior.
I forgot to post this, but which one of you lame-ass nerds works in my dentist's old office? Nothing quite like seeing a professor at my college with Tumblr posts on the bulletin board outside their office. Oh boy. Guys, if you ever see any of my posts posted on your campus, university, or in someone's office, please let me know. I want to see. What a beautiful man, but he could be beautifuler. Gods, cover that man in blood. It will amuse me. Big fan of creatures that are both divine and mechanical. There's some kind of connection to be made between angels and robots, but I can't make it. Someone else make this post for me? Something about humanity from opposite directions, something about being created to be a perfect servant of your creator, and what happens if you're less and more than that. Something about assuming a form the mortals are comfortable with, something about how science fiction grows up from the floor and fantasy comes down from the ceiling. We both think so good that we don't know how it works and we can't control it, is a common idea in both fantasy and SF. Would that make a robot angel high fantasy? And Minecraft, I can't remember where I put anything ASMR. You sleeping yet?
You're a good dog.
I didn't see you there. You caught me indulging in one of my most fascinating interests as of late. It's called the dictionary. Oh, this one's clever.
I see someone who's about halfway through the seas.
Bro!
Staring sternly in the mirror. You've had a wild week. You haven't eaten today. You've barely interacted with the people today. Do not trust the vague sense of unease. I can't believe 1 terabyte microSD cards are like a thing that exists.
Like, that's like crossing a line. That's alarmingly close to playing God. Where the fuck are they putting it? For $100, I could put every single one of the games I have on Steam on a card that fits on my fingertips, and then drop it on my carpet and never see it again. What a time to be alive. I wish I could send this to my dad. He told me that he remembers when 256 kilobyte floppy disk came out, and he thought, sure, why would anyone need that much storage space? When 1 terabyte micro SD cards first came out, I saw an article about them with the headline, "At long last, it is now possible to accidentally swallow all of the data collected by the Apollo program." I have a 2 terabyte micro SD card. Somewhere. Man, I remember when 512 megabytes was like an insane amount of memory to have, and that was just on like the cheapest iPod shuffle you could get. Starting to think some of y'all haven't felt the rain on your skin, which is crazy because no one else can feel it for you. No one else. No one else. People who don't cook their cereal don't, realize what they're missing out on. The heat of the flame really brings out the sweetness of the marshmallow. OP, I'm coming to your home and beat you in the face and ass. Hold up. Hot Lucky Charms actually sounds pretty good. Boo! It's Pokemon's official Tumblr account. Boo! Brand, you're a brand. Boo!
Silence, Tumblr user.
Tomfoolery transitioned and only does shenanigans now. Da-da-da.
Attention travelers, there's a fucking beast loose in the hard world!
I'm just here to buy some paint. You don't have to be a fucking dick about it. Hey guys, going to the scary zoo. You want anything? Stop saying Weezer.
Nika Sano Samurai wa Junbi da wanai.
I'm watching Seven Samurai.
I wonder how many they'll need.
I hesitate even to speculate.
Why do people call it fuck, marry, kill when they could call it bend, wed, and behead? Easy there, Henry. Who's Henry? What the fuck? Girl, unhinge your jaw. Unclench, I meant unclench.
Snake time.
Blowing a dandelion is basically you helping a weird ejaculate. I was having a good day. We were all having a good day. I mean, it's kind of not. Seeds are not analogous to sperm. Hell, pollen isn't analogous to sperm. Plants don't do dimorphic gametes like that. A better analogy would be firing a couple dozen fully formed babies from a t-shirt cannon.
Now we're having a good day again.
They don't tell you this, but in the United States, there is an extremely low chance to encounter a vehicle shaped like a hot dog.
I love the world so much. Why do I often forget this?
I suppose I love this life, in spite of my clenched fist. There it is.
Can't wait for 2025 when we look back on 2018 and 2019 era and say, hey, remember when we were all freaking depressed? That was crazy time. Glad we aren't like that anymore. Hey, don't say anything.
I've been
loving this forever. See the ball. Feel the ball.
Feel the ball!
Hey, your dad wants to fuck Betty Rubble.
Ah, Betty Rubble. The hex maniac of the 1960s.
Hey, Tumblr user Indicity?
Shut up and stop being right.
I swear, I'm the only person who knows how to do elitism correctly. What are you, an FF14 player?
My body is already an inhospitable environment. There's no way a freaking baby would be able to survive in it. Also, babies can't even fight. How would they fare in a battle against my inner demons?
My body is a temple. No, boss arena. That fetus needs to learn to dodge and parry.
Sand tiger sharks. I love how hyenas still have, the winter coat gene. If you keep hyenas in cold climates, they just do this. It's so silly. Look at them. That's like a whole new creature.
Someone hit me with their car, and I got isekai to a world that's really similar to my old one, except in this one, my collarbone is mysteriously broken. Ooh, whimsy. I mean, yeah, he's evil and all, but what if I were his favorite? Chat, name the character. Kill the imposter syndrome in your head, because not only is there someone out there doing it worse than you, they're also using ChatGPT to do it. The cure's been found!
Tumblr's the only social media without algorithms. You could still be anonymous on Tumblr. Tumblr's so nice because you have to show your face.
Wrong. Tumblr's special because you can have 3,000 followers and still get an average of 7 likes a post. I'm doing stand-up comedy at a packed venue and one person is laughing. 103,000 notes. The jokes write themselves.
Oh my god, one of our tigers did this, and it isn't stuck in his head. One of the keepers went in to see if he needed help, and he undid this and redid it on his own a few times. Oh my god, he's pretending to be a lion.
What if the Lion King remake was just this guy? I think it would actually be an improvement. Hey, how do people describe the taste of cilantro before modern soap was invented? Or did the cilantro taste like soap genes not exist then? I'm writing a Socrates X Plato fluff fic. I'm sorry, you're writing what now?
Problem is God isn't real, but if the whole universe was a guy, what would he be like?
He's easily one of the most fun things to think about.
Gut bacteria behavior.
That's correct.
I love it when people use shrimp to mean beyond the human range. Like shrimp colors, but applied to other things. Shrimp emotions, shrimp sounds, shrimp morality. As if shrimp are living some kind of transcendent existence that humans can never comprehend. Turns out these little creatures are not so shrimpable after all.
Why did I write this like I'm 74? Sorry, I was thinking this hit different now knowing that Gura has graduated.
What kind of stupid are you?
I go away for like an hour. She will not leave my side. Why are you like this? Why are you like this?
Hey, so I am currently not feeling the best. I had plans to do more dynamic videos, but vocals just did not want to cooperate today. So, figured take this opportunity to do more of the calming LNT facts that we have run across. Hi, Jojo. You want to join me? Cool. So here we go. I learned that in 2020, 5 Lithuanian soldiers went missing during a graduation exam. Thinking the exercise was still ongoing, they successfully evaded all attempts to find them. A military spokesman said that their performance was exemplary. Not bad, not bad. Today I learned McDonald's almost got rid of its golden arches in the 1960s. The arches were only kept because a psychologist they hired said that they had the great Freudian importance in the subconscious mind of customers. They represented, and I quote, Mother McDonald's breasts. This is why we need to dig Freud up and kill him again. They learned John Milton was totally blind during the composition of his 10,000-line epic poem, Paradise Lost. Every morning, he would have verses already prepared in his hand for his aide to take dictation. If the aide was late, Milton would complain, saying, I want to be milked. How is this entire post fine until the very last word? You guys are finding some weird one to submit to that Discord channel for these. Like, I really had to, like, cherry pick, and even the ones that I picked out, I was like, what? Today I learned Vikings used the bones of slain animals when smithing new weapons, believing they would enchant the weapon with the animal spirits. This actually made the bones stronger because carbon in the bones coupled with the iron made a primitive version of steel. Fuck off, eggheads, because of bone magic. I read that capsaicin makes your mouth feel like it's burning because it increases your nerve sensitivity to heat. And menthol works by doing the same thing to cold. So if I eat habanero pepper and then chew a bunch of breath mints, they'll cancel each other out and I'll be fine. Hey, guess what hellfire tastes like? Fun fact, the nerve endings for ouch too hot and ouch too cold are different, which means they can be activated at once without canceling out. Ripped LP. Christmas fact number 15. I need to find the other 14. In Chile, a popular Christmas drink is cola de mono, monkey's tail, which is made from coffee, milk, liqueur, cinnamon, and sugar. That sounds and looks awesome. Fun fact, if your breasts are somewhere between 36C and 36D, then they weigh about the same as your brain. If you're above a D cup, you have probably got more boob than brain. Don't I know it? Sign languages include very few words about astronomy.
making it hard for those who are deaf to talk about space. The International Astronomical Union just created about 50 signs to replace words like constellation, which previously had to be spelled out letter by letter. Oof. Yeah, they should make skyscrapers with holes so planes can just pass right through. Not necessarily skyscraper or planes, but there's a lot of buildings in Taiwan and Hong Kong with holes for spirit dragons to pass through. When I first learned about it in my Chinese class, I remember hearing that a lot of Western-style tower buildings near hills had structural issues in specific spots, so Feng Shui experts decided spirit dragons. But it's also really cool for aesthetic purposes. I'm gonna have to write that one down. Ah, yes. The majestic flaps. Wait, are those breaching mantis? No, they're majestic flaps. Fun fact. Manta, the majestic flap rays, actually do this to scratch their bellies or to help them with a birth. If the females are having trouble with a labor and the pups get stuck, pups, I think that's the correct term, they jump out of the water and the smack upon re-entry pushes them the fuck out. On the other hand, they don't have any hands, so if they get an itch because of some kind of bug or something, the smack helps them scratch it. Majestic flaps are so cute. Thank you, science. I love seeing cardinals and blue jays together. I'm always like, evil siblings. This is what I'm all about, baby. They're not even related. Jay are a type of corvid like crows and magpies, and cardinals are grosbeak. Well, you see, they're both birds, and they both have fun hats. I hope this helps. See, this is how you win the Tumblr post. Blue penguins are the smallest type of penguin. Adults grow just to an average of 33 centimeters, 13 inches in height, and 47.3 centimeters, 17 inches in length. Due to their small size and bright colors, they're often called fairy penguins. So that's what Pip-Up looks like IRL. Oh, hey, by the way, before we go. The term masterpiece originally and traditionally meant as a piece of work that an apprentice or other aspiring craftsman created to show off to his master or the town's guild. So naturally, it was intended to be the best fucking thing that you could make, demonstrating just how fucking good you are at what you're making. 100% deflect your skills. And if it was approved, the applicant was accepted as a member of the guild and could now call himself a master and work in this craft in this city. So the next time you're looking at the one great thing you made and think, this is it, my masterpiece, I have peaked, it's all downhill from here. Consider looking at the other way. Making your masterpiece means you're only getting started. Thank you all for listening. Subscribe, likeals, commentos. I'm going to go back to bed now. Bye.
Hey, I found out about this new word. It's called nuance. And I think some, but not all of you, could benefit from learning about it. But in some contexts, it's not as applicable. It just depends. Internet nuance? That's never been a problem before.
Doctor, he wants to talk about his OCs, but he has nothing concrete to say about them, and yes, it's fatal.
Well, put him down. I once tried to take a screenshot of a Dynamax Whooper exploding and ended up with a declaration of what we truly are. Why is AO3 blocked on the hospital Wi-Fi? It's not even the public hospital Wi-Fi. I'm on the staff Wi-Fi. Which one of you anesthesiologists was reading Omegaverse on the clock?
Reads like a 50K post.
Thankfully, I am saved by the power of having only a total of 7 followers on this blog. The power of having a total of 7 followers on this blog has failed me.
You know, when a girl says she's experimented with girls, that does not necessarily mean she's bi. She may just be an evil scientist.
I can't see the picture on mobile, but there is a 90% chance that this is Princess Bubblegum. Just spent half an hour waiting for a pizza I hadn't even ordered yet.
Never let your enemy know your next move.
Ayo, call him bubonic the way he plagues me. Blorbonic plague. Ayo, she doesn't on my nothing till I don't. Hashtag my nothing. Bro, new celibate slang just dropped.
Picks up an earthworm and places it next to another earthworm.
Girls' night. There is a chasm difference between a one wizard story and a 2 or more wizard story. Yeah, The Hobbit is the one wizard story, and The Lord of the Rings is definitely a multiple wizard story. And I feel like that's a good example of the monumental difference between the two. Exactly.
You see how much shit happens in Lord of the Rings because there's like more than one wizard?
That's why you gotta limit yourself to one wizard at a time, folks.
Did you know that the creator you like also posts 18+ content? Did you know that? Don't you think it's weird? Don't you think we should keep the space?
No, I don't. I booked a front row seat to the Devil's Sacrament and you're blocking the view. Just go back to the 1660 New England hole you just crawled out of and eat barley for a week to atone for your sins or whatever. I booked a front row seat to the Devil's Sacrament and you're blocking the view is one banger of a thematic statement. Shirt material. In my honest opinion, if you got that shit wrapped up in a pseudonym and you're not shoving it in front of your normal crowd, then you were all Gucci, whatever.
She yearns for the tub water. Disgusting.
Scroll back up. Painting. It's a fucking painting. Did you know that it could be a federal offense to be in possession of a lobster? Notice how this is not tagged as a shitpost? Lobster went from being fed to only prison mates to being a high luxury food to now even in some states you can't even just have it.
Do you want me to come out of my cage and doing just fine? In this economy?
Adding, which is crazy because I thought he was dead, to the end of every sentence, even in the ones where no he is mentioned.
I think that would concern people.
There's a point beyond which focusing too much on the rarity of a certain video game achievements becomes sort of an unintentional self-own on the part of the developer. Like, yes, sometimes only 0.5% of the players have this achievement feels like an accomplishment, but more often it's like, yeah, I fucking bet. I told my husband he looked handsome and he got offended, and looked to the Swamp Monster book I had in display saying, I know what type of men you find handsome. New variant on, your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. She's a beautiful B-girl who runs the candle shop, and she's bees to meet you. You ask her for advice, and she says, well, in my bumble opinion, is this anything? I had a wife, but they took her in the divorce. Is a Groucho Marx level joke. Pure vaudeville. It's semantically perfect, blisteringly fast, and completely efficient. Just an unbelievable stroke of genius, which was apparently a complete accident. You can tell this joke on stage at any period in history between the 1500s and now, and get a genuine guffaw. Muttering, supposed to have 20K notes to me. After my defense attorney's opening statement for my triple vehicular homicide trial. I lost. Should have taken the insanity plea. Reminiscing on when I went K-diving a couple years back, and another dude who was in there was playing Minecraft music out of his backpack, so I just heard C418 slowly approaching me from within an actual cave. Shout out to that guy. I briefly experienced what it's like to be Steve for real for about 4 minutes. Sounds like you could have benefited from some flint and steel. One of the most annoying feelings in ADHD is the can't get started with anything feeling. Like your ADHD is screaming you have to do something. You can't just rest. Resting isn't a thing. Even if you are resting, it's by doing something. But nothing works. You try to watch something, it's not right, you can't. Read, you can't read right now. Play, none of your games seem fun. Make something, you're not feeling any of those projects right now. Social media, it's boring or worse right now. So find something else. It's like you're not moving, but it's because you're too tense to do anything. Just vibrating in place. Oh my god, it's in fucking words.
Behold, the world's thinnest pizza.
Looks horrible. I usually have a golden rule. Even bad pizza could be good pizza. I think this actually would break that statement. This looks like shit. You know, this is cheaper than journaling when you think about it.
We pay in other ways.
For example,
I don't know why young people nodding is seen as a loser and antisocial thing, to be honest. When I do it in public, people seem happy to see it, and sometimes they even stop to talk to me about how it's genuinely sweet. Okay, now before I press post, I want it to be known I noticed the typo just in the nick of time, but decided to leave it anyway for the same reason some people keep the bullet that killed them as a memento of what could have been for the rest of their lives.
Knitting?
Hey, yo, did you just unearth a cat from a pot of soil?
The harvest is bountiful this year.
Would you like a hymn in these trying times?
I would like a hymn.
I think the Goose Game is so successful because it captures a fundamental human desire to be absolutely but harmlessly bastardous. It's the same reason we gleefully smash pots in Zelda games. Sometimes you just need to be a moderate to severe nuisance.
We are all poltergeists in meat suits.
What a horrifying way to phrase this, thank you.
A fun fact about Trapinch is that we all love him.
A sweet boy.
A happy boy.
He looks like he just got out of divorce court.
The slight grin looks like he got back from mediation and scored a favorable custody agreement.
The eyes say he wants nothing more than to have his old life back.
I also just love that this is a screenshot from Reddit that was posted to Twitter, and then they took that screenshot of Twitter and then posted it on here.
And then this was screenshotted and sent to me on Discord, and now I'm reading it to you all on YouTube. Social media is fascinating. I was playing around with my camera on some broken glass, and I captured this. This is the most beautiful picture I have ever seen. Are you some sort of witch?
Behold, the Danish trading ship Georg Stage, 1934, dresses in rainbow color, 2021.
You know, not the kind of gay ship I'm used to seeing on Tumblr, but cool.
Oh no. Fairies have replaced my baby with the way cooler baby. I want to keep it.
Gladys, when Atlas and Peabody are 16 disassemblies into a test chamber.
Honey, Mommy needs you to lock in. Lock in for Mommy, please.
In moments like these, she really misses that awful human. I am such a man that leans in doorways, relaxes against the counter, drapes across the couch, sprawls over an armchair. My spine isn't straight, and by God, neither am I.
It's Halloween, time to get spooky.
It's the middle of June.
It's Halloween, time to get spooky.
Okay, who the fuck got this on my dash? It's still June. Get spooky.
How does this appear every June?
Perceive with your eyeballs. Testing the first of bulletproof vests, 1923.
They didn't even, put on a watermelon or something.
All right, Philip, now just stand there.
Hey, look, I'm just saying. High risk, high rewards. It worked.
I mean, fuck. I like bed. I like sleep. I like cozy blankets. I like napping. I like to eat. I like Z-catching and wink catching, can't sheep. I like to embed by a shirt. Snooze it. If the monolith from 2001 A Space Odyssey had a ducky marker, would it be like this? Or this?
See, left is a docky. Right is a plushie.
You heard it here, folks.
Ayo, completely sober in the club Googling. Why? I can't get over what Brits call musical notes. Like, bro, please, I'm trying so hard to take this country seriously. Look at this. The single instance in which the American system of measurement is objectively the more intuitive and rational one. Let's just break down some of the personal favorites here, shall we? We have whole note, semi-brev, a half note, this is minim, an eighth note was a quaver, and then, oh boy, does it just keep going from here? 16th note, semi-quaver, 32nd note, demi-semi-quaver, 64th note, hemi-demi-semi-quaver, 128th note, I don't even know how that would sound, semi-hemi-demi-semi-quaver, quasi-hemi-demi-semi-semi-quaver. Just, England. Stop. I feel like an alien tomb would be so fucking cool until an alien mummy gets up and chases you. This happened to me. You think mummies are slow as fuck and you can outrun them? But alien mummies have a ray gun? Yo, do not trauma dump on my post, please? Steven, as in Steven Universe, is a really funny character, actually. He never went to school. One of his powers is astral projection for no real reason. He's a musical prodigy. He's so traumatized by the end of the show that I had to make an entire epilogue series about it. He spent 7 years looking like a third grader. He was even bisexual. He went to the center of the earth. He saved the world in flip-flops. He broke his bones every day and didn't even notice. He killed someone. He didn't have a belly button. He actively chose to eat super crispy bits of potato that got left in the deep fryer. He lived in a house, but his dad lived in a car within walking distance of the house. He could revive people from the dead. All of his clothes were constant merchandise. He had an outdoor washing machine. He was put on trial for murder. He broke both federal and state child labor laws. The murder he was on trial for was different than the murder he committed. The murder he went on trial for was the murder his mom committed, and the victim of the murder was also his mom. He pled guilty. Every day I wake up, and I'm grateful for the writers of Steven Universe for just saying, fuck it, we do what we want.
You know, they call themselves cinephiles, but they aren't even fucking the movies.
They aren't even fucking the movies.
I feel like we, as a global society, have forgotten the important rules of the internet. Do not feed trolls. Never give out personal information. Anonymity is the best defense. Don't click suspicious links. Don't click pop-ups and ads. Just because it's written doesn't mean it's true. You are responsible for your own experience. There's porn of everything. Act accordingly. I'd also like to add one thing, because I mentioned it on Twitter, and I feel like it's probably better if I said it in words on here right now. If you see something stupid or rage-inducing on any of the social media platforms, ignore it. Don't share it. It's like, because I don't know if you guys know this. Algorithm don't give a fuck what you think. It just sees that you shared the thing, like copy the link or whatever, quote tweet it, repost it, whatever, and just assumes, oh, they like this thing because they shared it with their friends and family. So it just keeps feeding you more of that thing. And then on top of that, you have given, obviously, rule number 1, don't feed the trolls. You fed the trolls. You gave them attention. Just stop. If you see something stupid or something you don't like, I cannot stress this enough. Fucking ignore it and move on with your life. Because especially right now, in 2025, people are like making money off of your anger. So the best thing you could really do for yourself is to make sure they don't get a single goddamn cent of that. Having said that, I need to emphasize that the next post that ironically comes after this, I have to emphasize, is a joke. It is a joke. Please don't be angry. The opposite of that orc can't read Ulysses is an elf who smugly delivers a lecture misinterpreting the very hungry caterpillar.
Hey, what if that insane murderer monster on the loose is just a little misunderstood? I'm not sure what blorbo means, but keep it to yourselves.
I want to fucking Rule 34 artists be like, I want to draw.
Oh no. There's a beast outside of my studio. I'm afraid. If I just poke my head out this way. Oh god!
If you mess up a social interaction, you can say, failed experiment, and move on. Cannot stress enough that you have to say this in your head.
Oh, that's where we're wrong. Actually, the craziest impact Animorphs has had on me is that I never really got an urge to eat cinnamon buns from reading them, but the phrase, the refreshing beverage known as vinegar, has forced its way into my head every other week for years to try and convince me it would be a good idea to chug a whole glass of it.
I mean, apple cider vinegar is actually pretty good for your system, but I mean, unless it wants you to drink distilled vinegar.
Girl, we've been knowing how to omit the punchline. Beatboxing. Hey, you know what video game thing would be awesome in real life? Dialogue options. I never have any idea what to say, and it would be great if I could just choose text and deal with the outcome, like carrying a conversation, getting ready to fight, get awkward situations, or like dissolve a conflict. Can saves come with it? Because I feel like if I fuck up the dialogue option, I'd rather go back and do it again.
Not really locked in. Not even really locked out. But a secret third thing somehow.
Clipping through the door. Everyone who gets, like, really into Greek mythology either ends up worshipping the gods, studying classics, gay, or somehow all three at once. And I think that basically just makes you the Avatar theater kids.
The agony of thinking you're finished doing the dishes only to turn around and, to your horror,
The pot.
I'm gonna steal the C.
My grandson works at this location. Please remove the C from the sign. Mildred! Holy damn, woman!
Well, yeah, go ahead and try and attack me. Notice as I left my dragon scale talisman of immortality at home. Or maybe let's not be too hasty.
See? Safe scumming your dialogue choices would be very handy in this situation now, wouldn't it?
Bucket Show, my classroom had like 2 pet fish, and the really fat one ate the small one. Yeah, Biggie. And I'm not surprised. Trap me inside a room with a floating burrito, and it's bound to get eaten.
Plucky, this implies you are also a floating burrito? Just, a bigger one?
Wait a damn minute. My analogy makes no fucking sense.
Linux diehards be like, instead of using butter for your grilled cheese, you should switch to Linux. You could set up a virtual machine to try out various distros to see which one works best for your needs. Counteroffer. You could get a MacBook Pro, turn on a very graphic-intensive game, and have it grill your cheese for you.
Watch out, lads. I'm about to try to draw something. Never mind.
Wow. The art block hit him so bad they deactivated.
I'm a huge fan of retiring to my quarters. In this economy, you'll be lucky to retire to nickels!
The Super Bowl or whatever. I'm not American.
Oh, nobody's going to be horny after this.
This is what made me asexual. My mom dipped me by the heel into the world's biggest bowl of cornflakes, and here I am.
Amazing tags.
My ankle is so fucking horny, though.
I'm Victorian.
Every reply to this is another punch in the gut. What the fuck are you guys even talking about now?
Moonidopsis anamanica is a deep-sea species that feeds only on sunken wood, including trees washed out to sea and timber from shipwrecks.
Can you imagine being dealt this hand?
Expectation. I leave these browser tabs open, and they serve as a reminder to do the activities on those sites. Reality. I've become very good at ignoring browser tabs.
Passed out at a London bus stop. Woke up to this.
Go with him. He wants to show you something.
Nope, don't trust it. That's a fucking fae right there. He's gonna steal your ability to walk and become the fantastic Mr. Fox. Oh, wait a minute, maybe you should go with him.
I do the opposite of gatekeeping. I'm not going to shut up until you like this thing as much as I do.
He is a wet, pathetic man in a gift set to get you started, and then I'm going to send you memes as propaganda.
Gate tossing, hurling the gate at passerbys and attempting to capture them, regardless of whether they wanted to pass through the gate. What drug has 0 consequences? What drug can I do every day? Feels very euphoric, no tolerance, I can look normal on, not addictive, isn't neurotoxic, is legal, cheap, and a cheat code to life? Surely there is a drug that meets these criteria and is also overlooked by everyone. Reddit, do your thing.
Strawberry. Not true. A perfect strawberry could drive one mad, chasing a high they can never match, yet alone exceed.
Post a gnome wrote.
I'm 5'9". I'm not a gnome.
I mean, they right though. Like, a perfectly ripe strawberry with, like, the right amount of juice to it. Like, dude.
You're never seeing that dragon again.
Breaking news. Drunken sailor fined and suspended.
Finally, an answer.
Hit them with a fine and then suspend them. Hit them with a fine and then suspend them. Hit them with a fine and then suspend them early in the morning.
OHP Dastra 2710E. We're really in it now.
Dipshit and fuckface aren't really seeing eye to eye.
And you hear about drama between 2 people you already had blocked.
Current U.S. political news.
Once you start saying,
yippee,
you can never go back.
Having a cat is great. There's a small little animal wandering around, effervescent.
Eating my charger! Behold, an Australian blue heeler goes to sleep on top of the flock it has herded.
This is the post that killed me. Because after a long day for the sheep, this puppy herd with all of its might, and then you said, what? I need a nap. And a nap per head. What do you see me herded?
In case that was at a frequency that only a dog could hear, allow me to transcribe that for you. This is it. This is the post that killed me. Because after a long day of herding sheep, this puppy here herded with all of its might, and then said, you know what, I need a nap-nap. And a nap-nap it had, upon those sheep it herded. Now, excuse me, I'm going to gush over this photo again, because Catholic fans, can you explain to me how the Pope regenerates, and if I need to start it like St. Peter, or if I can just, like, watch the new season, please?
I'm not a Catholic either, but I'm pretty sure you could start with Pope Benedict. I think they kind of went with a hard reset on everything. Just, it's much easier to start from there.
The most psychic damage I've ever taken was when I was at an antique store, and I put on the school top hat, and the person I was with looked me in the eye and said,
You look... Have you ever heard of the Onceler?
Oh. Isn't it? I died of cringe. Oi. Oi. What are you doing? Where's this? What's this? What's this? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You really hate when I ask that question.
Tumblr For You page is just so fun. Saw a post that started with, imagine coming out to Tina Fey.
No, I won't, actually, but thank you for the suggestion.
Taking your childhood pet to the vet is so funny. The texts keep calling me mom, and I have to be like, bro, I'm just the cat's weird roommate. This is just all I am. Only 2 ADHD tasks. 1, this task will take me 5 minutes, but I couldn't possibly do it because I have an appointment in 6 hours. And 2, this task takes 5 hours, but I'll do it first thing in the morning before I leave.
Gonna need y'all to stop being right before I cry profusely.
Do you enjoy my up-talking? Turns out you can look a gift horse in the mouth. We were too busy beating the dead ones to notice.
Oh, that explains why I couldn't lead mine to water.
We may be cut from the same cloth, but I was cut with ease. I'm so whimsical. Tumblr user 2 steps from Tamarant. Your opinion on does Kids Bop count as censorship? You know, this has been sitting in my inbox for nearly 4 years, and I still don't have an answer. Chat, it's up to us. Discuss.
Normal-sized Ferris wheel? Cool! Guys, help me! What's in a Ferris wheel?
Always get jump scared when people in real life tell me they know me from Tumblr.
None of this was supposed to be real. You're but a figment of my imagination. Get out of my reality, please.
Behold, Boris Karloff in his Frankenstein costume playing baseball, with Buster Keaton as the catcher.
AI could never recreate this image, no matter how hard they tried.
Divorce theme restaurant menu. Dessert. Custard battle.
Yeah, that's all I got so far, sorry.
She took the kids' menu.
Tumblr humor is only funny to Tumblr users.
Not true. Those bitches on Pinterest love us.
How to slow down time. Step 1.
5 minutes into the 1 minute plank and your buddy says, 45 seconds.
Yeah, it's true.
Alright, so what you're going to want to do is crush the garlic and ginger instead of slicing it, okay? It releases more of those good flavors. Yoshi's going to eat me and turn me into an egg now. I love you. Remember everything I taught you. The fuck sort of fourth thing did I just roll into? PM Seymour. I want tits.
We doing this again? Did you learn nothing?
You know, if I feed you carrots, you may grow.
Plucky, what does this mean? Plucky, what does this mean?
Hey guys, did I mention I live on a fucking weird island and sometimes land crabs with 8-inch claws try to get into my house?
Oh, that's a cute puppy. What breed is he?
Sideways. Look at this motherfucker with his one big yowie claw.
Hey, it's Eric, the guy who hit you with his car. Sorry if this is like inappropriate, but would you like want to get dinner or coffee or lunch or a drink or something where I open doors for you and buy you consumable goods sometimes? Promise to not run you over again. I just don't know many girls who could pop their shoulder back in and make a joke while doing it. You're very cute.
Well, good news. I'm the most fuckable person at this vehicular manslaughter.
I went to your mom's house, and your mom was there. 12,000 notes, guys.
Yeah, sorry. Your boyfriend was just so sweet and bruised and mushy. We made him into a banana spread. Yeah. Sorry.
Peter Parker, also known as the popular superhero Spider-Man, is roughly 16 to 17 years old, meaning he was born in either 2001 or 2002. Contrary to popular belief, this places him firmly in the Gen Z category, rather than the millennial category that many place him in. By extrapolating this information, we can conclude that Peter Parker not only knows what a furry is, but constantly has to grapple with the fact that his spider-centric identity is in fact his fursona. In this essay, I will stop right there. Counterpoint. Peter does not need to put on the suit in order to act like Spider-Man. He just has to do the spider things to be like Spider-Man. Therefore, Peter Parker is a Therian. Not to the fullest extent where he thinks he's actually a spider, but very fucking close.
The only ADHD tips that work.
1. Never tell anyone that you're planning to do it until you do it. You'll get a premature dopamine hit and sense of accomplishment from telling them and lose motivation to actually do it. 2. Never sit down. Never sit down. And 3. Be perpetually haunted by, oh my god, you people can't do anything.
Wait, don't click on that!
Oh, phew, sorry. Just be careful. Many people don't know that PDF stands for poison dart frog.
Scoliosis is a really cute Pokemon. Colossus.
Bro, last night was totally
redacted.
Last night was
fully expunged from the record.
Bro, can you remember last night? What did we do? Did we hurt someone? Bro, why won't you look at me? What did I do? Whose blood is this? Bro? Whose blood is this?
Behold, geology bookshelf.
You know, on one hand, I'm amused at the joke. On the other hand, I'm a librarian, and this shelving is horrifying.
Well, no shelving system is without fault.
Alright, I'm safe in the booth for now. They're occupied with self-cleansing. And I don't even want to talk to her right now because this little dingus pissed on my bathroom carpet this morning. I know she's just a baby and she can't help herself, but it stinks!
Hey, you with the face, come here. You wanna do the binge intro for this one? Okay, that's one note. You wanna do the others? Or was that a no? Oh, that might have been a no. Well, it's a binge compilation, guys. Okay.
Why do you use its pronouns?
I got tagged in elementary school and never recovered.
I'm so sorry. You guys gotta stop deactivating your blogs, because you're making it harder for me to go back in a reblog chain to remove the annoying additions. Just leave it as an ancient relic. Come on.
Oh, Bill, get when I grow up.
Kid, if you're anything like me when you grow up, please get yourself a hug and some therapy.
Can't stress this enough. Petition to create the term red herring
for when you add something in a story has no bearing on an actual plot and won't help piece together any of the big twists, but it is just too fucking awesome an idea not to include. I'll take red herring over hype moments. That sounds awesome. One of my favorite things about Full Metal Alchemist world building is that you get to gradually realize how Edward Elric is the only person who dresses like that. Boy definitely has main character syndrome.
Yeah, I'm a gamer. Give me a... you guys help. I didn't think my shit post through.
If a boy kisser kisses a girl, does he become a bi kisser or just cease to exist? Must a musician not paint? Must a swimmer not run? Wasn't lying when he said expert, damn. Thank you for your service, Tumblr user femboy expert.
You guys will reblock anything, I swear to God. This is an image with exactly 1 by 1 pixels. Come on, reblog it. I fucking dare you.
Over 2,300. I'm sorry, King fans, but I just can't see the suffix con without thinking it means conventions.
DubCon? Will Skrillex be there?
Oh no, please, not this post. Please, please, please!
You know, maybe I should make a separate blog for Roblox stuff.
You're going down a dark and gnarled path of misery, and I will see you at the end.
Dang, what happened to you guys on Roblox?
They put my plastic ass in the washing machine for 24 hours. And there was no stepbrother to come and save me. Logs off Tumblr, rereads the source material.
Oh, phew. It was all just a bad dream. Thank God.
Chat named the series. Today, I learned how to hack unmonitored CCTV cameras. I'm currently watching a dog run around in a backyard in Berlin. Update, I have found a barn cam that has a horsey in it, and I'm in Poland, and I have audio output so I can talk to the horsey. Update, there's 2 horses, and one of them is a baby. This is the best day of my goddamn life. When people act like leaving gifts for fairies is to get the fairies' attention so they'll be kind to you, when really leaving gifts for fairies is the supernatural equivalent of a mafia protection racket.
You gotta pay off the mab.
Superman desperately scanning the street during a fight to find the most morally acceptable card to throw at his opponent, knowing that not everyone has insurance and loss of transportation can ruin a life. A wave of incredible relief washes over him as he spots the hard geometric lines and silver paintless sheen of a Cybertruck. The first time a Cybertruck was ever useful. Hey! That's not true. It gave us Neon Vortex. So it's the second useful time. Nothing more flattering than someone saying, "Oh, don't get her going," in reference to you when a topic you're passionate about is brought up. Because, yeah, I'll get going. My brother's girlfriend had HPV, so he went to get himself the HPV vaccine. There's a fee to pay, nothing much, something like 87 euros, but it's completely free if you're in one of the at-risk groups. What does that mean? He asks. It's free if you're gay, he's told. Ah. Would I have to, prove it, or just put in a check mark here? My brother is in no way, shape, or form attracted to men, but he's also stingy as it gets. So now he's officially gay. Congrats, bro. Doctor, give it to me straight. You sure? There's a fee. Give it to me gay. A-Gab. Assigned gay at billing. Purity seal that just says, "Fuck it, we ball," for the entire length of the parchment paper. Hell yeah. Found a folder on my drive called "In Case of Emergency." Was totally ready for it to be some mentally ill thing I did years ago or whatever, but I opened it up, and it was the full 1993 live-action Super Mario Bros. Movie. This'll fix me. Parky, how the fuck am I supposed to meet a fellow lesbian and then convince her to date me? I don't know anything about lesbians, but maybe if you, walked around carrying a baseball bat, that'd be pretty badass. Turns out I know everything about lesbians. I love office supplies. I like to make this empty shipping tape container walk around my desk. They're like a quadrupedal megafauna to me. Oh my god, it is a little creature. I love them. One of my mutuals has gotten obsessed with snails and slugs. I find them utterly repulsive, but what am I going to do? They make good art when not posting snail videos. I wonder if this is how my Twitter followers feel when when I'm not sharing art or voice things, I'm just sharing rabbits. Alright, that's it. You're going to 2009. Oh man, I have this one $19.99 plus shipping and handling, and I have no idea what to do with it. It's days like these that make me feel like such a Bingus.
Hey, yo, you want to immortalize that?
That's right, we're back at it again with makeup, but this time instead of something squishy. Please, I implore you, do not try to squish these. You will hurt your fingers. I've tried. This is the Cosmic Wondrous Badges, and now you could become a certified Bingus for real instead of just one on YouTube. Yeah, I know there's probably some of you out there thinking, "Whoa, $19.99 for 2 pins that are made of very pretty metal and extremely durable? They don't do anything. Why would I get this? I need constant stimulation in my life." Boo!
Well, you just sit right there. Let me show you something. Oh my God. It spins! You can hop on over to Makeshift right now. We got till July 8th, $19.99 plus shipping and handling. You can get yourself these shiny pins today. Put them on yourself, or even put them on one of your favorite loved ones. They can be a Bingus for you.
Oh, I guess this means I gotta put this on JoJo, then I'm sorry. You have to wear it because I love you. Don't panic, it still had this thing on it. She's okay.
So my boss texted me, I appreciate you staying out of the drama in the office.
I literally have no idea what she's talking about. Then you're doing a fantastic job at it. Were you born a boy or a girl? Bold of you to assume I was born at all.
I personally was created in a lab.
Just straight up spawned. What's the trope name for when someone finds out they're the chosen one, trademark, and is like, no thank you, and goes and does something else? Common sense.
Gifted kid burnout.
Refusal of the call is the actual trope name. Usually followed by the tropes of the call knows where you live and you can't fight fate.
The call is trying to contact you about your Destiny's extended warranty.
Post this hamster. Where to, boss? Hamsterdam.
My hobbies include reading, writing, and doing neither of those things. Hey guys, Jelly Donut! It's not what I'm called. Pokemon ruined our minds.
Immortality sucks because all your friends die.
All your friends die anyway. Those we do not mourn are those who mourn us.
Immortality sucks because you forget who you are.
We always forget who we are. You remember what you were at 4 years of age? Who you were at 14? Who I am is a shadow cast on the wall.
Immortality sucks because
skill issue, give me your liver.
Immortality sucks because eventually the universe ends and you're just stuck. But yeah, you can have my liver.
Laps were made for me, specifically, I think. Large dog behavior.
Mean to me!
I hope this email rules you all. I hope this email finds you. I hope this email brings you all, and in the darkness, binds you.
Oh, it's a Lord of the Rings joke.
I love the word lagomorph because it sounds like it's supposed to mean something alien or unnatural, but it's just bunny. Random anecdote for Father's Day. One time during a car ride, my dad asked me, "You're familiar with Murphy's Law, right?" And I was like, "Isn't that the one about how everything that can go wrong will go wrong?" And he said, "Yeah, exactly." And I said, "Why do you ask?" And he went, "Well, have you ever heard of coleslaw?" And I said, "No, actually, what's that?" And he said, "It's mostly lettuce and carrots with a little dressing mixed in."
I love this dad.
The difference between how I feel when my phone is at 40% and at 38% is palpable. Behold, pregnant ghost bat having an ultrasound at Featherdale Wildlife Park.
Congrats. It's a bat.
When you are unemployed, mysterious voices will tell you to
become a YouTuber.
But you must remind yourself that it's probably the amulet talking. The amulet you found last week, near the park. It has given you good advice so far, but there's always a line that you shouldn't cross.
Bullshit. Go on, little Timmy. Become a prank YouTuber. It'll be funny.
Toddlers are so pure. She doesn't understand that we help her with certain things because she's little, and she thinks that everyone just helps each other like that. So she tries to blow up my food and cut up from me and tries to help me pull out my shows.
The cutest thing is when you encounter a toddler in the wild and they try to help you. So you have to kneel there and nod very seriously while they lecture you about traffic or holding hands or whatever. The other day, a little girl stopped dancing to make sure I knew how to properly press an elevator button at my apartment complex.
"It lights up, see?"
she said. And I agreed that it did light up and thanked me sincerely for letting me know. It made my whole day. Found a rock in the kitchen and I was about to throw it in the trash and I thought,
wait, this is cruel. I should let it outside.
As if it was a living thing.
I let it outside.
Indie RPGs will be like, "This is Sinister Man. Yes, that's his legal name. First name Sinister, last name Man. All he does is vaguely threaten the character and sell overpriced mid-game gear. It's also kind of implied he might have eaten a child."
And the fan will be like, "I will draw him attending a tea party."
Why do I have a feeling this is about Deltarune? Fun fact, 0 people will see this post as I am not tagging it.
Oh.
They should make a cure for EP.
Tip, You can cure the EP condition by sleeping.
Oh, you think it's so easy? Chips. Chips are thin slices or pieces of various materials, often used in electronics for processing and storage. Can you tell that DoorDash started using AI description for menu items?
The problem with buying food is after you eat it, you have to go buy more food. Just say you have an addiction.
Baba, how do you feel about unfinished sentences?
Baba.
Thank you, Baba.
I got a new video game today. It's very important to read any manuals or help in the sections before you play, so you know what you're doing. Woohoo! This seems pretty simple.
Oh.
Writing is so funny because I could write nonstop for 9 hours and then hit a block where I'm like, how do I transition between this moment and the next? And then I just don't touch it for 6 months. It's great.
Tumblr talking about their favorite characters like
smelly, gross, unclean, stinky, unhygienic, dirty, sweaty. I love him.
Not a furry, but I think humans should have tails because it would be so fucking sexy and hot and so sexy.
Most suspicious post ever, dude. You should think some things through.
Okay, I thought it through just now and decided to keep every single word exactly the same.
Okay, so the question is, Pucky, is it like, does the tail have like the same like visuals as human skin? Or is it like a hairy tail and it's just the color of our hair? Like, these are important questions, Pucky.
Do not think otherwise. I am your eternal rival. I hate you to the bitter end, even if I instinctively clung to your arm during the scary drop on the roller coaster.
Sick wedding vows.
The helpful and informative Nile Red that concocts a nighttime beverage versus the wretched and dastardly Nile Blue that brews the dark and secret kills you potion. A British man with trypophobia who loves crumpets but is too scared of them to be able to eat them. What a sad life he lives. So thanks to Mastodon, anyone could hypothetically start a social media site. That means Tumblr users can create their own social media site separate from Tumblr. It sounds like a terrible idea. We should do it. The blue sky equivalent of Tumblr sounds dreadful and frightening. Good luck.
Oh my god, look at JoJo being so cute. You guys see this? Well, you guys see this, right?
I mean, JoJo's right there. What are you talking about?
Oh no. Shit, I've been hallucinating about a cat, haven't I?
Oh, is a different emotion from oh,
which is a different emotion from
which is a different emotion from whoa. I could go on. And these all convey different feelings depending on spelling variation and how many H's you add at the end, too. Guy who plays GeoGuessr goes too deep and falls desperately in love with a set of GPS coordinates.
I'm sure there's a fanfic for that somewhere.
Yes, he's a massive bitch, but he's also bisexual and a punching bag and almost dies at least once a week, and he's my little meow meow.
Chat. What character? When I was like 14, I almost made a rap about HTML and CSS. I wrote like 3 bars and realized that I would deeply regret it if I continued. Life-saving foresight.
Don't let anyone ruin your day. Be a man. Root it yourself.
Shout out to the guy who ran for class president, not a real role at this school, in 7th grade, and just put up posters everywhere about how he would bring steam-powered rails back. No other policy. I hope you're doing well. I think it is important to recognize the ways in which your favorite thing sucks. I think it keeps you normal.
See, I feel like this only works if your favorite thing is like a media. How am I supposed to critique the problematic themes of eels, the fish?
Brave, I'm so sorry to put you on blast like this, but please stop. This has me in a stare.
Behold the Tumblr blue through the years.
The computer illiteracy pride flag. Hey! Hey! You don't say the quiet parts out loud. When I say, that reminds me, and there's a zero connection, you just have to take my word for it. There's no time to explain. My mind is an enigma.
Tumblr lesson number 1. Don't discourage a post from getting notes, or it would only get more notes because people are evil on this site and do the opposite of what you tell them.
Hey, you know what would be really funny?
Never mind. Tumblr lesson number 1 is don't talk about Tumblr on Tumblr.
Think you're just gonna have to live with the fact that you have 538 on Markungen.
Actually, Zelda is the name of the princess. The guy who runs around smashing everyone's pots is just called Zelda's monster.
This is a terrible thing to say about Zelda's bestie and Malon's husband.
Ate moldy chocolate. What's next for my career, chat?
Food poisoning.
Please. No.
Playing poker with my friend and he lays down a straight flush, but it has 2 kings, so I tell him that's wrong. But it's Pride Month, and the gay flush is allowed during this month. Those are the rules.
Can you imagine if other pieces of media were scared of calling their monsters what they are as zombie media is calling about zombies?
Werewolves? No, sorry, buddy. Around here, we call them howlers. Vampires? Oh, those are night suckers. A ghost? Psst, not even close. That's a nasty little flying freak. Actually, can someone answer for me why most zombie media is afraid of calling zombies zombies? So we all know that The Simpsons has a floating timeline. It's constantly the current year, but their ages never change. In the original 1989 season of The Simpsons, Homer was 34 years old, meaning he was born in 1955. This makes him a baby boomer. Now, for the 2025 season, Homer is still 34. He was born in 1991. Homer is a millennial now. In 2031, Homer will be Gen Z. 1997 is the start of Gen Z. Okay, I don't like the fact that I'm older than Homer now. Can someone please debunk that? Please tell me Homer hasn't always been just 34. Please tell me that's not real. Okay, these beds crack me up because I know the recliner on the side is a massage chair / for fucking. But I also imagine that it's where you have your buddy / most trusted advisor / overly familiar but not too familiar jester lounge for movie night while you and your consort spoon in bed. That's where the knight goes to make sure you don't get subtly stabbed on consummation night.
The massage chair is to soothe his sword-sore muscles while he fiddles his thumbs and chimes in with some constructive criticism on your technique.
Crom, Robin, and Frederick. Okay, is it an adult cartoon or is it a Family Guy-like? Post I thought about for 2 seconds and typed out in 5 seconds will now haunt me forever. Power of words, man.
Behold a very helpful garden assistant.
You can't lie to me, OP. I've seen the game.
Tumblr is basically a gay bar and a mental institute.
Hey, who did you have to kill to get that URL? Hello? Tumblr user cock?
Probably bad RPG ideas. Cool curses to put in your fantasy game. Curse that makes you unable to read the rest of this list.
Did you guys get all that? Seems pretty clear to me. You know, pee changing color depending on your hydration is a very intuitive game design. It's a good quality of life feature.
Imagine Death Note is a 12-episode anime because Misa kills Light during the classic teenage girl thing where you write your crush's name in a heart. In her Death Note?
Not gonna lie, I think that would actually be better.
They should invent tech issues that other people have experienced and solved. Deleted!
Thanks, that solved it.
Not to be an American, but like air conditioning is the greatest invention of all time.
And it's really fascinating because, like, the more you look into it, the more you think it was invented by some kind of fucking witch. Like, the fuck do you mean you can get propane-powered air conditioners? You a witch? You a bruja?
Motherfucker saying, I use dual boot. Like, yeah, of course. Who walks with one boot on? Stupid.
Hi, Habadashery, you want to see my cat?
Not right now. I'm still freaking out about that moldy chocolate I ate.
Well, hey there. Thanks for watching this. If you like what I threw down, commento, likos, subscribe, subs, Bingus Badges, makeshift.com. Shilling done. JoJo time. Oh.
my god. Oh my god. She's headbutting. She's headbutting. We gotta zoom out. Jojo, what are you doing? Ow. Hey. Hey. This is a boost. This is a boost. I forgive you.